The dub best that you seek me. I'm too sick, yeah, I know I make it look easy, yeah. Tell them don't try to play me. Yeah, I'm drippy on the daily. They can never count me out, I know. They can never count me out, I know. I make it look easy, make it look easy. I know I make it look easy, make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. Make it look. I know. Love, shoot my shot, better play up. Make it look easy, that's a layup. Bad man. Why they wanna be like me, side man? Too wavy, swallow your pride. All of my guys, call them, they slide. They will oblige. Called them, I told them, you playing with me. Now look, all of them starting to riot. Whoa, When I'm in your city, it's magic. When I'm all in my bag, it gets tragic. When I see what I want, gotta have it. I can't let up, they made me a savage. I can't slow down my foot on the gas, yeah. Going way up from where I was last year. I'ma make it look easy, that's it. I know God got me, yeah, he got my back. These blessings falling in my lap. I came up, give it all I had. Rep my city, put them on my back. Hit my shots, I miss those. Straight up, I'ma let them know I don't fold. Make it look easy and they know. There's only one way for us to go. Can't hold me back, I'm going way up. Tell them they can never play us, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me.
And welcome everyone in. It is the Progressive Rivalry Series. I'm Nick Mazesco. I'll be your host for the day. Hope y'all are doing well out there. Appreciate y'all tuning in. It is one of the best weeks in the college football season with Rivalry Week, and we're bringing you the Progressive Rivalry Series. You know, the Rivalry Series is a dynamic event that manages the worlds of college football. It merges the worlds of college football and esports together, reimagining three of the biggest college football rivalries in EA College Football 25, the game we are having so much fun with. This series aims to continue the legacy of these schools by introducing the rivalries to new audiences, to new and future fans in an exciting new realm of entertainment. What started in 22 has expanded from a highlight of the game, which we're talking about today, Ohio State-Michigan rivalry, into a multi-event series featuring some of the biggest rivalries around the U.S., and we are so happy to bring them to you. We want to get a big thank you before we get started. We want to say thanks to a very special group of people. This event is proudly sponsored by Progressive Insurance, offering a touchdown for your budget. Visit progressive.com to learn more and see how you can save. Let's bring in the two cohorts on a remote desk that, if it was a real desk, it would be no doubt crowded because we were all large fellas, but two people who I've shared the desk with quite a lot. And right now, because we're remote and this is how the cameras are cut, nobody else can prove it otherwise. I'm 6'2", and these guys are all both under 6 feet. We got one great user and Tyler Davis. User, TD, it should be a fun day. User, I know you are in the midst of moving, so the fact that you have some time to come out and talk some college football, it shows you have been on College Football 25 since the day it launched.
Oh, man, I felt like this game revitalized the gaming community. I mean, it broke records. No one expected it to do as good as it did. And let's be honest, college football shook up everything from Madden to 2K, everything. And so to be able to finally get, a competitive series going, I can't wait to see these guys lock in.
Ty, when you're talking about what we have today, great rivalry, Ohio State for Michigan, we can break down some of the players, some of the matchups you're going to see. But before we get there, I just want to ask the question that everybody is wondering. Why do you continue to lie about your height just because you have the man bun? I mean, don't try to put it out there, 5'9". Jeez.
Listen, 6 feet tall. We know User's not even close to that. He's hovering around that 5'10", 5'9" mark. But,
That's crazy.
So I do have to keep that 6 foot advantage. But I'm excited to see some of these games today. I know Mazesco over there, he's a little bit concerned about his Ohio State Buckeyes this week because if Michigan pulls off this upset, it's going to ruin Mazesco's year, his life, his season. But we got some good action today. Ohio State.
What do you want me to do? Turn it down? It's been 4 years. I mean, they quit after 1 year. That 1 year they didn't play, but the last 3 years have been not particularly fun, especially marrying into a family of all Michigan fans. We've got some fantastic players playing today. User, let's talk about on the influencer side. These influencers been battling it out. A name that you might recognize, a guy by the name of Huskers. This is somebody we've watched a lot in Friday Night Footballs, working his way up. He's kind of in that tier of players that were waiting to take the next step. Could this be a launching point for some of these guys?
Yeah, Fitter Huskers, man. Like you said, we've seen them suit up for a while. And remember, it's events like these that we've seen people like Lambeau started. Remember we did Level Next. That's where Lambeau won his first championship. And like you said, it can be a launching board for these guys when you have these tournaments. You have to be able to take something like this and understand, hey, you're good enough and use that momentum. So for a guy like Husker, this could be great for his career.
I love this list of players that we have. Let's talk about the students, TD, because this year we have a rivalry game coming up that I can't wait for. I'm just throwing that out there. And this is going to be a fun battle. On the Ohio State side, Tyleek Williams, Ty Hamilton, Davison Igmanosin, three pieces of the Ohio State defense, and G. Scott, big tight end. On the Michigan side, you got Leon Johnson, Trent Jones, Miles Pollard, and Brandon Hillman. A lot of defensive players out there. Are we going to see some defense in the game today?
I hope so. College Football 25, we know, is a lot of offense in that game. It's such a fun game this year, too, but we need to see the defense stand up for themselves. I like that first matchup, too. You got Tyleek Williams, Ohio State defensive lineman, so you know he knows defensive ball. Then you got Leon Franklin, Michigan running back, so he knows how the offensive side of the ball works. A little bit of clash of styles there. Will we see defensive battle versus offensive battle? I can't wait to see that matchup.
And on the flip side, you talk about the alumni involved in this one. On the Ohio State side, you've got offensive legends, Cardale Jones, 12 gauge. You got Braxton Miller, DeVere Posey, Ted Ginn Jr. Ted Ginn Jr. might be the fastest player to ever play the game of football.
Panther legend.
I knew I'd get you on that one. Little Teddy G love.
Hey, I love Teddy, man. Definitely stud for the Carolina Panthers.
On the flip side, TD, Michigan alumni being involved. Two quarterbacks, Devin Gardner and cover athlete of NCAA football 14, Denard Robinson. So a little tie back. It's been 10 years since that game was out, and we're getting Denard Robinson on the sticks today.
Yeah, pretty cool. We're getting a cover athlete. Not too often you get to see that. And also, User pointed out his guy. I got to point out Chase Winovich, Patriots legend, University of Michigan alumni.
Played for the Browns too.
Yeah, did play for the Browns as well. Nice career, especially at Michigan. We're going to see Jake Butt, tight end we saw at Michigan a lot, Devin Gardner. So these are pretty stacked alumni. I can't wait to see if they have any game, though, when it comes to the virtual gridiron in College Football 25.
By the way, another guy I'm looking forward to, User, on the influence side. I don't know how much you've watched of Graham Pooh Bear. This is one of the guys, as a content creator, a lot of fun to watch.
Nice.
Appreciate the input. He just hits you with the head nod. The head nod in a nice, not a single word. Just throw him the
format.
I
don't know how much you watched them. I'm like, listen, that's correct. You don't know.
Let's go to the format. We got 4 influencers, 4 student athletes, and 4 school alumni for each school competing in one-on-one matchups in College Football 25. Influencers compete in a round-robin group stage to determine 2 finalists. The student athletes and alumni are then paired up in a show match style. Each victory on broadcast nets the winning school 1 point. The school with the most points in the end will be declared the Rivalry Series champion. A lot of fun and, bragging rights on the line when it gets to rivalries. And no doubt in this one, it doesn't matter if it's football, basketball, hockey, pong. It doesn't matter. You always want to beat the other team. Let's talk through our matchup schedule for the day. And this is where I think it's going to be really interesting, TD, because you talked about some of these matchups we have. I love that we sort of have a little bit of when you're looking at the alumni, this quarterback matchup, Braxton Miller, Denard Robinson. They were at the school. They were head to head in the school when I think it was Braxton ended up switching to wide receiver when Denard Robinson started playing quarterback. But you get to relive some of those rivalries. DeVere Posey and Devin Gardner. These are just old school Big Ten matchups.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this. Braxton Miller, I remember playing the old college football games, and he was one of my favorite players to use. And then we got called NCAA 14, where Denard Robinson was the guy, of course, the cover athlete. They're always those fun mobile quarterbacks to use in the game. Of course, Braxton Miller turned to receiver, kind of followed in the Terrell Pryor footsteps, quarterback, then receiver in the NFL. But yeah, really excited to see these guys. And then Cardale Jones, I can't wait to see what he has. Obviously, a storied career at quarterback at Ohio State.
Old 12 gauge. That's a national champion right there. Let's talk some predictions as we've got our first matchup coming up in just a second. User's favorite streamer and somebody who has watched a ton, Graham Pooh Bear. Right, User?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Graham Pooh Bear, man.
Wow, that's crazy.
Huge fan.
Yeah, that's what I thought. This is crazy. I'm setting him up for failure all day.
Is User going to ride with him, or is User going to put the mush on him, though? That's the question.
Yeah, what do you think? User, who's winning this first matchup?
I have no choice but to go with Dan Helson, right?
With who? With who?
Hey, you already know.
You just skipped like half the letters on there.
Hey, I did the best I could. You know you were setting me up. I was going to chop his name up regardless. You knew
You could just say Dan, okay? You going with Dan or you going with Pooh Bear?
No, I want to see his full name. Say it again.
It's Dan. There it is. Go.
No, say it again for me.
Dan Geeling?
Oh, no. That's not
okay.
what
All right. TD, who
That's
you
not
going
what
with?
I read. Yeah,
that's not what you read. No.
Yeah, we're going with Dan Gilly. Mr. Danny, man. Let's go.
Well, look, you already know if whoever users picking, he's putting the mush on him, he's putting the voodoo on him. So I gotta go the opposite direction. So I'm going with the man. I'm going with the Pooh Bear to take this one down.
Now, I don't want to say to try to change your pick, TD, but I'll let you know that Grand Pooh Bear is the number 8 seed. And you hate picking the lower seed. So wait, hold on.
Yeah.
I actually have no idea.
I always go opposite the user when it comes to these.
I just thought Ty was going to pick Henry just out of just habit. He's like, I'm going with Henry. I'm taking the Pooh Bear. Grand Pooh Bear, I love your content. I watch your stuff. Even though user is disrespectful, I love your stuff. So look at this man picking against you. So I'm going with me and TD. The booth is with you.
That's 350 million users on Twitch, and you expecting me to be following Grand Pooh Bear? Listen, Skimbo's streaming right now. I'm sorry. I like my tea a certain way, all right? You feel me?
I just want to say that Grand Pooh Bear has a great community, and if any of them are disappointed by a user's pick, you can tweet at him at @OneGreatUser on Twitter. He also does fix all the problems in the game. So if you have a problem with the game, you let user know. We got a fantastic booth that's going to take you through this first round matchup. It should be a lot of fun. Let's throw it over to our guys who will bring you the game. It is Fendler and Sleegy.
Nick, Ty, user, appreciate it, fellas. Fendler, Sleegy, checking in with you again here tonight for some more action on the Progressive Rivalry Series. Sleegy, pleasure and an honor to be back with you in the booth here, brother. You getting excited for the action here tonight?
Oh, you already know it. I mean, we already saw so much action during the last event. This has been on my calendar. I've been counting the days, and here we finally are. More EA Sports College Football 25 action. And like they were mentioning, so many good players coming in to compete against each other for this. We'll obviously start with that influencer match, which, is always such a great way to start it. But we're going to have such a fantastic day, I think, here as we get into the first game.
No question about it, man. This is going to be star-studded here today as we're going to hop in after just a couple minutes of game time. We haven't missed any action here just yet. Grand Pooh Bear and Dan Giesling here, Michigan and Ohio State. And this is the kind of the rivalry at the pinnacle of this whole thing, right? This Michigan-Ohio State, such a big inspiration for the Progressive Rivalry Series in its own right. And excited to see, all of the contestants, all of the students, and the superstars we have that will be playing here tonight. As we check in, it's Ohio State and Dan with the rock here. He's driving ball all the way down to the 13-yard line where he's got a 1st and 10, where Grand Pooh Bear will look for some defense here to get his first quarter going.
Yeah, and I mean, if this week's going to be anything like the last event between Alabama and LSU, defense going to continue to be such a critical factor. I mean, especially the only thing that I hope is different this week, Findler, from the last event is I hope that some of these games are a little bit closer. Alabama kind of just sweeping the floor with LSU during our last event, getting all but one victory. So hoping for a little bit more of a tight contest between these two today.
And I'm optimistic about it. You're certainly correct, though. Alabama just ran away with things, got it done early and often in our Progressive Rivalry Series show last week. It was a great night. We had some entertaining moments, no question, but just not the night for LSU and LSU faithful. A great job by Alabama. Curious to see how this winds up shaking out here tonight, as most of the first quarter has elapsed here already. 2nd and 6 with Dan G in the shotgun here for now. He's going to roll right. Howard looks, finds nothing, and smartly he'll throw that away. 3rd and 6 now from the 9-yard line, looking in. 0s apiece here. Could be the last play of the first quarter.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just great defense from Michigan there as well. Will Howard, really no one available to throw to in the end zone. Kind of double covered everywhere he looked. Might have had one open, but it would have required a perfect pass to get it over to the top of the head of that defender. So I think smart decision to throw it away. You're only on second down. You don't have to force anything just yet, but now, I mean, you really got to try and at least get this first down here if you're going to have hope to score a touchdown.
Yeah, you said it. Live to fight another day. You need to wind up on a third down when you need it, and a little bit of throw out a sack there. Incomplete on the play will bring up our first fourth down and a decision to be made. Not too often in virtual football gaming, you see special teams really only when necessary. They prefer to just run kickoff and kick return. But for now, we will see the field goal unit. It's up and it's good. Dan G going to be on top of things here early as we kick off the second quarter. 3-0 Ohio State. A little bit of bend, but don't quite break here for Graham Pooh-Bear. He'll have an opportunity playing 3-minute quarters here. So the action will be fast and furious. We'll see the Michigan offense here. And Sleegy, man, as a guy, I love playing the game myself on stream. I'm frequently playing Road to the College Football Playoff, the competitive mode in College Football 25 this year, where you're stuck with the team's playbooks. Whoever you pick, you have to run their playbooks as well. And I wind up running Michigan, much to the chagrin of my dear friend Nick Mazzesko. He doesn't love it. And throw out a sack there on first down. Defensive pressure getting home. And though he doesn't love it, as an Ohio State fan, I run Michigan. I love their playbook. I love their personnel. It's a great defense. And this two-headed monster in the backfield behind a great running game. Curious to see what kind of offensive playbooks and schemes we're going to see, but they have some great 22 personnel type offensive sets. A team built to run the rock, control the ball, and then play great defense. Curious to see how our Michigan players will come at it. As Graham Pooh-Bear here in early 3rd and 8, and he would love this one. Back to pass goes Orji, the quick quarterback. He fumbles out of the sack, and it's an Ohio State recovery down all the way to the 1-yard line, and a sudden change from third and an opportunity to now 1st and goal going the other way.
And the blitz for the Ohio State defense coming in huge there. Lineman coming in from the left side completely unblocked. Just absolutely nothing to do. It looked like he might have punched out of his hands, but a massive recovery. Gets it on the 1-yard line. And I just imagine they're going to try and run this down the middle, just ram it into the end zone, try and build on that lead even more. Just barely get the ball snapped in time and pushed through for the touchdown. What a massive fumble recovery for Ohio State to go up now by 9, looking to make it 10.
Sleegy, you called it just in time. Go ahead and pound that rock. Hopped in the goal line, set offensively, and you called it. Just pound that thing right up the middle. A-gap touchdown there for the Ohio State Buckeyes. Now Dan G, after the sudden change, fumbling out of the sack is Graham Pooh-Bear. He's going to be on top of things. 10-0 here for now. He'll be kicking off. Still plenty of football yet to be played. We noted the 3-minute quarter, so action is going to be fast and furious, and it sure has been here so far. Michigan and Ohio State, our featured rivalry here tonight on the Progressive Rivalry Series. Fendler and Sleegy in the booth with you. We got Nick Mazzesko hosting the show. One great user in Tyler Davis will be at the desk for us here all night tonight. We got a full slate of action. Plenty of ball games here. Excited really for the whole evening. The whole slate of games we have ahead. Now Graham Pooh-Bear suddenly down by 2 possessions. Oh, look for the stank click on user catch there. Pulls a little too far inside, and that's going to be incomplete on first down. Saw where he was going there. In the words of the Madden great RG, he was looking to get stanky. Kind of pulling back with the user, looking to make that high point user catch. Can really be great when it's executed well. Nice little play action there for Orji out of the backfield to Loveland. Makes a couple of moves. Maybe one too many there, but he picks up a first down.
Yeah, able to get that yardage. I like the little rollout a little bit to the left there from the quarterback before throwing it out. Gets the defenders to come in a little bit on you, opens up that space, gets the juke. maybe, like you said, a little bit too much movement near the end, but they're able to get the first down and moving the ball, especially when you had a fumble that early that led to a touchdown. You want to try and protect it as much as you can here. It's another run off to the right side, going to be good for maybe 2 as we hit the 2-minute warning.
Donovan Edwards, the superstar halfback, gets just a couple there. Love that offensive set. It's a shotgun, but also such a heavy formation there with the tight end and a wing. Both to the same side, creates a nice little overload type of look. And to the contrary, now Orji in the empty set. He's back to pass. Looks, fires over the middle. It's complete. Bell, number 12, on a big first down play and more. Crosses midfield now down to the 39-yard line looking in. This is the offense the Michigan Wolverines and Grand Pooh Bear has been missing so far this first half. He's looking to see if he could get this thing a little bit tighter with 1:45 yet to play before the break. Same spot on the field over the middle. This time it gets knocked out on first down. Incomplete on the play. Clock will stop at 1:42 yet to play. 2nd and 10.
And that's just a great job by the defense as well. They get there just in time right after the catch, but with enough force to knock the ball out of his hands, sets up a 2nd and 10. You can already see Dan G going to be looking to user on to a lot of these defensive players whenever he can. Breakout run from the right side. Throw going to be intercepted. Did he get his feet down? It looks like he did. Got one in, and that's going to be an interception. Ohio State going to be taken over again, this time from the 16-yard line.
A big play there. Felt like he had an opportunity, no question. Felt like that free-form pass kind of got away from him a little bit. Got a tempo he was not quite anticipating. We're going to get this scoreboard updated for you here, folks. That was where we were at the end of the first. Things are moving quickly here now.
In my life?
Like, since
no, not this, no,
we're getting a little closer to halftime.
I bought season tickets before we signed.
Still 128 yet to play here.
Years, which is funny.
After the interception, minimal gain on first down. So Ohio State has now a 2nd and 9. And felt like it was probably there if he could have gotten a little more velocity on that thing. I saw what he was seeing.
I'm like locked in.
But that kind of that blooper that you're liable to throw.
Yeah.
To get your tempo off by enough. That's going to allow the defensive back enough time to get back under that thing. Not sure that it's a pick on Sunday, but on Saturday, it sure is. You only needed one. He got one. Howard rolls right on 2nd and 9, escapes the pocket, but not by much.
Yeah, had an open receiver down the field, but it's just such a difficult throw, especially to make on the run like that. Able to get a few yards, at least get something out of the play, but 3rd and long now. Going to set up in... Interesting to see what kind of play he calls here to try and get out of this 3rd and long situation.
What's the toy? What's the toy?
And this is consequential not just because it's a 3rd down, and obviously you want to keep your offense on the field, but this is the type of situation where a game can get away from you kind of quickly. He's going to check this down.
No.
And on a 4th and 1 here, you got less than a minute. Everyone's got timeouts on the board. Curious to see whether we see any gamesmanship there. But if you choose to go here and you don't convert it, obviously Ohio State's already well within field goal range. You're down 10 points. This is still the first half. This could start to get dark quickly. And if you are going to go for it, I also don't love letting all of this clock run. If you have 3 timeouts and you're anticipating getting a drive down the field here, unless he just wants to bait him for a little bit of extra clock, and he doesn't. He runs a quarterback sneak, and still with 3 timeouts.
He was trying to freak.
Gets the first down. Curious to see what the play will be here. 26 seconds left before half. And I do believe the clock is going to run.
UFO 50?
Once we get a defensive play call here, and we will indeed get a timeout. Okay.
Yeah, I like UFO
a little
50.
bit late.
The problem is I don't.
But now with 2 left,
game,
26
you know
seconds.
I mean? There's just some games
Defense is stuck in a goal line set against this shotgun look. Not going to be a great matchup for him, and he's going to take advantage. A big play. Crossing the field goes Tate. He's at the 10-5 and gets it all the way done. That's going to be a touchdown. Ohio State takes advantage of the defensive mismatch there and gets it done, extending this lead to 3 possessions before halftime.
Yeah,
No, the
and then
onion
you called
game
it
was-
almost missed. I think he
Not
did
3
do it,
possessions.
DAT.
I spoke too soon. I
Off
spoke
the
too soon.
left-
I don't like the
2.
onion game.
I meant
Off the
2.
left goalpost.
I think it's good. It was just a little long,
Oofa.
you know?
But I mean, you called
Yeah.
it real time. Goal line formation against the
What's
shotgun.
been
Not
your
really where you
favorite so
want to
far?
be. No one
I
from the
like
defensive line
Knights
was able
of
to get
Dystonia.
past to try and get pressure on the
I actually would
quarterback. So an
I would
easy
play that
throw
game
to a receiver
all
that
the time if I
easily
could.
had 20,
Like,
30
I would-
yards
if there was, like, a full
separation by the
version of it,
time
I
you
would
went
play it
into the
against
end zone.
humans.
So massive play
Have you
from
played,
Dan G in
Party
Ohio
House?
State. Now Graham
Party
Pooh
House is
with
so
13
good.
seconds going to have to try
I
and
know,
make something
right?
miraculous
It's an
happen here
all-timer.
before the half.
All right. What do you guys, what kind of defense here?
13 seconds in a dream.
Prevent yourself from winning.
I spoke just but a moment too soon. This is this shotgun formation I really love. This is that all-go
All
play.
gaps?
Oh my
He
god.
might have had R1 for even some more action. Instead, he's going to throw the pick. Oh, it's getting real dark. The fat lady has pulled up to the
You know what, this is what I
venue. She's
deserve. I deserve
warming
this
up
after what I did the last
on the
2
way
games.
in.
I mean,
Sleegy,
I deserve
just about
this.
the opposite of
I'm
what
just
you
gonna
want to
tell
see
you this.
if you're a Grand Pooh Bear, Michigan
3
Wolverine fan.
games, I had
I know
the
Nick
stream
Mazzesko
up,
was somewhere
and I was
cheering on his
watching- I was
Buckeyes
watching
here,
the clips.
but
I was watching how you
23
talk to
rock.
players in the
Now
locker room.
it's
I went
certainly
back,
a
watched your
3-possession
last 6
game.
offensive plays.
Yeah,
5
absolutely.
runs,
And the
1
turnover
pass.
is just absolutely
I-
brutal for
I
Michigan so
learned that you
far.
ran the
A
Colorado
fumble that
offense. To
recovered
you,
at the
this might be
1-yard
another
line,
game, man. This
easy
is
touchdown, and then
championship
that
ball, man.
pick
You're a
6,
world-class
making
speed
things
runner.
from
We're-
bad to
if
worse.
we win
Grand
this
Pooh
game,
Bear and
you
Michigan
know
are going to
how
have to do
long
a
you're gonna
much
hear about
better
this?
job of trying to protect the football
I'm
into the
assuming
second
a
half.
lot
One
now.
more attempt maybe to try and
I mean,
get a
it's
big
not over.
throw
It's never
downfield.
over.
But honestly, had the receiver with decent separation, but a poor throw on that last one ends up going just underneath and allows it to get intercepted.
Bro.
Another one in the
Oh.
double
Over their
coverage.
head.
Going to get knocked down, and that's going to be the end of the half.
still in the
Ohio State up
That's right.
23-0.
23-0. And in a situation like this, if you're Michigan, especially at halftime, you just got to keep in mind, if they were able to do this in a half, theoretically, you might be able to do the same thing
Arizona
in the second
State
half.
or
But he's got
BYU
to start getting it
lose.
going
One of
here
them to
right now.
lose. We
These
need to win.
interceptions
Okay, so there's a decent
will
shot.
absolutely
Yeah.
take him out of this
BYU's
ball
been
game.
crapping the everything.
If he tosses another
and
one
then we
here, I
need-
think
And then there's like a
23
situation
rock
where
for
we
now.
Could do, I don't know,
It'll
we could
take some
get
two-point
in with,
conversions.
like,
It's gonna
I don't know,
take some
14,
defense.
4 random things.
But it all
happening if we
starts
lose still.
with his first offensive drive here of the second
should
half.
win this
Grand
week.
Pooh Bear
Yeah.
If you would have beat Kansas, you
at
would've
the
been
helm
locked
here
pretty
for the
much.
Michigan
well, if we would've
Wolverines.
beat Kansas,
Play
we
action,
literally were
Orgy will roll right. Looks, fires.
Go, you gotta.
Not a great meter on the throw there.
catch that ball, bro.
Again, felt like he might have had a window to go shopping, but cannot get it done.
So what have you been
Rolling
playing
right, looking to
recently on your
throw
stream?
right. It's going to be
A lot of
incomplete on
Elden
first
Ring
down.
bingo. How's your Elden Ring thing coming? What boss are you on?
Now brings up a second and 10.
I'm on like the latest stuff.
Orgy
Nice
wants the
deep
whole
shot.
thing. Morris looking to get under it. And he does for just a moment, but it's knocked out. I like the user click
That was a
on.
good ball. I'm
I
not gonna- that
don't
was a good
like
ball.
the hurry
That was
up
a
back
good
to the
ball.
line here. The clock is stopped. This is a rage hurry. I cannot imagine.
Computer's got to give me that.
I mean, maybe he wants to go right up top
No,
again.
that's a
Saw
horrible
something
ball.
that he liked. Nope. And on third down, after the rage hurry,
4th and 10.
that's going to be swatted down. 4th and 10.
We got to take
You
time.
think about this?
We got to take
You
time.
think
And
about
a
about it. Take
decision
time.
to
a moment,
make.
think about it.
This is such a tough spot. This is the more dramatic
Thank you to
version of this,
Progressive
the
Insurance
situation I was
for
laying
sponsoring
out
this
there in the
tournament.
first half,
Both
where
Grand Pooh Bear and
you know,
myself.
now you feel like you
Progressive
need
in
to
chat.
keep the offense on the field. You really
Thank
need
you guys
points
for,
here.
For
You
being
just
here, supporting
you're
the
going to
show.
run out of time.
Check out
You're not going to
Progressive
have
if you're
enough
looking for new car
possessions
insurance.
left, even if you are willing to play some defense. You're not going to have enough possessions left, even if you give up 3 here.
Oh,
That's
deep in
4
the playbook
possessions.
here, huh?
Yeah.
Defense is going to be in a
a little too
3 deep look. Might be an opportunity here for the offense. Play action on 4th and 10 is insane. Orgy's going to take off. He's got some space.
I like
Makes
it.
a move in the
I like
open
it.
field.
Good call.
Dangerous. But gets the first down he needed, and Graham Pooh Bear stays alive.
Yeah, and
right,
a
we
great
gotta go
decision
quick,
to
guys.
run
We
there.
gotta go
All of his
quick.
receivers
That was not a
covered, but
QB
no one
seat
up
chat. It
close.
just was
Gets a massive gain on
very
the ground.
open.
That's exactly what Graham
So you
Pooh
did
Bear
Elden
Michigan
Ring
needed.
randomizer.
'Cause
What else you been
so
playing?
far,
Elden
these
Ring
turnovers,
bingo
these
tournament.
drop
So was it
passes
bingo
have been
league?
brutal.
Yeah.
A couple of opportunities for greatness that haven't quite been able to finish out on.
Oh
Might
my
have
God.
one, but under
Why did it
pressure,
take
and
so long to
instead
turn
going to get
around?
sacked for an 11-yard loss. Dan G making up for that big gain immediately.
Goes right back to the play
That's
action
not what I
well,
wanted to
and it
do.
seems If the 11-yard sack is any indication,
Being
the
second
defense
and long,
wasn't buying it.
Yeah, being second and long.
We're going to
here
see a
is
nickel
not
formation
a good
here for
situation
Ohio
this
State and Dan
particular
G on
Michigan football
defense. He's
team.
going to look to get a user rush there on the defensive tackle. Orji steps up here again. He's got a
So are
spy
you in the
here this
league as,
time.
like, a
Not
team?
as big
Yeah,
a
you're
game, but he'll
loss
pick up
record?
6
Yeah, I didn't.
on
Well, that's
second
what's
down.
fun. I didn't win.
He probably
one game
wanted a
all
little bit
season,
bigger
but
of
I
a
came
chunk
so
there.
Close
Make
so
this
many
third
times
down
to winning
feel
games.
just a
Because
little
Elden
bit
Ring's not my
better.
main
You
game.
got
This
to
is all-
assume if he was in
Elden Ring
4-down
mainers, and I
territory
just kinda,
before,
like,
that is in
big
4-down
time my
territory
way
now.
into this tournament.
So on
You know,
3rd
'cause
and 15, I
I'd
think
watched
we'll
it
look to see
before.
him pick up a chunk here.
Yeah.
No play
Well,
action.
that's cool. I
Orji
mean,
steps
bring
up
a
again.
different
So
aspect
dangerous
against, like,
with that
Rivalry
mobility.
sweats,
Number
like
10
little
is in the open field. Makes a move.
I almost beat Aggie.
Oh,
Almost
man,
beat
oh,
Aggie.
man.
You did?
He'll be on
Living
my- he'll be there
dangerously,
next week.
allowing
Yeah,
for
he'll be there next
contact
week.
on the quarterback,
I mean, no offense,
especially
that's a huge
after an
upset for
open
you to, like,
field
It would have
move.
been a huge upset.
Got to feel
No,
like
not
between
even.
the
No offense
fatigue,
taken.
some wear and tear that's going to be
Yeah.
stacking up here on the Michigan quarterback.
So you've been doing-
You might
Why
live to
did he-
see a
okay,
fumble,
what
but
do I
not
need
yet.
to do when I'm
Handoff
running an
inside to
option
Donovan
to
Edwards
not
might have
hand
been
it
a
off?
little
So if
miscommunication
you
there in the huddle
hold
on the play
X,
call.
It hands
then
it
your
off.
Gain it
quarter-
2, now
no, your
2nd and
quarterback
10.
will keep it. It used to be the other way
Yeah, it
around.
just looked like once he
See,
was
I
handed
felt
the
like I
ball,
held
thought he
X
might have
there.
been
But maybe
trying
it's
to run
'cause
the
I
other
need to
way.
press
The
it
hole
again
started to
because I
open
held
up,
it,
looked to
like,
double
from the
back.
snap.
Still at least able to gain a positive
you
2
press- you
yards
snap
out of it.
and
Nothing
then when you reach
fantastic.
the
Still,
defensive end,
if you're
yeah.
Michigan right now, you're trying to get any yards
Did you
can.
play the new
You're going to
Brotherhood,
drop back,
Mario
look to throw
Brotherhood
again. It's
game?
going to be a
No.
quick pass out to the right. Oh,
No, I played the
covered
new
by
Zelda
3-4 people. Gains
Yeah,
maybe
I
2
played that
more
one. We didn't
yards
finish
out
it,
of it.
though.
Now sets up 3rd
It
and
was
medium.
okay.
Yeah, did you?
I don't
play-
mind
did you like
taking
it?
what's
No,
available
no,
there,
but I know
obviously.
usually You're like my.
Some
I don't like
yards
the- I
are
don't like
generally
the
going to be
RPG.
better than no
RPG. I
yards,
don't
but
like
I
the
mean, with the
Mario RPG
clock
so
running
much.
this low,
Got it.
your opportunity's kind of dwindling. I don't know if 2 yards is a fair exchange for 15, 20 seconds. Nice move in the open field
Get out
after
of
the
bounds.
first
We
down
need to
catch
save
by
all the time we
Loveland.
can.
Good play. Good
Number
play.
one of the only
18 is down to
downsides
the
of using
23-yard
the
line with now 23 seconds left in the third quarter.
Anything coming
And
up soon
G
that you're
taking over
excited
that
about?
player, trying to get the tackle before the
No,
line to
my
gain, but
game.
the throw a
Have
little
you
bit
seen
slower,
my
I think, than he
game? Have you seen my
anticipated.
game?
Tackle doesn't go
Yes,
anywhere,
the
but
cat
again,
game. What's
it
the name
makes
of it?
up for the
Curious.
mistake with a big
Yeah,
sack
when does it
on
come out?
first
It comes
down. Makes it 2nd
out
and
probably
17.
May or
Graham Pooh Bear
June.
just cannot seem
It's
to
gonna be good.
escape the
It's a
pressure
content
of this
game. It is a
offensive
game
line.
designed to make content.
And still
How
with the
well
rock
has it
here,
been in
obviously, he'll get one more snap
did you
off
throw
before
it
the
so
third
high?
quarter finishes off. And oh, buddy, Ohio
here.
State
I said-
playing some
We're
volleyball
in-
out there in the
we're
hard
in
flat.
sound.
Felt like
We're-
that
all the
probably
stages
could have
are
been an
done. We're in the
opportunity
sound and,
to get going the other way
yeah,
as it
put our sound and then like we're optimizing.
slotted for an incompletion, brings up a 3rd and 17, and now 23 Rock. Although Graham Pooh Bear has the ball, he's just taking too long
Oh
here.
my
All
God, what am I even doing right there?
Tick.
I should have stepped
So
up.
And now
and
on a
blocked it.
4th and 17,
So the
he's in an
premise is you're a cat,
absolutely
you gotta,
needs it
like, you're a cat.
situation.
You climb,
And
you-
it's not
you
just
can
this. He
sleep
would
in a
need this.
bed
He would need some
and then
defense. There
put
might be an
yourself to
onside
sleep
kick in the
and
mix here
magically go
somewhere.
back
He's
to a
down one
checkpoint that
timeout,
you placed.
which is always a tough
Really?
Yeah.
situation to
Like-
be in, especially as the
you can do
game
that, like,
dwindles. He
9
had the
times.
touchdown. He's got a couple touchdowns. And on 4th and 17, Graham
Wake
Pooh
up,
Bear
Alex.
with a little
Nice play.
bit of life. He's in the end zone.
What do we got? Is it 16 right now?
Yeah, in the end zone, great throw over top, wide
17.
open. Great vision to be able to get it to him in time. And, it's one of those situations, especially if he can get the 2-point conversion here, which I do believe he's going to be going for. And, yes, he will.
Nice job. Nice job.
It's one of those
Reading the comments.
situations I like to call possible, but not probable. You got 2 minutes
Oh,
51
God.
to try and get 2 more scores. Not going to be able to get the 2-point conversion as well. So it's going to make it absolutely
Needed that.
necessary to get it if you can get on the next 2 touchdowns. An interesting decision not to go for an onside kick here, actually opting to just kick it off and let the defense try. And honestly,
That's
I'm
exciting.
kind of
What's,
questioning that decision
yeah, I'm
because the
pumped about it.
Michigan
I'm
defense
excited about it.
hasn't
It's been a lot-
really
it's
been too
a lot.
effective at stopping
And-
Dan G and this
No, I don't
Ohio
know
State
about you.
offense
You have
so
this
far.
problem where when you do something, you're like, okay, like life's a little in control. I'm gonna start a new project, right? But
Yeah.
you don't stop any of your old projects. You just add on more projects. You know.
It looks like I
You're
still
like,
have it
I
on
don't feel
my
completely
end.
stressed. I'm gonna start a new project. Then you start.
Short
and you're like,
run
"Fuck, I'm
while
so
we
stressed.
hopefully
Fudge,
get
I'm
that
so
worked
stressed."
out for you. Only a
You know?
gain of about 5.
been
Sets
your
up second
goal
down
in
for
it?
Ohio State. Michigan
He does.
Still not opting to use any of their timeouts here, so maybe giving up mentally a little bit early. I still think it's technically possible, though. It is a tough spot. You got to be trying everything you can here to hopefully get the ball back.
There we go.
time
Beautiful.
just ticks
Apologies
away.
for the brief technical delay there. Had to reset things. Checking back in with you. But no, Sliga, I think you hit it there, and I think you got to be a little more aware of your game situation. Not converting that 2 points, changes the number of possessions that you need to get back into the thing. I think you might have been able to justify it a little better kicking deep if he were to have gotten that. That cuts it down to 2 possessions, but missing it, this is still a 17-point game. Needs a ball back 3 more times, and I just felt like, might have been an opportunity to roll the dice there on an onside kick. Losing that second half timeout is always tough. You can feel like you can have you have a little more license to be liberal with your first half timeouts, but those second half daddy-os, man, are so valuable, and we see why as time is going to wind here on Grand Pooh Bear. First down on the play, and he would need nothing short of a miracle to get his Michigan Wolverines back into this one. The Buckeyes are looking good. He'll spend a timeout. I mean, why not? He made it this far to the big stage on the Progressive Rivalry Series. Why not stay in it as long as you possibly can?
When you're making a game, the hard part is like
2nd and 12 here. I'm sure everyone in the stadium expecting the run.
And then you add it,
and it'll be off left tackle. Out of that nice full house type of like wing tee looking offense. I love that, man. One of the, I think the best features of college football 25 is it's not just a back of the box line either. Truly 134 ways to play. These playbooks, are in depth. They're really exciting. They feel so much different between the schools, and you see one of the more unique formations that you're not going to see so often on Sundays, wasn't a great pickup there, but looked cool. I gotta love to see all the heft in there offensively as well. Now 3rd and 9, no timeouts left for Michigan. Ohio State's going to take the check down. A first down ends it. He knows it. He dives for it, and that is going to be enough. The offense will be able to knee this one out here and call it GG's. If they'd like to. I say every once in a while the competitive nature gets the best of these guys, and they can't help but to send the offense back out. We'll see. And it is a rivalry series. We know this. This is going to be no love lost between Ohio State and Michigan, especially not this rivalry. This one is intense. And he's not necessarily going to hop into empty, throw a Hail Mary about it, but he will call back out the offense. Loss of 3 on the play. But the Wolverines cannot stop the clock. So this one is going to wind out. We need one more snap before we can call this thing.
We may or may not have.
And I mean, a solid effort from Michigan, I think, overall as well. Those just couple of mistakes, especially with such short quarters. You've only got 3 minutes a quarter to work with. A fumble and an interception. I mean, when you're dealing with this limited amount of time, there's only so much that you're going to be able to have the ball. Giving it away always massively detrimental. Ohio State actually opting to take a timeout with 1 second. Might see a drop back for a big throw here right at the very end. And honestly, that seems to be about par for the course, because if you remember last time with Alabama and LSU, we only saw the victory formation one time at the very end of the night.
I can't say that I'm too surprised by this call here. Back to pass, it's going to be complete. Ohio State with a little bit of stat padding. No more points, but in game 1 here this evening, celebrating the Ohio State and Michigan rivalry. Next week of the Progressive Rivalry Series, we'll see Ohio State jump out 1-0. Dan G taking the win 23-6 over Grand Pooh Bear. And I think you said it, Sleegy. This was a story of turnovers. Some of the interceptions they were close. I think a lot of them came down to just bad throw, a little bit of mismanagement of the meter. I saw what he was seeing on a few of them, but when you're playing fast and furious, especially on 3-minute quarters, you have to take advantage of your possessions. If you don't do that, if you give them away, we saw the sack fumble wind up in a quick change, and the offense is already down to the 1-yard line. It seemed like everything went the Buckeyes' way here in game 1.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, football is a game of field possession and a game of time. And for Michigan, like we've both mentioned a lot, those turnovers, they hurt so much because not only are you giving away that field position, but you lose so much time as you're just able to drain the clock. And getting up by those 3 scores, as early on, it puts you in a pressure situation, makes it where you're not really able to run. We saw a little bit of QB running, which was actually very successful for Michigan. I think quarterback actually had more running yards than the running back did throughout that game. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to start throwing in situation. You've got to get chunks quickly. And against this Ohio State defense, getting chunks quickly, not necessarily the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, man, I think you nailed it right on the head. We have plenty of action yet to come. Before we get to the rest of the show, let's throw it back to the desk, check in with the boys after game 1, see how we're feeling. I bet Nick Mazesco is loving every piece of that so far.
I'm sorry. I didn't know we were on camera. That one's on me. Nick Mazesco, one great user. Tyler Davis back with you. Ohio State taking the 1-0 lead, and all I can say is if that happens on Saturday, you're going to see a very happy Mazewski. Let's talk about this game that we just saw. I would also like to point out that I had no idea that Grand Pooh Bear was going to be on the Michigan side, so I take back my pick, or it was a mush. You determine at home which one you want. But this is what's interesting. Ty, earlier in the season, the first time, as we'll take a look at some replays of this game, early in the season, you sit there and you go, well, Michigan, I mean, look at all the talent they have. But the talent gap has really expanded here as we saw the early fumble recovery and punch in the end zone. If you're taking Michigan in this game, Ty, you're going to have to run the ball. Donovan Edwards, Khalil Mullings, even Alex Orji, you're going to have to run the ball because if you let it get to a boat race, it's all game over. Ohio's just going to run away with it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And you see here, as we saw, a big pick right here. But the ratings advantage is just so much there for Ohio State, so much better, right? They have arguably the best defense in the entire game. I think it's like 96 as far as their defensive rating in the game. Their offensive line is loaded. They got speed. They got talent all over. Michigan has some playmakers. We saw there the late touchdown to Loveland, the star tight end. We mentioned Orji, the mobile quarterback. But in the end, Ohio State just too good in this game.
User, you want to know, will you take any slander from Tyler Davis about being the mush anymore, or is that over?
No, not at all. I mean, because we know, if we look at the records, like, yes, RG created the story of the mush, but if we actually break it down and look at the numbers,
don't even lie to the people like that. My numbers are way ahead of Ties, man. Come on.
That's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm just proud of you. I'm proud of you, man. You're really living up to it.
He wins one game, and now we're proud of him. He gets his first win ever.
I am. I'm proud of him personally.
Yeah. I mean, listen, thing about it is, Ty, you're a bandwagon guy. You don't really look at the players or the stats. You got gassed up with Pooh Bear, with Nick, and you just fell right for the bait. But me, I trust my eyes, man. I trust my eyes.
How many eyes you got?
Well, one eye. I trust my eye.
One good eye. It's one singular good eye he trusts. We've got plenty more to come, though. A full day of action. We're going to get into our matchups with both current players and those alumni. TD, that's what I'm excited to see is these guys in action. Who's got some skills in the sticks?
Yeah, I can't wait to see that. These guys, I want to see. We know how good they are in the real college football, but how good are they on the game? We're going to have a clash of styles coming up here, running back versus defensive line. So I can't wait to see this matchup come up in a few minutes.
It's going to be a lot of fun. One I'm excited to see, Braxton Miller. What's Braxton Miller got? We'll see it. We got plenty more action to go in the Progressive Rivalry Series. We'll be back after the short break.
Hey, Flo. Cool leg warmers.
Thanks. They're just for the bus ride to work. They're not part of the official uniform.
No tunes today?
No. My apartment was robbed last night. Took my cable-ready TV, VCR, portable cassette player.
Yep, all the latest tech.
If only Progressive had renter's insurance, like their home insurance.
Then we could bundle our cars and get the same 24/7 protection. I think we just invented that. This is the best day ever.
Well, I still got robbed.
It's still a pretty good day.
I ain't got a bread when I'm in my bed, no. Been through a lot, don't know the half, no. When I'm on track, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on track, never lose control. Oh yeah, whoa. Look, they can never keep me down, I'm going. And if I ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going up. I bet when I land, they gon' tell me it's luck again. See that I'm winning, it's harder to watch. I'm setting the stage, you should give me my props. You ain't got no soul, you lacking the spirit. You talk out your neck, I'ma show you I'm with it. I would really hate for you to sit and watch me win again and win again and win again. I know it's probably getting on me and when I'm sending them. So if I ever win again, it's no I did the minimum. I didn't have to sell my soul. Oh, yeah. Please don't play no games with me. It was never about the fame to me. They needed the best, so they came to me. Who the best in this thing? Tell them, yeah, that's me. Tell them who bring the vibe, say, yeah, that's me. Who make it flip, make it bang, ooh, yeah, that's me. Who make the party feel alive, tell them, yeah, that's me. My girl so proud of your boy when they ask, is that your man? Yeah, that's me. And if I'm taking a shot, I don't miss. Who knew I would be at the top like this? And no one made my goals for me. But I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Cause it's the path that God chose for me. So even if some doors close for me, I still won't let y'all close to me. So please step back where you're supposed to be. Put the game all on hold for me. And sit back, watch me roast the beat. It's in my genes, I'm better than them. And I know my flow too sick, I got the medicine. I'm way at the top, who could take my place? I went too hard, can't feel my face. Who the best in this thing? Tell them, yeah, that's me. Tell them who bring the vibe, say, yeah, that's me. Who make it flip, make it bang, ooh, yeah, that's me. Who make the party feel alive, tell them, yeah, that's me. Whoa. Yeah, ooh, yeah, that's me. Who that chillin' at the top, tell them, yeah, that's me. Yeah, yeah, tell them, yeah, that's me. Yeah, I'm chillin' at the top, ooh, yeah, that's me.
Yeah, feel like John Morant. Need a triple double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant. Need a triple double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Yeah, I need it now. Told him on the lay. I've been moving dog. Yeah, I'm on the way. I don't hear the talk. Don't care what they say. I don't got no patience. I can't ever wait. I've been trying to get it. Running up all these digits. And I've been in the gym. I've been up doing minutes. I just put in that work. Told them it's strictly business. And I see through the face. They all just burning bridges. Feel like John Morant. Need a triple double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant. Need a triple double. Told him check the stats. Yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball. Now I never fumble. I'm the MVP. Now I feel like Russell. Yeah, they don't want it done like I want it, dog. Yeah, they say they want it, then they took the summer off. I've been going down the list, checking numbers off. I was checking on your numbers, told them something's off. I was at the bottom, now you know I'm climbing. Now they sending deals, they know I ain't signing. They been trying to sell it, they know I ain't buying. When they send a text, dog, I ain't replying. Feel like John Morant, need a triple double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant, need a triple double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drop the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they came for. We gon' take it up from last year. Shoot on my shot, boy, I'm long range. Me and the team on the same thing. Stayed down, never switched up. Only thing changed was the game. I'm in the zone now. Nothing can change what we on now. When I pull up, know it's going down.
And we are back with the Progressive Rivalry Series. Nick Mazesco, one great user, T. Davis back along with you. This event is proudly sponsored by Progressive Insurance, offering a touchdown for your budget. Visit progressive.com to learn more and see how you can save. Gentlemen, we get into the current players right now. It's going to be a lot of fun. But right now, you see that score right at the bottom of your screen. It's 1-0 good guys. I mean, Buckeye, am I supposed to be
Good
unbiased
guys.
in this one?
Yeah, you're supposed to be, but
listen,
you're not gonna
supposed
be.
to
We already know that.
You're a
I mean,
professional. You're a professional.
Well,
Be
it's
professional.
Ohio State's got the one by their name, and that team up north has nothing by their name. So I'm just throwing it out there.
when it comes to Ohio State, Nick is not professional. Let's be honest.
No, it's not. It's actually crazy out here. I don't know why they let me do this. But we continue onward as this series continues. We got a couple current players battling it out on the virtual gridiron. As on the Ohio State side, we're going to get Tyleik Williams taking on Leon Franklin, the running back. Ohio State started off that 23-6 win, and TD, it was a convincing start, and we are going to see that talent edge towards the Ohio State side. But the one thing that Michigan's going to bring to the field is going to be defense, and if they can get some defensive stops, this game is going to be a whole lot different.
Yeah, and that's going to be the key here for, I think, Leon Franklin, right? Use the Michigan defense. They have one. We talked about the Ohio State defense, might be the best in the game, but that Michigan defensive line is absolutely loaded. You talk about Mason Graham back there, Kenneth Grant, two of the best defensive linemen in the country. And if you're smart, Leon Franklin, he's a running back on Michigan. They have a great running back room. They got Donovan Edwards, the cover boy of the game. They got Cabana, 95 speed in the game. And Leon Franklin's got himself. So he's going to have to run the ball and play defense if he wants to tie this series up.
User, on the Ohio State side, I know you remember this because you've been grinding this game since it came out, but this team is incredibly talented, and yet somehow it's less talented than it was when we started the year. Remember the Quinshon Judkins spin move? It has been toned down, but this team is still going to be led by Judkins and Henderson running the ball.
Yeah, and Judkins, like you said, man, he was OP at the beginning. He's still nice, and it's amazing that they tuned him down, but Ohio State is still tough out there.
Oh, man. A great battle coming up. Our first battle of the current players, Leon Franklin, Tyleik Williams. Tyleik Williams, All-American defensive tackle. Leon Franklin, halfback. Sharon Moore wants to get the ball rolling on the ground, and Leon Franklin's going to be a big part of that one. Ty, what's the key to this game between these two guys? Our first chance to look at some current players battling in the game.
Yeah, well, I think for Leon Franklin, slow the game down here, run the ball, play some defense. I also want to see, one thing to point out, does Leon Franklin sub himself in at running back? Because they got Donovan Edwards.
That's an important question, and we have seen it work for and against players.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. So does he do that? Because their running back room is stacked. You talk about Donovan Edwards, they got Cabana, 95 speed. But if I'm Leon Franklin, I'm subbing myself in. Come on, how can you not?
User, are you bold enough to sub out both Donovan Edwards and Khalil Mullings for Leon Franklin if you were Leon?
No.
Okay.
No. Because at the end of the day, we play to win the game, period. And you're already fighting against the 8 ball. You're going against Ohio State.
And plus, I mean, tell me what that conversation's like in the locker room on Saturday. Yo, I saw you playing and subbed me out, kid. It's like,
Yeah.
It's caused a little
really
discourse.
Think you're better than me? Come on, man.
Let's go.
Like,
They
do you
get a little
really think you're better than me?
In the last game of the season, they get some sprints going on to see who you think you're better than me. It should be a great matchup. And this rivalry, one of the most historic rivalries in college football. Boys, let's get some predictions. Now, I've done my one charity work and selected a Michigan player for the first one. So I'm just going to get mine out of the way. I'm taking Tyleik Williams, and you're going to see a pattern.
And you're going to say pattern.
OH,
Not
baby.
gonna lie.
OH, baby. User, who are you taking?
I mean, listen, I'm using the eye test right here, I'm going to go with Tyleik, man, and that's just how we rolling.
Yeah,
Ty,
typical user.
Wait, hold on. Before you say anything, Ty, remember, we're like best friends here, okay? Broadcast partner. 5 years. You're going to disappoint me?
Listen, typical user to take the favorite. We've seen it so long now. He's
taking
always
the favorite? This is crazy. Now I'm taking the favorite.
He's always taking the favorite. And look, Ohio State,
the
obviously,
underdog last
they have
game.
the better roster, the better team. It's absolutely loaded. But I believe in Leon Franklin. I believe this Michigan, they might be 6-5 in real life. They might be the underdog going into this week. But in the game, they're pretty good. They're still one of the top teams in college football 25. They got that loaded defense. I'm going with the upset here. I'm going with the tied series. Leon Franklin takes this one home to tie the series. I'm sorry, Mr. Mazesco.
Siri, remind me to find a new broadcast partner. No, don't worry, man. Sorry, I just had to take notes about. So I can't believe you would do this to me. I see it right there, and they also put it in Maze, which is crazy. User, I'm just glad that you support me as a friend. Like I love that for us.
Yeah, I mean that's why you're my brother from another mother, man. I got you.
That's crazy. Well, let's send it over as we get our first game of the current players at The Ohio State University and that team up north. Let's throw it over to the word per minute kings. It's Fendler and Sleegy.
Nick, Ty, user, appreciate it, boys. Fendler and Sleegy checking in. I was hoping you guys were going to revisit the height conversation that you had at the top of the show, because having met all of you guys being the tallest, I enjoyed that battle for second place there. Nobody's battling for second place on a virtual gridiron, though, here, Sleegy. Couple of predictions going either way. Do we see Michigan even this thing up here now?
I mean, I think it's definitely possible, you know. Obviously, there's going to be a little bit of advantage towards Ohio State in these games. I think they are playing on even teams. That at least helps in-game, you know, balance some things out. But you've got such a versatile offense and a defense, especially, I mean, we saw during last game, the amount of pressure that you can get blitzing along the outside. It really makes it where when you're playing Michigan on offense, especially if you're dropping back to throw, you got to make your decision really, really quickly. So I think it's going to come down to the users in these games, how they utilize the tools at their disposal, and you know, really the play calling out on the field is what it's all going to come down to.
You said it, man, as we're going to hop right in here. Another fast and furious, action-packed game. We got Leon Franklin versus Tyleik Williams. Just like Ty said at the opener here, with Ohio State being the top-rated defense in the game, I think you nailed it, Sleegy. Orji at quarterback will provide some mobility options for you to try to escape some of this pressure, but you're really going to need to make your reads pretty quickly on the Michigan offense.
Yeah, it's just going to be all about speed and efficiency, as we see right off the rip here. Ohio State underneath Tyleik Williams going to be getting a 3-yard gain to start things out. Sort of similar to what we saw when we jumped in last game. Just try, get some momentum going early, start things going in your direction, as we're going to see another end-around handoff, cut down into midfield, get them down to make it 3rd and 4. That's very manageable 3rd down.
Also curious to see whether we'll see these guys, you know, we'll see Tyleik sub himself in. We saw it a bunch in the Alabama week, man. Felt like we had the entire halfback room joining us on the Progressive Rivalry series, man. Some exciting games, but, you know, we saw some of those guys go crazy with themselves. And now on the big sack there, we've seen plenty of it. Howard goes down. Michigan looking to play a little defense here. Now a 4th and 8. Early opportunity here for everybody. And we're going to see the offense back out on the field. Howard will have his trips to the short side of the field left. Ball's on the left hash. He'll motion one over to the right. Give himself single receiver wide side. Makes a couple more adjustments. Defense has their slot short side of the field. And a really well-done route concept there off of the motion. Put a guy in space on the deep out, and that's going to be complete for a first down on the play. A clutch 4th down conversion. Tyleik Williams keeps his offensive drive alive.
Yeah, big risk going for it. Another quick pass off to the left. Going to be good for first down right at the mark. So another good first down, but I'm liking the play calling so far. On that last play, we saw him take advantage of the zone coverage, get someone right in the open field, and then here, just a quick pass out left, gets the blocking he needs to get to the line to gain. Now Ohio State moving the ball.
Now 1st and 10 across midfield. Handoff left guard, just good for a couple. We've talked plenty about all the weapons Michigan has in the backfield. Edwards, Mulling, Ohio State, obviously, with Judkins and Henderson, are not to be left out of that conversation by any means. Here on 2nd and 8, defense looks to be dialing up a man pressure look. Could be living a little bit dangerously here. Howard floats right, looks for the whole thing up the seam.
Ooh.
Only player to get hands on that was playing for the Wolverines. As things stand, it's going to be incomplete on 2nd down. Looked for the whole thing. Can't find it, though. Now on 3rd and 8. Howard with this same trip short side look. We've seen him motion out of it so far this drive. He's going to leave it as is here this time. He'll throw to his single side. Flag on the play. Just a pickup of a couple. This is going to be illegal contact, and the defense will bail out the Buckeyes here to keep their drive alive instead of fourth down, that's going to be an automatic first.
Yeah, throughout this rivalry series, we really haven't seen a whole lot of penalties. Is that going to be going absolutely nowhere? Michigan defense stepping up after that mistake to drop them for 3. But that penalty, I mean, you said it best, really helps the Ohio State offense a lot there. They were in a precarious spot, but instead, fresh set of downs, now on 2nd and 13. Probably going to be looked to a throw near midfield to try and get close to this down marker. It's a quick one out left, not able to hold on to it after the big hit coming through, and now that sets up 3rd and long.
And that's how quick it can happen. You get bailed out, but after a couple good defensive efforts, now Tyleik Williams in this Ohio State offense needing a 3rd and 13. Howard's going to float out of the pocket right. Can't find anything, doesn't want to put the ball in play there. He'll throw it away. And the incompletion will bring up a 4th and 13. The ball's on the 38-yard line. You might consider it the edge of field goal range. He is indeed the home team here.
They're going to go for it.
He's going to go for it. Field goal meter would have been a challenge from back here, even as the home team. So instead, the offense is going to get called back out. The defensive pressure gets home. And that is going to be a turnover on downs. Leon Franklin earns himself the ball back here. And we'll see for the first time this contest, the Wolverine offense. Orji at the helm. He'll hand off inside. Nice pickup, Edwards. Behind the block will pick up 8. And there goes our first quarter. All Ohio State offense, but cannot finish the job. Little bit of a herky-jerky type of offensive drive. It didn't feel like there was a lot of rhythm. Wound up behind the sticks plenty. Got a conversion in there that was necessary to keep it alive. Got a defensive penalty that kept them going in another instance, but just could not find the rhythm that they needed to put up points to start the game. So we're going to be looking at a 0-0 contest here as we get the second quarter rolling. Leon Franklin with the ball and an early 3rd and 2 for the Wolverine offense. Orji's going to be under center with split backs. Twins to the field right. He's going to be back to pass. Looks and out of the backfield. Nice read there on the fullback trail. Pretty cool offensive formation. Yeah. Big first down there.
It did look like he had one receiver open on the left side that maybe it had a little separation, but I don't dislike the call to just drop it short, get the first down, make sure your offense stays alive as they pick up another 3 there on that first.
A little bit subtle there, but I saw Tyleik Williams click off of his defensive user. That's usually indicative of someone who has played the game enough to know to do that. And Leon Franklin is going to find. Oh, he doesn't. Overthrows it by just a step. Nobody within 20 yards on the busted coverage, but cannot make the connection. Orji just a bit outside, missing the opportunity to get his first touchdown on the board. Instead, it's going to be a 3rd and 7 after the miss. Orji's back to pass, stepping up into the pocket. Can't find anything, so he'll take off with it. And a big first down conversion there on 3rd down with his speedy, athletic quarterback.
Yeah, the decision to run there, another really great one. No one really available to throw to, everyone covered, but no one up close. Leon Franklin of Michigan doing a great job to take advantage. Fresh set of downs, going to opt for the run down the middle. Again, gets a big block. Gets held up right there at the line to gain. They're just going to be a couple of inches short, but Michigan now really starting to find some consistent success on offense here.
Love the run vision there in the backfield. Taking what's available to you with the ball in your hands. Now 2nd and inches. Right to Edwards, and he gets plenty. A big first down conversion there out of the Wildcat. Getting a tour of this offensive playbook here. He's going to hop back into the split backs. We saw the fullback angle on this play before. He's going to hand it off this time. Not quite as successful as the trail we saw a little earlier in the drive. He's going to lose 3 there. It's going to bring up a 2nd and 13. You see Leon in no rush here to run his offense. Got to be thinking that he might want to be the last one with the ball this first half. On the RPO, he'll pull it, throw the slant, and it's going to be complete. Nice read and a nice completion there.
Yeah,
3rd and 4,
game.
and the clock will run.
Makes this third down situation a lot more manageable. You're really looking for the touchdown here, though. I don't think he's going to be wanting to settle for the field goal, but under pressure quickly, the Ohio State defense just surrounding him. No time to throw, had someone open, but just unable to get it out in time, and he is going to have to settle for the field goal here.
And we see that meter shaking. I don't know if he's going to want to deal with that. He might be thinking twice after seeing how difficult that was going to be. And you said it, Sleegy. That was the defensive pressure making that play there, because he was going to have some receivers coming open, but just did not have enough time. And now 4th and 4 to go. Orji escapes the pocket right. He rumbles, bumbles, and stumbles for a touchdown. Michigan Wolverines. 4th down, needed 4, picked up a handful more, and he's in the end zone for the first time to break our tie, pending the extra point, which is up, and it's good. We got ourselves a 7-0 ball game. Leon Franklin and the Michigan Wolverines looking to get back into this rivalry series here presented by Progressive. 7-0 here for now.
And that's the kind of physicality you love to see from your quarterback as well. Saw the open space. He's been doing great at running all game long. And then near the end zone, doesn't opt for the slide, opts to go in, but it might be coming back the other way. Tyleek Williams in Ohio State down the right sideline. No one going to catch him. And that's going to be Ohio State off the kickoff, getting things back level, pinning the PAT.
Holy cow, Tyleek Williams taking the easy way out. He said, I don't want to have to deal with this defense that Michigan has been putting on the field. Let me just go ahead and get this done on the kick return. And just like that, if you're Leon, you got to be sick. You open up the game with a nice defensive stand after the Ohio State offense goes driving. You get some points of your own after grinding it out. Really a job well done on that first Michigan offensive series, only to give up the big play on special teams. He's got to be the sickest man on the Progressive Rivalry series here right now. But he does have 2 timeouts and 32 seconds to work with here. He's going to have trips to his right. Orji's going to dip the handoff inside. It's play action. Looks, fires over the middle. Morris on the completion will spend his 2nd timeout. The Wolverines have 1 remaining after the nice pickup to bring up another first down. Ball on his own 43-yard line here for now with 26 ticks left before halftime. Orji with that same look, both running back and trips to the short side of the field. Right, ball's on near the right hash. Orji's back to pass, throws the corner to that short side and finds it. 2 first down completions in a row, and we're going to get a booth review. I think that's even a catch on Sundays, honestly. That might be a short one there. We'll see the verdict, and that's going to be confirmed in the booth. No surprise there. But Leon's got to be loving getting out of bounds there, stopping the clock. He gets to hang on to his timeout, gives him a little more flexibility as to his play call here. He can come down in the middle of the field, no love lost. Orji, another play action there. He might want X for a big old chunk, and he does. Very nice pass lead there. If he puts that out toward the sideline, that might get swatted. Maybe, if it was a great defensive play, might have even put it in danger. Instead, smartly going to lead that a little further up the field for the safer completion. He has to spend his last time out here. Look to see his awareness, can't take a sack, and he doesn't. Going to throw out of it there for an incompletion. The clock will stop with 14 seconds left. Scoring opportunity here, but he's going to need to manage the clock well. 2nd and 10 here for now. He's got no timeouts. Bunch strong short side left. He throws to Donovan Edwards, looking to get out of bounds quickly, and he does. Down to 10 seconds remaining on 3rd and 2.
This is a dangerous situation, too. 10 seconds. You got to at least get a first down, but I wouldn't be throwing anything if it's not in the end zone. Drops back and looks. Got one open, but just not able to get it on target. Off to the right, sets up 4th down, and I think he is just going to have to accept the field goal here.
And we will see the field goal unit. It looks like it'll be true, but that close. you're going to need to angle it just a little bit more than you might think. And that's going to be wide left on the field goal try. Tyleik Williams staying in the game here by any means necessary. No points there. And with 4 seconds, we might get a test on Will Howard's arm strength, and we will. He might have half a step there. He does not. Oh! Could have got a little bit exciting there just before halftime, but we will reach our halftime break with a score of 7-7. Leon Franklin on the sticks for the Michigan Wolverines, looking to equalize a progressive rivalry series night at 1 apiece as things stand. Ohio State enjoying a 1-0 series lead.
Michigan are going to be starting way back in their own half on this one too. And just real quick as well, got to give big ups to the Ohio State defense on that last drive. Bend, don't break mentality, force that field goal situation, and then get rewarded for it with the miss. Massive stop for the defense. And now into second half, going to be looking to have to do it again. Gets past 1, but only going to be good for about 3 on that run.
You can see that stadium pulse is rocking. It's going to be very difficult for Michigan to utilize any audibles or hot routes. You're pretty much just going to need to run everything stock offensively. A nice completion there for a big first down. Contested on the catch over the middle. That's going to be complete. Leon Franklin looking to get back on top of things after giving up that kick return touchdown to the Buckeyes. That's how we got ourselves a 7-apiece score. Nice rumble there by Donovan Edwards off right guard and tackle there. Good for 7 yards on first.
Yeah, and again, this Michigan offensive line doing a great job of picking up these blocks, opening those holes for Edwards to run through. Sets up a 2nd and short. Going to be another little handoff off the right side. Waits for 1 to get picked up. Doesn't get a whole lot out of it, but a first down does a whole lot to open up your play calling mentality here around midfield.
Gotta love the wiggle sticks there in the open field. That'll calm down the crowd just a bit here, but the 3rd toughest place to play in the game right now will catch the drag just in front of the user, and Bell has a nice gain, makes somebody miss in the open field, and he's all the way down to the 24-yard line after the wiggle sticks, making him look foolish in the open field there as he crosses the 50 by a big old chunk. 1st and 10 from the 24-yard line looking in.
Ooh. Not getting anywhere with that. The Ohio State defense ready. Slips right past the lineman and able to get that tackle for a big loss. Sets up 2nd and 15.
Oh,
and
buddy.
Again.
And it's the same offensive play against the same defensive look. I don't know if I love the repeat there. You saw how it went on first down. As it was probably the better case scenario that you get dropped for a 5-yard loss. If you throw the bubble, that's going to be picked off. Orgy wants a chunk, and he's got it on the user. Touchdown, Michigan Wolverines on the big play. A great user click on to bring that one in. And the Wolverines' extra point is up, and it's good. Leon Franklin is back on top of things. 14-7, a touchdown difference here for now.
Yeah, and I love the decision for play call on offense there. Gets him in the one-on-one, gets the throw up in the air, and then again, like you said, the user to get Morgan to pull back, catches it in open space with enough to get the touchdown. Leon Franklin has not given up on the aggression just yet, even when he's pressed back on the downage there. Able to get one right where it needs to be for the touchdown, and now Ohio State going to be looking to have to respond. Run up the middle, going to be good for about 8, sets up a 2nd and short.
Tyleik Williams will have to play offense again here. Doesn't actually have any offensive points here just yet in the contest. His 7 coming from special teams. But Henderson's going to take the handoff, right tackle, makes a guy miss. He's crossed midfield and down to the 36-yard line. We're going to get a timeout there. Might have been a misclick. I imagine it probably was. But, ooh, you got to hate that if you're Tyleik Williams. Those second-half timeouts, so valuable, especially in these close contests. but he's got a 1st and 10. Howard in the pistol. He'll motion one in. Good to keep this thing on the ground here again. Don't fix it if it's not broken. Henderson with just a gain of a couple. Just a hair behind schedule, but the playbook is open for you here on 2nd and 8. Curious to see whether we might see a play action get dipped here after 3 consecutive runs from the Ohio State offense. Down to 30 seconds left now in the 3rd quarter on 2nd and 8. Jet sweep. Nice juke back inside, but doesn't quite get to the marker. We're going to have a 3rd and inches to go. The defense looks to be dialing up a bit of pressure. I like the pinch on the defensive line. Will Howard's going to make some adjustments in the shotgun. He's back to pass on 3rd and inches, and he looks for the whole thing. And on 3rd and inches, everybody in the stadium looking for the A-gap, and instead he says, how about I go ahead and get 6? I need inches. How about I go ahead and get 6? And Ohio State is in the end zone. Extra point is up, and it's good. And we got ourselves a 14-apiece ball game just shy of the 4th quarter.
And Will Howard, so good at those jumping, catching throws that he likes to throw. Right where it needed to be, just over the head of the defender, but in the waiting hands of his receiver. Brilliant pass, perfectly placed, and gets them level here as we enter into the 4th quarter. Going to be looking potentially for Michigan in these 3-minute quarters to maybe dial up a little bit of the run play here, try and run off as much clock as they can, because if they can get this inside the 2-minute warning, especially with Tyleik Williams already down 1 timeout, could set up an interesting situation time-wise.
I love the idea, man. If this is me, I would be taking a look around that chew clock feature. Maybe not until I got across midfield. Obviously, you don't want to get caught up not playing offense and, just kind of getting too captivated by the clock too early. You do have, you got plenty of field yet to go, and kind of case in point here. You can't worry about the clock before we worry about getting into field goal range. He's not even close here just yet. And now he's got a 3rd and 13 on his own 19-yard line, looking to keep his drive alive. The user, defensive user in the vicinity, makes the play on the ball. And a nice return down to the 17-yard line. The defensive user goes lurking. And Tyleik Williams making the play on the ball. And now suddenly, Ohio State in the driver's seat here. Ball is in the red zone, 17-yard line looking in. Your current situation is 2:29 left. Unless you see an incompletion out of bounds or a timeout, this may well be the last play before the 2-minute warning. We'll see how these guys choose to manage the clock. 2 timeouts for Ohio State, but all 3 for Leon Franklin in Michigan here. If I'm Tyleik, I am not snapping this ball before the 2-minute warning. We'll see whether he stays a little more aggressive, and he does. He'll throw the RPO down to Tate. If you're Leon Franklin, you don't hate that decision. You're starting to look at the clock a little bit sideways, but with the sudden change happening in the offensive drive starting at the 17-yard line, he didn't quite have enough field to really be able to chew this whole thing, especially with Wolverines sitting on 3 timeouts here still. A first down makes things much more complicated here for the Wolverines, but we'll see the play call. It's going to be a handoff inside, and Henderson gets a little bit sticky through the line of scrimmage and loose for an Ohio State touchdown as time starts to become a factor here. 21-14 is your ball game. Leon Franklin and the Wolverines are going to need some offense, and they need it now.
And, really the only downside, if you're an Ohio State fan, you're thinking maybe we scored a little bit too quickly there. 2 minutes, not a whole lot, but still a decent amount of time, especially with all 3 timeouts for Michigan to try and put a drive together. Ohio State opting to just take the points, didn't want to drop soon. So we'll see whether or not the Michigan offense can come out here and get what needs to be done in a short amount of time. Drop back, looks to throw. Decent coverage downfield, but he finds an opening down the right side. That's going to be good for a gain out to around the 45-yard line.
That's a good read, choosing not to test the defensive user again. He saw how that went for him on the last drive there that has him behind things now by a touchdown. Bunch strong to the short side of the field right. Orji looks and fires another great read to the solo receiver. Clicks on, makes the play, and a field goal here obviously does him no good. And now the consideration starts to flip a bit. You had the right idea, I think, there, Sleety, that if you're looking for silver lining for Michigan, it's that they left them plenty of time. If you're looking to equalize this thing here, you would sure like to do that with not a whole heck of a lot of clock left. Ohio State still has 2 timeouts. I don't anticipate we'll see them use them at least anytime soon here. Maybe if we see some goal line decisions, potentially. 2nd and 6. Handoff inside again. And it seems like Leon might have that very same idea, and we're already going to – okay, I was incorrect on the timing of that timeout. We're going to get one a little earlier here from Tyleek. I get it, but that's only helpful if he scores in a big chunk play, and he's going to keep the group. And he's going to – and he could have scored on a big chunk play, and now we see exactly what Leon Franklin is thinking. I love the gamesmanship there. He's going to go ahead and fall down in the open field to get some more clock off, but then he's going to snap it with 29 seconds left as well. Okay, some conflicting signals here.
I mean, I like the decision to drop for it, waste a little bit more time, but you got to remember they're still behind, so they have to make this touchdown. 2 yards, it's not going to be easy for Ohio State to hold, but they've already done it once this game. He's going to get pushed in. And one thing that you mentioned that is coming back to be a major factor here, Ohio State, with the timeout used in the 3rd and then the timeout used not just long ago. 31 seconds, not an insignificant amount of time. But with only
he's
one
gonna go for 2.
They've got to be, oh, wow.
He's clicking risky around the offense here. This is a really, really aggressive play with 31 seconds left. I don't know what to make of some of the clock decisions that we saw late there. Leon is snapping. I mean, it looks obviously falling down. He had time in mind, right? But then a couple of plays after that, we saw him snap the ball with the clock running with, a couple of dozen seconds left on the play clock. Kind of curious decisions there. He does not get the last timeout up off of the Buckeyes, so he's going to have one to work with here. Thinks better of going for 2. If there's 10 seconds left, I think there's a much better case to be made to just go ahead and try to win the thing. I can't believe Coach is expecting an onside kick here. That was nuts. So we're just going to get a kickoff. 21 apiece with 31 seconds left. Tyleek Williams with a money drive opportunity. Ty's favorite phrase, a guap drive here.
An opportunity to win for Ohio State just if they can get into field goal range. Again, that one timeout makes things a little tricky. Any sort of passes downfield, they're going to be having to look to try and get out of bounds. A tackle inbounds could be brutal for this Ohio State offense.
Henderson makes a nice move there to get a big chunk. Not going to spend his timeout. I feel like this might be the chance for it.
Time situation we're dealing with, and only one timeout.
He's going to call the offense right back up to the line. 2019.
Got to be quick. It's going to be another running play. He's going to keep the ball on the ground again. He's going to be able to get out of bounds that time.
In the running game in this situation with one timeout
to go in the game.
But he is able to get out of bounds there. Howard in the shotgun, bunch strong to the field right. Howard back to pass, far back to pass, looking for the whole thing. He finds nothing but a Michigan Wolverine. Hill on the interception. He's looking for the left sideline. He might be in the field goal range. And with 6 seconds left, Leon has a couple of timeouts here. I don't know if he's going to love a field goal from this far away, especially in hostile territory.
There's the Ohio State take their last time out, too. It is a long one. 6 seconds, though. That's risky to try and take a play, so I don't hate the decision to go for it, but it's going to be a really long, difficult field goal.
No way. No way I just did that, yo. No way I just did that.
And look at that kick me. Just a bit outside, and really no surprise there. One of the more challenging differences than we've seen, of football gaming historically is this new kick meter. And man, it's tough, especially as the away team. Howard looking for a Hail Mary. Will he find one? He would have to get lucky, get swatted. Had an outside shot, but that's going to be incomplete there. And we are going to get some bonus football, some free football, as they say, in the Progressive Rivalry series here. Game 2, Tyleik Williams and Leon Franklin. We're tied at 21 at the end of regulation.
And in overtime in game number 2, I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. We were hoping for closer games, and I don't know how much closer it can get than having a tie at the end of regulation, OT to settle things out. We didn't see it too much last time. Hopefully this is a setup for more of what tonight's going to have in store for us as Ohio State has on offense first. Almost a big block, but actually is able to get clear and stops it for a gain of only 2.
Just get up off the floor and make a tackle.
And Tyleik Williams knows he was just about one cut away from greatness there. As I'm sure you folks watching at home know, everybody gets a chance with the football in college overtime. I think that's one of the things they get the most correct when compared with the professional game. Looks for the seam. Oh, that's a little scary there. Might have had it right off of the snap, but waits just a couple strides too long. The safety's able to get over there, and that's a dangerous throw from Will Howard on second down. Falls harmlessly to the turf, brings up a 3rd and 8. Howard's back to pass, keeps dropping, floats right, looks, gets past the line of scrimmage, 4th and 4.
Big decision time here now for Tyleik Williams in Ohio State. Do you try and convert on this 4th and short? It's close enough to think about it, but if you don't make it, all Michigan needs at that point is just a field goal. And yeah, he is going to opt to try and take the points, force Michigan to at least make a field goal to send it into double overtime or a touchdown to win outright.
We can't see the meter, but we do know that it'll be quite a good deal easier for the Ohio State player as the home team. So the field goal is up and it's good, and I think the boys are having a chuckle here now, because Leon Franklin cannot be loving the prospect of needing to potentially kick 3 at any point here. He's in a good range, no question. If he's in the middle of the field, things become a little easier as well. But man, oh man, that kick meter bouncing around like it does is going to be a tough prospect there. Donovan Edwards inside. He would sure not like to even bring it to the kick meter. If he could get a touchdown here, I think he would prefer it. It's a nice 10-yard pickup there on first down, brings up another 15-yard line looking in here in the overtime period. A field goal and we play on. A touchdown and it's game over. Wolverines win. Orji hands off inside. Nice move there. Make the first guy miss, but it's only good for a couple. Now 2nd and 8.
Another big important thing for Michigan to think about as well is making sure they don't get too overly aggressive, because you got to remember, yes, a touchdown ends the game in their favor, but any turnover will end it against them as well. So protecting the ball going to be a key factor here as they set up for 2nd down.
Truly for all the marbles here this drive. And off to Edwards again. Nice wiggle sticks there. And he's going to love that result now. A 1st and goal from the 2-yard line looking in. A touchdown ends it. Tyleik Williams needing some goal line defense here from his Buckeyes to keep the series lead. In the Wildcat, Donovan on first down, can't get it. He might have lost one there. Now 2nd and goal from the 3.
I like the decision to go for a designed QB run there, but again, this Ohio State line just so quick to collapse. Michigan can only do so much to hold them, especially when they're in goal line formation like this. And we saw it earlier in the game. The Ohio State defense does really well in the red zone. But second down, I mean, you got to be thinking for Michigan, especially with thinking about going for 2 earlier, that this is 4-down territory unless they lose yardage.
No question about it. Donovan Edwards on second down goes nowhere, brings up a 3rd and goal. We might be seeing some of the fruits of the ratings difference here that the guys mentioned at the top of the show. Just by the ratings, by the numbers, Ohio State is a better team in the game than Michigan is. That's just what it comes down to, and you can start to notice it when you need some of these one-on-one blocks to go your way in a goal line situation. He's got a 3rd and goal. Orji's going to motion a guy around. And it's knocked out in the end zone. Oh, buddy. Looks to end the game. He got a couple of hands on it, and this is a tough field goal here. He needs a big angle. And I don't think that's enough. I don't think it's enough. Oh, I don't know about this one here. It's no good. He missed the field goal. Leon is sick. The Buckeyes get the overtime win. Tyleik Williams with the rock first elects the more conservative play. He takes his 3. He saw Leon miss a late one. Figures, listen, put him in a spot to need a field goal to keep this game going. He does that. Leon can't make it happen. And instead, we are going to have Ohio State on top of the series here tonight in the Progressive Rivalry Series by a count of 2-0. You got to love some overtime football.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to feel for Leon Franklin in that situation as well. That 3rd down, so pivotal, trying to make that pass, but so many defenders, he just can't hold on to it. I honestly thought for a moment that he was going to take off running because it looked like he might have had a lane to the outside to potentially just sneak in on the QB run, decides just to try and trust his receiver. It doesn't work out, and then home field advantage comes in and saves the day. The 12th man for Ohio State coming in huge, making that kick as hard as possible, and it misses just right. Closer than even a PAT, so a massive blunder for Michigan, and Ohio State going to be wiping their brow, breathing a sigh of relief as they escape with a win in Game 2.
I mean, if you're Leon, you just got to be sick. Between the special teams touchdown that you gave up, you've got to feel like you played defense pretty well, got yourself a goal-to-go situation in overtime for the game, but a really impressive stand there by the Ohio State Buckeyes. You got to love some free football on the Progressive Rivalry Series here. Fendler and Sleegy in the booth with you here tonight. I'm curious to see how the boys at the desk were feeling about this overtime contest. Let's throw it back to Nick, Ty, and User. Check in with those guys.
The boys are great. That's a good one. User, hey, great pick, man. Really great pick.
2-0.
Great pick.
Yeah.
What are we, Leon, what are we doing? We gotta go for the win. How do you lose that game?
User, I'm having trouble doing the math. What is Ty prediction so far? That's is that 0-2?
Yeah, it's over.
Listen,
you're cooked.
There's no way in the world that my man Leon should have lost that game. No way in the world.
Man,
and I was so ready to come up here.
Man?
I was getting ready to go. Let's go blue! Like I had all my Michigan chants ready. Oh my goodness!
Yeah. And you look foolish.
And that's what happened.
Let's take a look at some replays from this game. A barn burner. We love when these games are close, and these two put on an absolute show in overtime. Masterpiece. We pick up first quarter. Look at the defense. The defense for Leon. Leon laying the lumber, and then User, I think you could make that throw, and Leon overthrew him.
Yeah, Leon, he made a couple mistakes, but then, as you see, he kept putting everything on Orji's back. And I thought he was actually going to run away with it. But then you see Tyleik said, hold on, wait just a minute right here. That play right there kept him in the game and keeping himself in the game. And that's all he had to do with Leon, because he knew Leon was going to sell it sooner or later. You know what I'm saying? That's typically what Big Blue does. Ain't that right, Nick?
I thought we were on the same side here, but that's crazy. TD is 14-7. Travion Henderson getting loose. We know how big special teams touchdowns can change the game. It felt like a mentorship, and then an absolute beam up the seam to Carmel Tate.
Yeah, that was the beam right there, and then right here, this pick right there with Hicks, one of the linebackers on Ohio State. And Travion Henderson was a beast in this game. He went with Henderson more than Judkins, able to punch that one in there. But my man Leon, I thought he had it here. He punched it in with Donovan Edwards, and then decides to take the extra point. One last chance for Ohio State here before overtime. And then in overtime, right here, gets down to the one. How do we not punch this in?
It's the big defensive play. Prying that one free.
And run that in there right there.
Yeah.
He has to take Origin and just run across the goal line right there.
Especially knowing that you're on the road user and you're going to have to kick that field goal with the stadium pulse, with how tough that is. I mean, I know that was only like a 29-yard field goal, but it is not easy kicking in those conditions.
And see what happened, he had already missed one previously, so therefore that thing was banging from left to right. He didn't have a chance, and then he missed another one right before the end of the game, so that made it even worse. So then when he got to overtime, he didn't have a chance, and Finley hit it right on the head. He didn't have enough angle on that thing, so he was cooked.
So we sit here 2-0 TD. Still lots of games left to go, but an early lead for the Buckeyes, and what I'm hoping to see coming up in just a couple days.
Yeah, that was a great game, too. I'm hoping we get more games like that. Going to overtime, had a chance at double overtime right there. And like you just said, the field goal was shaken there. You can tell he hesitated, wasn't sure. He was like, oh, man, I don't know if I can do this. He waited too long. I think in that situation, you just got to go for it, try to go for the win. But what a game between those two. Super impressive.
I mean, that was and user, we know one thing. I think personally, I don't know if you agree with me, we need to get those college overtime rules into the NFL. Just, I mean, maybe not put them on the 25, put them at midfield, but we love the back and forth action.
Yeah, definitely love the back and forth action. You know, maybe go back to the kickoff. I mean, college right now is really putting out a better product, if you want to be honest.
You heard it here first. I mean, and it's... whenever
it's
you
exciting.
get to those overtime scenarios, like, it is exciting. And I love the wrinkle of, I mean, we didn't get to see it in this game because it only went overtime, but making them go for 2 in the second overtime, and then all of a sudden you get into the alternating 2-point conversions. It really is fun, and it's even better when you have rivalries, and I think that's what college football brings to the action as we continue onward here on the Progressive Rivalry Series. 2-0 Buckeyes, but there's still plenty more to come. Don't go anywhere. The Progressive Rivalry Series will be back after this.
Hey, keep your head in the game, son. The scout from football college is up in the stands.
Maybe you'd rather go to school for insurance.
I didn't raise no insurance, man.
But you did, Dad. Football's your passion, but mine is providing around-the-clock protection to Progressive customers who bundle home and auto.
Jamie, we need you out here for football. You're giving up on your dream, James.
No, Dad. I'm giving up on yours.
Oh, James, wait! Oh, that's not the exit.
My shot, better play up. Make it look easy, that's a layup. Bad man. Why they wanna be like nigga sad man? Too wavy, swallow your pride. All of my guys, call them, they slide. They will oblige. Called them, I told them, you playing with me. Now look, all of them starting to riot. Whoa, When I'm in your city, it's magic. When I'm all in my bag, it gets tragic. When I see what I want, gotta have it. I can't let up, they made me a savage. I can't slow down my foot on the gas, yeah. Going way up from where I was last year. I'ma make it look easy, that's it. I know God got me, he got my back. These blessings falling in my lap. I came up, gave it all I had. Rep my city, put them on my back. Hit my shots, I don't miss those. Straight up, I'ma let them know I don't fold. Make it look easy and they know. There's only one way for us to go. Can't hold me back, I'm going way up. Tell them they can never play us, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me, ain't no stopping me, ain't no stopping me now, no. Yeah, stayed in my lane when they doubt it, I make it. I know that they mad when I swerve out the lot. Thick in the plot, they did not get the picture when I said I don't fit in a box. Taking they shots, and they know that I ain't missing, and it's up if they hand me the rock. I feel like a Rubik's, cause they confused with how I line it up, I spin in the block. Hey, too easy, get your weight up when you see me. I'm a threat, please don't give me a reason. I'm a vet, yeah, I see through your decency. When I'm done, they gon' pick up the pieces. And you know we ain't losing this season. It's the reason why they hating on me, cause you know that I'ma make it look easy. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me, I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look too smooth. I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. I know.
Hand on the game, we are not playing the same. No, we not looking to change. Hand on the wheel, they think we lacking the drive. Boy, you should stay in your lane. Foot on the gas, I do not care if I crash, long as I stick to the plan. What is the plan? I cannot lie for none of you, long as I know who I am. I'm in control, God got his hand on my soul. And if I land, then he got the remote. Made it this far, it's a miracle. Anything less is cynical. Staying true, I can't lie in your interview. Tell the truth while you lie with your interview. And your acting is so hypocritical. In control, nothing more, this is minimum. Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a brag when I'm in my bag. No. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No. When I'm on drive, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, never lose control.
On a mission, on the move, gotta go, no. Ain't no time to waste my time, we don't slow down. You can have me in dimensions, big dog in dimensions. We be aiming for the fences, I'm in a different dimension. Why y'all be riding the benches? Y'all could just cut through the tension. Graduated from the trenches, no cap and gone. I ain't never need a handout, on my 2 feet, I'ma stand out. I ain't never take a loss now, ain't gon' start now at the top now, and I know. Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a brag when I'm in my bag. No. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No. When I'm on drive, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, never lose control.
Oh yeah, whoa. Look, they can never keep me down, I'm going. And if I ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going up. I bet when I land, they gon' tell me it's luck again. See that I'm winning, it's harder to watch. I'm setting the stage, you should give me my prize.
We continue onwards through the Progressive Rivalry Series event, proudly sponsored by Progressive Insurance, offering you a touchdown for your budget. Visit progressive.com to learn more and see how you can save. Nick Mazesco, one great user, Tyler Davis on the end. Gentlemen, it is 2-0 Buckeyes early in this one. I think that what we have seen, kind of the theme of these first 2 games, TD, is just the talent level for Ohio State. Even in a game that they're not playing, the player might not be as talented, has not made as many plays. The talent is stepping up, especially in clutch moments.
Yeah, no doubt about it, because you really think about it, there's no weaknesses on this Buckeyes team, right? Quarterback Will Howard, you got Henderson, you got Judkins at running back, they got star receivers, Jeremiah Smith, you got Abuka, you got Carnell Tate we saw get a touchdown, and then we've already talked plenty about the defense. It's absolutely loaded, just no weaknesses on this squad.
I mean, and user, I think the important thing that we're taking away from this is Tyler's the new mush. I mean, it's fine. Yeah. It's fine to just admit it.
I mean, it's true. I always felt like he's always been the mush, but it's been a narrative that him and RG tried to spin, and it just never stuck, and we're not going to let it stick.
We have to bring the real records up, because User has been in last place for 5 years now. Every year,
that's crazy.
Makes the wrong
That's
pick.
crazy, Cap. That's crazy, Cap. That's
like
your height.
The proof is out there.
Listen,
the evidence is out there.
I feel like if you were to put your hair in any other style, the height conversation would never be brought up. You've been wearing that bun for 5 years, sir. Let's talk about that.
I mean, this is crazy.
That little afro you got, that afro's growing taller and taller. I don't know. He's kind of
Neither of you are hitting 6 feet, and it's perfectly fine. Let's take a look at our schedule where we stand right now. 2-0. It is Ohio State with the lead as Dan G and Tyleek Williams take it. And you look ahead, we go back to the defensive line for Ohio State, TD, as Ty Hamilton in action. He's going to have a lot to live up to the thriller in overtime that his defensive line partner, Tyleek Williams, went. Ty Hamilton looking to keep Ohio State undefeated in this one, but he's got a battle. D-line versus O-line, Trente Jones. This is going to be a great battle. I'm excited to see these two go head-to-head. And you wonder if these guys maybe have seen a little bit from these other games and gone, okay, maybe there's something I can take away from this, TD.
Yeah, no doubt about it, right? They've seen the film. I'm sure Ty Hamilton's watched his partner, Tyreek, who just had a phenomenal game there. But like you said, we got O-line versus D-line. The big boys going at it here head-to-head. Should be a good battle. I expect to see a lot of running in this game for both offenses. We saw last game with Leon Franklin of Michigan. He was willing to pound the rock. He put himself in a chance to win. Should have probably won that game. So does Trente Jones here. Does he copy that strategy here, run the rock with that Michigan offense and that offensive line? On the flip side, I think Ty Hamilton will do the same here. Use Henderson, use Judkins, and use that Buckeyes' great offensive line.
Were you surprised to see more Travion Henderson than Quinshon Judkins in that last game?
Yeah, I was, because, usually Judkins is the guy. But, Ohio State, they have plenty good running backs that can fill in. But definitely surprised that Judkins was not used as much as, that he was. But, Ty said, one thing you're not going to do is come up here and take away from Tyleek. Talking about maybe London should have won the game. No, London should not have won the game.
0-2 doesn't get to talk. 0-2 and 5'10" doesn't get to talk this much, okay? Let's talk about who you guys got in this game. It's prediction time. Ohio State with a 2-0 lead. Team up north looking to get on the board. You know where I'm going. Ty Hamilton, go Bucks. Let's go. User, are you riding with me? Are we on the Buckeye train together?
Yeah, right now I feel like the Ty brothers, Tyleek and Ty, they're going to take care of business, and they're going to make sure that, T. Davis, right now, we got to wonder, are you going to switch sides and try to hop on the train? Because we already know you're going down. You're going down.
Or here's the question. Do you flip and ride with a fellow Ty, or are you just going to go 0-3? That's the question.
Look, my back's against the wall right now. I'm down 0-2 here. I got to make something shake. I got to get a win. I got to get a win under my belt. And I got to be honest. Listen, I don't want to be that guy, but I just feel like offensive linemen aren't
But you
great.
are that guy.
They're not great gamers. I don't think offensive linemen are great
that's
gamers.
That's a crazy shot.
So I'm switching to the winning side. I just threw shade at Fendler, didn't I? I'm so sorry.
That was crazy. That was crazy.
I didn't even think of that. Hey, but look, I got to switch sides here. I got to get a W under my belt, so I'm going with Ohio State to take this one down.
So you're not loyal. Got it. Put that in the notes. Got it.
In the notes. That's good.
Yeah.
If
you know who not to take in the dark alley. You feel me, Nick? You know who not to take.
I'm facing Momoa over there with his man bun, standing at 5'7". He gets shorter each and every time I talk about him. It's crazy.
Over here.
Yeah, you're Kyler Murray, okay, buddy? Kyler Murray can do whatever he wants. He's still 5'5". It's 2-0 Buckeyes on top. We've got a great battle. It's D-line versus O-line. Can that team up north get on the board for the call? Let's throw it over to Sleeky and the Fendoozler.
Yeah, big thanks to Nick and User, and notably less so to Ty. Offensive linemen aren't gamers? What?
Yeah.
What planet?
That's just crazy.
At me next time, bro. At me. Okay? I don't want too much contention in the booth or at the desk here. I'm personally disgusted by that. Feel like I need to be pulling for the offensive lineman here. But with OSU down 2-0 here, Michigan needs a little bit of life here, man. This is getting a little bit dangerous to kind of a repeat of that Alabama LSU run that we saw last week. It was ugly, and that started 2-0 as well. Michigan needs to get it going here right now.
Yeah, and we got really, really close during that last game. The kicking game just really becoming a major issue. And we actually saw special teams play the most pivotal role, I think, in that game overall, because you saw those 2 missed kicks from Michigan, the kick return from Ohio State near the end of the first half. That, I think, really did a lot to get things back under their control, because Michigan getting it back at the half. And it's going to be same here. Ohio State receiving first, so Michigan will get it at the half. decent return there out to about the 19, and that is where we'll start our first drive with Ty Hamilton and the Buckeyes.
Special teams, an oft neglected part of the game, but no less a third of the whole operation. Offense, defense, and special teams. And you said it. I think certainly the most valuable team that we saw in the overtime contest that got Ohio State on top of things 2-0. As we see here, Ty Hamilton will open up the ball game with the rock. 3-minute quarters here, as always and as usual, for some fast and furious action. Defense will be in the nickel double mug look.
Let's go.
We see it often. One of the more meta defensive formations gives you obviously the capability to blitz, put on some pressure, just kind of natively has 6 guys up on the line of scrimmage. We see mid-blitz out of that plenty where they are indeed blitzing the 2 linebackers rolled up into the A-gap. But
that's always how it is, man.
As a tendency breaker, you can just as easily drop those guys out into coverage, kind of bait the offense into keeping one extra guy in to block that maybe they didn't need. And there's certainly some gamesmanship involved in running this defensive formation. As they bailed, case in point, bailed out of the A-gaps there into coverage, trying to make things a little more difficult. Offense
nice little check
able to duck and weave with it. And even against the coverage, beams a first down play there. Ohio State still moving.
Yeah, good first down. Ty Hamilton just, again, at the beginning of these games, just trying to set some sort of rhythm, establish yourself on the field. So we're going to see, looks to be a potential throw here. It's actually going to hand off, run out to the right side. Gets a great block over on that right side as well. Might be able to make a move. Gets another 5 from it. And into Michigan territory off of a massive run. Ty Hamilton and the Ohio State Buckeyes keep moving the ball.
After a big initial gain, really not a bad play by the defense there in the open field. Thought he might have actually had an opportunity for a ball carrier move and a couple extra. Gets the juke off.
Defense is terrible.
And the big play will take him across midfield down to the 42-yard line. Looking in now. Time winding in the first quarter. About 1:10 left to play here. Going to hand off again. And if this is going to be the offensive mindset and this is going to be the scheme, this might be a tough one here for Trente Jones. Ohio State with these ratings advantages really all the way across the board. If you get a player who's willing to really commit to the tote, possess the ball, just limit possessions really for their opposition, it might be a tough one. At least turns up the pressure offensively. It doesn't wind up in a situation where really any turnover puts you in a terrible spot in these 3-minute quarters. For now, though, we got a 2nd and 1 for Ty Hamilton. Howard's back to pass. Throws to the wide side of the field left. Egbuka on the completion down to the 24-yard line. Another first down. And Ty Hamilton moving the ball at will.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really been a phenomenal drive. We've seen a mix-up of plays, a few short passes, a couple of attempts long, some really good running plays. We're going to see them do another handoff down the middle here, but that's not going to go anywhere. Trente Jones in Michigan starting to get a little aware of how these runs are developing, able to get there quickly, stop behind the line, and loss of around 3.
The run finally getting bottled up there. We'll see if it's not too little too late on the offensive drive. There goes your first quarter. It's been all the Ohio State offense here, possessing the ball, letting that clock tick away, and already into the second quarter here now. Ty Hamilton still driving, but Trente Jones with a 2nd and 13 after the nice first down stop.
And there's something to be said about these long, sustained drives, especially, again, with only 3-minute quarters. Can really bleed a lot of time off the clock to give your opponent not too much time to do a whole lot with it. The only downside is if you're not able to convert, especially, I mean, you're really on these longer drives, really kind of need a touchdown for it to pay off and end up coming back to bite you. 3rd and long here. It sets up a difficult situation for Ty Hamilton. Trente Jones, a big stop could be massive for Michigan here in the game overall.
You would think.
Let's see what the offense is thinking now. Will Howard's in the shotgun. Henderson off to his left hip. He's got tight end and a pair of receivers out to the field side right. Howard making some adjustments here. No stadium pulse there for the Ohio State offense. Free to make all the hot routes he wants, and he takes advantage of the out there to Scott, and another first down pickup. Now, as much time as you've taken offensively here, really, starting to creep up on most of the first half. I'm sorry, it's been most of the first half here already. You can't come away with anything less than a touchdown here, I think. You've taken a ton of time off the clock. You absolutely must trade it for points. He's got a first and goal from the 6-yard line. It's been easy going for the offense here so far. Throws that one away. Not certain whether he got outside the pocket there, but there's going to be no laundry on the field. Instead, he's got a second and goal from the 6-yard line. Looks like pressure was getting home, and I guess they're saying he got outside the tackle box left there.
Maybe by a foot. It was definitely close.
Real
but
close.
Still, getting away with it means the decision to throw it away, I think, was good. Pressure was right on him. Drop back, looking to throw again. Got someone wide open. That's going to be an easy catch. And that is going to be Ty Hamilton capping off nearly a 4-minute drive with a touchdown.
Holy mackerel. 4 minutes to the promised land there. Extra point is up, and it's good. Ty Hamilton on top of things here now. 7-0. Taking so much clock home with them. And now if you're a Wolverine faithful, Trente Jones about to get on offense here. We'll see what he can do for the first time on the offensive side of the ball. You can start to consider what this game will look like kind of throughout the duration here. We just got to the 2-minute timeout. If he can be the last one with the football and score a touchdown here, the game is really in the Wolverines' control. We know that he'll get the rock at halftime after that long game-opening drive by the Buckeyes. So Trente will have an opportunity. If he can get into half tied up, he's still in a pretty good spot, despite giving up the long 4-minute drive to open things up. Orji makes one adjustment too many there. That's going to hurt him 5 yards.
Not locked in, clearly. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that get you beat, boys. Let's go.
Listening to them talk to each other as well. You heard Trente mention the squiggly lines, the stadium pulse coming in to help Ohio State a little bit, blurring where he thinks he can throw or not. It's going to be another handoff here. Actually backs up, takes a step back. Going to be good for about 2. But now 2nd and long. I mean, Michigan does get, like you said, get the rock back first at the half, but going to be looking to try and get something here because unlike Ohio State, you don't really have the luxury of a long drive. You got to start getting plays downfield and plays downfield now.
Yeah, and Trente Jones went full surrender cobra there after missing the hole. He knew he had a little bit better opportunity than he gave himself there on first down. Loses 3, but now on second down. Take the check down to Donovan. Coming out of the backfield there, gets a nice chunk. Makes this 3rd down much more manageable here. 3rd and 2, ball's on his own 29-yard line. A full complement of timeouts here for everybody. But a big 3rd down to go here first. Orji's going to be in the empty set. Trips wide side of the field right. Defensive user in the middle of the field. Defense will send 4. Drag. And just too hot in the middle of the field there. That's going to be knocked out and incomplete. And decision time for the offense. A dangerous preposition here, no doubt. Talked about it earlier. If he can find 7 and get to half, he's in control of the game. If he doesn't convert this year, he's in a world of trouble. 4th and 2 from his own 29-yard line, and Orji's got a bunch to the field side right. In traffic! And it's knocked out! Thought for a moment he might have pulled that down. He had a flat option there that might have had it for him.
Look at the pressure.
Looks for a little tighter window. Yeah. Oh, man.
yeah,
Is that
he
the
was
halfback
wide
leaking
open on
out
that
there
right
just
side.
wide open?
I mean, that could have potentially been to the house. Safety might have caught up with him, but it would have been good for at least 50. Instead, Ohio State takes back over. Really good field position here on the opponent 28, 2nd and 8, and they're going to be taking their time on this one because even if you can't get the touchdown, you get a field goal, make it a 2-score game. That could be massive heading into the second half.
Did you see
You said it, man. All about possession count, limiting your opposition, and then taking advantage of your own. Already pretty well within field goal range with the ball on the 22-yard line. But a 3rd and 2, if Trente Jones can manage to force the field goal attempt, I think all things considered, you got to at least call it a win for the defense. They might be looking for silver lining, coping a little bit. Smart on the defensive user there. Had the right idea, but can't make the play. Instead, that's going to be a big completion there down near the goal line all the way down to the 4. 1st and goal, Ty Hamilton and the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Yeah, this is going to set them up real well. Clock will start moving here in a moment, and there it goes. Going to leave no time, really, for Michigan unless he can score here on this next play. But Ty Hamilton, great job getting it over to that left side, finding some open space. Almost able to muscle his way through, but Michigan stands strong, and Michigan actually going to opt to take their first timeout of the half.
Yeah, Trente Jones might have realized a little bit late there what Ty Hamilton was thinking. To your point, Sliggy, he was in absolutely no type of a rush there, and Trente Jones might have got the idea just a hair late. We'll spend a timeout. That's after a couple ticks come off the clock. 1st and goal from the 4-yard line now. Inside handoff, and it's fumbled on the play. Recovered by the Buckeyes, and a lucky break there for Ty Hamilton. Trente Jones knows that he needed a little bit of help there.
I don't think he sees the clock.
Does he see the clock? I don't think he does. Is Trente going to give him the heads up? I sure wouldn't. 1, and he gets the half.
I didn't say nothing. I was not.
What an oversight. Trente Jones knows that he stole some points back there. Ty Hamilton didn't do anything but laugh about it. He's like, man, usually coach takes care of that for me. He said, I just show up where he wants me.
Well, to be fair, in real life, it's not really on the lineman to be paying attention to the clock. But and you can even hear Trente in the background as he gets a little bit of space out to the 26. And you can hear Trente in the background. He's like, I ain't saying nothing. I wasn't going to mention that at all. It's on you to be watching the clock. And so maybe not play on the field, but the mind games and paying attention to what's happening in the situation pays off big for Michigan and saves them potentially a touchdown.
Bruh, can I see my letters? I can't see nothing.
Getting a little bit frustrated not being able to see everything going on here. I feel his pain. This home field advantage and stadium pulse certainly working against him here. He's down 7 points for now. Got a little bit bailed there with the poor clock management from Ty Hamilton. So instead of a 2-possession ball game here, he's going to have a little more life just down 7. But it's not going to matter if he can't get something going offensively against this high-pressure look from the Buckeyes front. 3rd and 4 here for Orji and the Michigan offense, and he needs this one.
Big 3rd down.
Okay.
Another drop back. Looking here, got him open. That's going to be good for a first, maybe more. Runs into the defender, but still able to get that first. Keeps the drive alive. Gets them just that much closer to midfield.
Trying to set himself up for that big, dramatic cutback there. Instead, just runs right into the defender, but it's not going to matter quite so much. That's good for a first down. Takes advantage there of the user in the wrong place.
Man, that is insane.
Makes the read on first down, 7-yard gain.
They got all these schools, man.
2nd and 3 now. Love this heavy gun set for the Wolverines. Very prototypical of this Michigan offensive playbook.
Yeah, it's like 90%.
Love to utilize their tight ends.
What are we doing?
With their running backs and this athletic quarterback, a couple of different looks. And now 1st and 10. Trente Jones working. Would love to see this thing get equalized.
Oh, I love that.
Oh my goodness. The check
Middle.
down,
I love that.
We love it.
Complete
that.
decline.
I love that. Bring him down. Bring them safeties
I'm liking
down.
this as well from Trente Jones. Doing a great job of just making safe plays down the field. Get someone in the open. Doesn't need to be a huge gain. Just enough to keep the ball moving. They're into Ohio State territory now, only 2 yards away from the first down marker. You know, just every play that you can get to continue moving as he drops back. Another big throw to the right side. Might be able to pick up a block. Doesn't quite get there in time, but another big gain to get him into the red zone.
Yeah, Trente Jones is going to laugh that one off. He looked to make a move in the open field with the back juke that updated this year. Will kind of give you this cool-looking little stutter step. When it hits, it's awesome. When it doesn't even look like you made a move at all. Somewhere in between there, I suppose. But a first down.
I don't like that. You know what I'm saying?
18-yard line looking in.
That is not
Crossed over into the red zone here. Orgy in the gun, tight ends to either side. Pretty heavy gun set there. He'll take the drag, but it's just good for 2. 16 yards.
A little conservative on the play calling. Again, they are moving the ball, so not too much to criticize here as they are getting real close. Steps out of bounds, but 2nd and 8, we've seen some really good progressions coming out of this Michigan offense on these situations. We'll see if they have something else set up here. Looks like they might be trying to run out to the left side. Opts to go middle instead. Good for another 2 yards, but this going to set up a real critical 3rd down.
Critical is right. Certainly taking his time offensively here, which is all good if you can wind up with points for your efforts. Trente knows this is an important down for him here. He's going to be in the single back wing look. There's some verticals options out of this.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Orgy escapes pocket left.
Yep,
He's going to need to make some miss. Throw down, crosses the line of scrimmage just barely to bring up a 4th and 5. Decision time here. And we are going to see the field goal unit. Trente Jones going to opt to trust his defense here. Tough situation. No doubt about it. He might get to the 4th to just think this one over for a second here. We got to see Ty Hamilton lead a 4-minute offensive drive. That does not seem like the type of offensive coordinator I would like to give the ball in this situation. Up by really any points. It sure seems like if that was any indication, Ty Hamilton might be able to chew out the 4th clock if he winds up in a situation to do so. Offense wanting to make sure they get this just right, but that play clock is going to still be running? That's not right. Something weird happened there because y'all have to make a football play while the defense was not called there yet. The play clock is not supposed to run in that in-between time. A little strange there. But now on 4th and 10, going to be, I suppose, a little easier of a call. Send out the field goal unit. We'll see if he can make it here. Kick meter is going to be tough for the away team. Certainly not a gimme. It's up and just sneaks inside the left upright. Trente Jones. The Michigan Wolverines are on the board. Remains to be seen, though, whether it's too little too late, as Ty Hamilton will be receiving the kickoff as the 4th quarter gets started here. He's up by 4 points, and he's got the ball. This might be a time for the chew clock feature. Curious to see what we'll see offensively, if we see anything offensively. A nice return there down to his own 39-yard line.
Yeah, he does a great job of getting him in the field position. And now Ty Hamilton, really good spot to start trying to run the ball. You're getting close already off that kick return to midfield. Sets you up nicely to try, like you said, the chew clock, eat as much time as that if you can. If he can run this offense like he did when he had possession first and just kill that clock, the game could be in hand. So really big moment here for Michigan on defense to try and make something happen. Run off to the right side, cut back in middle. Gets about 9 on the play and even closer now the midfield.
No surprise whatsoever there. If he doesn't engage the chew clock feature from coaching adjustments, I'm sure that we'll see him just kind of do it manually by taking his time once he gets up to the line of scrimmage. And situations like this as the offense, you really love missing the first down by just a yard. Every first down kind of reduces the number you can get going forward. You hate getting dropped for a loss there on second down. But generally, if you are trying to chew some clock, you love 2nd and 1, 2nd and inches. Defense staying alive and fighting here. Now 3rd and 3, and curious to see the offensive play call. Obviously, an incomplete pass is better off for the Wolverines. He can get to the 2-minute timeout here if he wants to. He probably should, but he doesn't.
Come on.
Back to pass. Looks at the drag. Defensive user is right there. He goes window shopping. That's not good for very many. 2-minute timeout, and this is 4th and 2.
They're still in their own territory here, right at around midfield, so you're not giving them the greatest of field position, but if you don't convert on this 4th down, because it does look like he's going to be opting to go for it here, you're setting up Michigan with a decent opportunity to try and get in position to win the game back down the other side of the field. The field goal won't do a whole lot for them, but still, in this situation, I think with how well the Ohio State defense have played, I might be trusting them, but Ty Hamilton instead going to try and win it here. Michigan is already down 1 timeout. Will Howard making a few adjustments. Motions.
Not quite mathematically for the game, but just about. Looks for a big play, but it's picked off on 4th down. He's going to get a return. Johnson crosses midfield again. And back over to the 38-yard line looking in. Will Johnson, one of the best cornerbacks in the game. He only needed 2 yards. He looked for a handful more. And all he finds is a Michigan Wolverine defender. And now Trente Jones with a little bit of life. 2 timeouts and plenty of clock to work his offense. Orji will hand off inside on 1st down to get it going. Rumbles forward for a gain of a few. Brings up now a 2nd and 7. The clock will run.
And almost that last throw attempt from Ty Hamilton ends up being essentially a thrown punt, but the return is what was massive. Gets them in better field position than if they had just not been able to convert. Now 2nd and 7, time taken on the board. Fake handoff out to the right, run up the middle, going to be good for 5 more. Time still running, but a big 3rd down for Michigan, and they're easily in 4-down territory here.
Holy mackerel, that is a baptism in the middle of the field there. Got to be glad that Donovan Edwards able to hang on to the rock. Now, a little bit of a mismatch personnel-wise here. The defense in a nickel set offense in a goal line, and they're going to pay for it. Falls forward for a big 1st down. Nickel double mug. Talk about it regularly as one of the more meta defensive formations, but it's not meta against goal line, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, and I mean, the clock stops for a moment for the 1st down, but it will continue on the play here. 1st and 10. Trente Jones looking for anything he can get downfield. Another handoff down the middle, and they're getting some really good success with these middle line runs. Going to be a quick hurry-up offense here. I like the speed. Got to try and keep it going where you can. He likes what he saw defensively speaking. Going to be a great juke to get past one and another for a big gain of 1st down and out the 11-yard line. But again, that clock continues to tick away.
This is such a tough balance between taking what's open, and it was open for a touchdown. Trente Jones rumbling forward, gets in the end zone with Donovan Edwards, and the Michigan Wolverines are going to be on top of things late in the 4th quarter. It's like I said, it's a fine balance between hurrying up back the line to take advantage of a look that you like and get your yards when you can. The other side of that coin, though, is now Ty Hamilton will be receiving the ball with all 3 of his timeouts. You didn't get any up off the board for him. And he's got a full 43 seconds left. Those last 3 plays being run in such a quick succession there near the goal line. Curious to see whether he's going to live to regret that or not. Ty Hamilton still needs to get into field goal range, or it's just not going to matter. Let's see if he can do that. And I don't know if that's necessarily what he had drawn up. Trente knows that might be putting it away for him. He dives instead of scoring a touchdown. A little curious there as Ty does still have 3 timeouts. But as things stand, Trente Jones looking to get the Wolverines on the board here tonight for the first time in the Progressive Rivalry Series. Ohio State up 2-0 for now, but if Trente can close this thing out, they'll get one game closer in tonight's featured series between Ohio State and Michigan. And I just hate the call to not score a touchdown there.
Yeah, I mean, I understand in certain situations you want to go to ground. They're going to get another handoff here that goes nowhere. Second timeout coming through. But, yeah, there's situations for sure where you want to go to ground, but you make it a 2-score game with a touchdown there, especially with the offense having already been out in the field. They're going to be a little more worn instead now. You're in a 3rd and 16. The field goal still makes it losable if Ohio State gets the touchdown, and they go nowhere. And actually, that incomplete pass means Ohio State doesn't even have to burn their last time out. Trente Jones, I mean, unless he just wants to risk it for the biscuit, going to have to go for a field goal here. And if he doesn't go for the field goal, or if he doesn't make it, this is still very doable for the Ohio State Buckeyes.
He is not going to call out the field goal unit here on 4th and 16. I don't know. Confidence in your offense, maybe a certain lack of confidence in your field goal team. Trente Jones maybe thinking it over here as he's got Orji in the shotgun. Tight ends to either side, looks and finds, but I mean, even if you got 10 yards there, that's still not really close to a first down. Takes a couple more ticks off the clock, which Ty Hamilton does not love. Ball's now on his own 13-yard line after the turnover on downs. No field goal there.
They need 87 yards in 24 seconds and only 1 timeout, so if we're looking for throws, look for them to be trying to get out of bounds as quickly as possible.
Needs yards in big chunks here. He might have had triangle. He might have square again. It's a red pass, but it's caught. Does he get out of bounds? I think he did. Going to be a matter of how they call that. Not sure if they're going to say his knee was in. Offense might be waiting to see if the clock will run here. It doesn't look like it's going to.
It looks like he was dragged out, too.
Yeah, they might be
giving
him
his legs hit at all.
Yep, and they gave him credit for getting out of bounds there. That's a big play. And the more we see this Ohio State offense move, just a question of, I don't know why the heck you're not taking the pick 6 there. Might have misunderstood his time situation. Looks for the post, and a big play there on the sack. You got to spend your last time out there, does Ty Hamilton. In a best-case scenario, defensive happening there for Trente Jones. Gets the sack, forces that last time out, and things suddenly got quite a deal bleaker for Ty Hamilton. Now needs a big chunk, maybe even all of it, and getting out of bounds. He's pressing Smith there on the wide side of the field left. Curious whether he's going to want to look to take advantage of that there. He's got circle for a huge play. Can he get his feet down? He can't! Oh, we had the corner dialed up in the field goal range, but just misses it. Oh, man, that is painful.
This is a ball game right here.
For the whole thing. All's well that ends well. If the defense can hold up here for Trente Jones, everyone's going to be asking questions. If not, Howard back to pass. Pretty good pocket look, steps up and finds nothing but defensive pressure. And with that, the Michigan Wolverines are going to get on our Progressive Rivalry Series board. A hot contest there, 10-7, Trente Jones over Ty Hamilton and the Ohio State Buckeyes. And Sleegy, man, it feels like that is the type of game that the Wolverines are going to need to win tonight. It has to be low scoring. You don't want to go into a shootout with this Ohio State offense. He was able to control the clock, control the ball, and ultimately earn himself a win. Michigan is on the board here tonight, man. Another close, exciting game, and I'm loving this. Some real high entertainment value so far here tonight.
Yeah, and then, like you said, a hot game between these two, but also at times a real messy game between these two. I mean, so many things could have gone differently. The interception that you decide not to take in to potentially seal the deal at the end, but also got to go back to the end of the first half when Ty Williams just forgets about the clock. Time runs out when he's only yards away from the end zone with his timeout still in the back pocket. Just an unfortunate clock management situation there, kind of reminiscent to Ryan Day. And unfortunately, it kind of comes back to bite Ohio State. The interception near the end, while it doesn't result in points for Michigan, wastes just enough time off the clock for the defense to step up in a big way. And opportunity still there at the very end for Ohio State, overthrown in that one pass that would have got them in the field goal range. Just a game of inches between these two.
And man, an oversight like that, like you said, just before half there, I cannot imagine that our resident Ohio State fan is necessarily going to appreciate the Ryan Day reference there. But let's throw it back to the desk with Nick, Ty, and User to see what the boys thought about the contest. Another close one tonight, guys.
Listen, I might have my complaints with Ryan Day. That's just an inaccurate Ryan Day reference. Ryan Day knew exactly how much time was left. It was Will Howard that didn't know how much time was left. But you know what I do know, User? We have a new mush. 0-3 and taking down the – I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah,
T. Davis,
crazy.
if you pick the Buckeyes, I'm flying to Boston right now, and I am turning off your computer.
Like, you gotta stop.
How do you feel about your quarterback overthrowing that right there, Will Howard? I mean,
No, don't deflect.
that's
Don't
not
be mad at
me.
me. Don't be deflect
mad at
mush.
your quarterback, all right?
User, you're muted.
Yeah,
Talk louder.
Don't deflect. That's not the issue, Ty. Let's be real.
User, I'm going to need you to get your stuff together. I'm going to need you to speak with all their voice. I'm going to need you to do it. Let's get some replays while User figures out how to work a computer, because this game was a barn burner.
There we go.
Ty Hamilton, Trente Jones, Will Howard back in the end zone, early touchdown for the Bucs.
Yeah, that was a nice beam right there, back of the end zone, the dig route. And then Trente Jones came right back, got the field goal, stays in it. We had a real defensive battle between these two. Took a shot there, and Will Johnson, the best corner in the game, was able to pick that one off. And then right here, Donovan Edwards, he was feeding the beast on this potential game-winning drive here. Donovan Edwards punches it into the end zone.
I gave up a
Yo, that's crazy. My back.
Extra point up and good, making it 10-7. Ty Hamilton still with life. But what does he do? First play, throws a pick. This was an interesting choice, TD, to go down with Will Johnson.
Yeah, it made no sense to me. You punch that in right there, it's a game over without even thinking about it. He's able to still get the victory, but man, it gave Ohio State a little bit of a chance there. Had some plays. Your quarterback, Will Howard, overthrew it on the corner route, which would have put him to field goal range.
I'm hearing you're really coming at me at this point.
Well,
Like,
you
quarterback,
you should be blaming your quarterback. You're coming.
Well,
at me
you're
saying,
0-3, Mush.
No.
You're 0-3.
Yeah.
Listen, I should have stuck with my gut. I should have.
I'd like to point out that User still can't talk. Like, this is crazy.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
This is crazy.
This is crazy.
But this is the greatest broadcast I've ever heard. Because guess what? User's muted and he can't say anything. He just got to sit there. So let's. T. Dave, is there anything you want to say to User while he can't talk?
Man, there's a lot I can say right now. He's the mush, the king of the mushes.
Okay, well that's just not true. I know the new mush. It's Tyler Davis. Tyler Davis, 0-3. 2-1 our score right now. Buckeyes with the slight edge. We move to our fourth game. It's going to be a fun one as it is Davis and Igbinosin taking on Miles Pollard. Going to be a great battle, a little cornerback action. Should be fun. Going to see if we can't find any offense. But when we come back, maybe User will be able to talk to us. We'll figure it out together. But oh, you actually are talking about.
You know the crazy thing is I'm over here trying to mess with the V-Mix and it's the Discord, which is crazy. But anyway, Ty, you are the Bush. You are 0-3. And don't try to go to commercial break now.
No, guys, we got to go to break. Guys, no, we got to go to break. User started talking. We got to go to break. We'll be back. Progressive Rivalry Series. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, Flo. Cool leg warmers.
Thanks. They're just for the bus ride to work. They're not part of the official uniform.
No tunes today?
No. My apartment was robbed last night. Took my cable-ready TV, VCR, portable cassette player.
Yep, all the latest tech.
If only Progressive had renter's insurance, like their home insurance.
Then we could bundle our cars and get the same 24/7 protection. I think we just invented that. This is the best day ever.
Well, I still got robbed.
It's still a pretty good day.
Running up all these digits, and I've been in the gym. I've been up doing minutes. I just put in that work. Told them it's strictly business, and I see through the face. They all just like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't try to ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't try to ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Yeah, they don't want it done like I want it, dog. Yeah, they say they want it, then they took the summer off. I've been going down the list, checking numbers off. I was checking on your numbers, told them something's off. I was at the bottom, now you know I'm climbing. Now they sending deals, they know I ain't signing. They been trying to sell it, they know I ain't buying. When they send a text, dog, I ain't replying. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't try to ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't try to ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they came for. We gon' take it up from last year. Shoot on my shot, boy, I'm long range. Me and the team on the same thing. Stayed down, never switched up. Only thing changed was the game. I'm in the zone now. Nothing can change what we on now. When I pull up, know it's going down. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down. Aiming for greatness, no settling. Kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Taking no else, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Who running the game now? Foot on the gas, can slow down. No, my team, we holding it down. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change, yeah. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. I do not gamble, but bet on me. Tell them that's like, yeah, it's a la vie. I'm taking a shot for my enemies. I can't waste no more time on my energy. I know they know I got it on lock. Go against me, that's a long shot. Cause I'm counting wins all around the clock. Never doubt me, boy, I don't.
And we are back live here with the Progressive Rivalry Series. This event proudly sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Offering a touchdown for your budget, visit Progressive.com to learn more and see how you can save. Nick Mazesco, one great user, Mush Davis down on the end. 0-3, baby. If you, I swear, don't even think about doing what you do. Are you ashamed for that, for the people that you are so bad at this?
I'm not the mush, but if I may be, if by a chance there is, I'm just gonna pick Ohio State every single game on from the rest of the way up.
Why? What did I do for you?
He suffers like I do.
Let me just call Rally Cry. Make sure you don't have any more. Hey, user, my good friend, you're my brother.
I'm available. You know, I already know.
You know, I got you, man. I got you stuff. That's crazy. All right, we are moving on. Let's take a look at our schedule and our score check-in. There's no longer a 0 by the side of that team up north. They got to win 10-7. Trente Jones taking out Ty Hamilton. And now we move on to our fourth game of the day and our third student-athlete matchup as we have cornerback out of the Ohio State University, Davison Igbinosun, taking on a fellow DB, Miles Pollard. Two DBs going head-to-head, TD. You know these guys are going to be looking for picks and picks aplenty.
No doubt about it. The question is, which one of these guys played receiver? Maybe in high school, they are familiar with some offense, because that's what I want to see. Who's going to bring out the offense in this game? Because we know these guys are going to know their coverage shells. They're going to mix up their cover 3, cover 6, man-to-man. They're going to have all that stuff dialed in. But who is going to be able to play some offense and get touchdowns? And I want to see it through the air. We've seen a lot of rushing touchdowns, some low-scoring games recently. I want to see some points scored. I want to see him through the passing game.
Yeah, user, are you surprised? I mean, we're so used to watching so much Madden where defense is a little tough to find. Are you surprised to see such low-scoring battles early in this Progressive Rivalry Series?
I mean, these are professional athletes. They don't have the time that offensive players like Findler has, to be able to play the game all day and actually be good. Ty, do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah,
That's
do you
crazy.
understand what I'm saying? So offensive players can play the game and be good. It's just what can you do with the 24 hours that you have? So you understand they're athletes. So that's where they're going to spend their most time at. But they still know the game of football. They're playing by the X's and O's. So they're still keeping the game close, playing great matchups.
It's prediction time. Before we get into predictions, Ty, do you want to say anything about offensive linemen not being able to do things right or something? Because Fenn's right over there. Just curious.
And I mean, it was kind of proven wrong because I took the L. Michigan won, so
yeah. I mean, you're the mush.
I mean, we kind of all took the L, but you can just blame me, even though we all took an L.
No, we can't say all. I mean, honestly, it's you.
And you're just taking plenty of L's this year, so but it's fine. It's cool. You know what? You can put all the blame on me. It's cool.
Let's get our predictions. I think you might know where I'm going with this one. Yeah. I'm going with my man, one of the most physical corners in the game, Davison Igbinosun. Go Bucks, OH. Now, I'm gonna do you a favor. I'm gonna throw it over to TD so you can kind of figure out where you want to go. I will not blame you if you go the other side.
I already know where I'm going because me and you riding with Davison.
No, you're not. Why all of a sudden you riding with Mazesko now?
That's my brother. That's my brother right there.
Loser is the king of going on a limb, taking a chance. So maybe take a chance. Why don't you ride with Michigan? Let's see what you got inside.
Listen, I'm trusting my eye.
User, I got some more Friday Night Footballs for you, my friend. I'm just going to let you know about that.
Okay, so is it if I pick Ohio State, I get back on board?
Yeah, you're cooked. You're cooked. No, if you figure, you better go the other way.
No,
you get away from me, mush.
I'm taking Ohio State. I'm taking Igbinosun. I think he's going to win this one.
This is like, come on, man. Come on, man. Like, you trying so hard. You gotta stop this.
Well, I thought I had two friends here, two brothers. I got one, and one who's not getting invited to the crab dinner anymore. He can go and have, Panera. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah. That's the spot. I can't miss the spot. Come on.
Well, you're missing the spot right now by mushing everybody. I'm just throwing that out there. Yeah, will we see, guys, I'm going to ask one final question before we throw it over to our casters. Over or under 24.5 total points?
Under.
Okay.
Total?
All right.
Yeah,
total under. So defensive battle once again. I mean, two DBs head to head. Expect a little defense.
Yeah.
Those are our predictions. Yep. You ready to watch this one? Let's see how it is. Let's throw it over to my man Sleegy and the guy who's going to be replacing Tyler Davis if Ohio State loses this game, Mr. Fendler.
Nick, appreciate it, man. Really, really looking forward to that crab dinner. Just wanted to kind of reiterate that Sleegy and I are both absolutely available. So why don't you go ahead and, get the riffraff up out of there. Get us involved, man. Can't wait. But listen, Sleegy, man, all of the boys going Igbinosun here thinking that Ohio State is about to extend this lead out to 3-1. Are you quite so quick to buy into this OSU hype here?
I mean, look, Ohio State definitely had, like we've been saying, the weapons to do pretty much whatever they want to do, offensively and defensively speaking. But again, I'm going to kind of echo what I said during the last game. It comes down to the user in control and the decisions that they make and how they read. Now, one thing that I thought that they were talking about that was interesting is with two defensive-minded players, they're saying, we're probably not going to see a whole lot of scoring. I'm actually the exact opposite. I think with two defensive players, they know how offenses work. They know how to read a defense better than almost anyone else. So I think that they're actually on offense going to be able to have better vision than you might anticipate and potentially see a high-scoring game here. If we're taking that 24.5, I'm going on the over.
I like that. So you're thinking kind of the knowledge of some of these defensive shells kind of on the level that they understand them might actually lend itself to being able to throw open into some windows. Curious to see, how these guys' experience on the real gridiron will translate to the virtual product here. Miles Pollard will start on offense for the Wolverines here against Davison Igbinosun. Orji in the gun will hand off early, and that's a baptism at the line of scrimmage. No gain there on first down. This Ohio State defense has been tough and punishing all night, and it looks like this contest is starting the very same way.
Yeah, big physicality right off the rip for the Ohio State defense. So Michigan's going to drop back, looking to throw again. Not a whole lot open, and another big tackle this time for a loss of 4. Sets up 3rd and long. The Ohio State defense having a big, and it looks like Michigan quarterback already getting up a little bit slow, hoping he's all right.
there's that wear and tear. And if you're starting to rack up some of the ill effects of this new system in college football 25 this early, it might prove to be a long gain. But on third and a whole long way to go there, Orji finds the completion that he needs for a first down. Michigan Wolverines, the drive stays alive. Ball is down to their own 41-yard line here now. Davison Igbinosun looking to finish a defensive drive. Got to get him off the field if you could get him to third down. Some nice ball carrier moves there behind the line of scrimmage. Will get Donovan Edwards loose for a nice chunk gain of 8 there into a 2nd and 2. And he likes it enough to hurry up the offense back to the line. Goes right back to the power right. But the Buckeyes are there for it that time. Stopped for a short loss on the play, and now another third down.
And I like the adjustment from Igbinosun on that last one as well. Pinched in the line, was able to get in, stop that run, knew it was coming. Now big play here, gets out in the open, going to be good for a first down and more as Michigan going to cross into Ohio State territory. And I'm liking the use of the hurry-up offense here. You've got short quarters, so you don't have a whole lot of time to deal with. And instead of wasting it, try and use as much of that clock to your advantage. Another drop back here, might have someone open, but the defense of Ohio State gets to him first. Will Howard lucky to get rid of the ball there.
Goes back to that same concept that essentially has a drag and a halfback coming out of the backfield going opposite directions, and you kind of just read the one you like the best. Puts the defensive user in a tough spot because obviously you can't cover both. So it becomes a little bit of a guessing game there in the middle of the field, and he's just a few steps late there. And after not much action on second down, we're looking at a 3rd and 7, another third down for the Wolverines. Out of the backfield, checks it down.
First down.
Doing a nice pickup there, close to the line to gain, but not quite everything he needed. Marshall on a completion there. 4th and inches to go. 33-yard line looking in, and no surprise here. Offense is going to come right back out. Orji to goal line. Tight end, wing, and running back to the field side right. He's back to pass. Out of the backfield, and the defense is there to cause the knockout. Davison Igbinosun loves it. Knows that that's one of his defensive stars making the play there. A one-on-one situation. Donovan Edwards cannot pull it down for the Wolverines offense. It's going to be a turnover on downs, and we're going to see Davison on offense with the Buckeyes here for the first time today. Ooh, and throws a contested ball there. 50-50 best case scenario on first down. Dangerous.
This is the game plan Saturday. Just throw it up.
Things up. Let's see if he can settle in here a little bit on 2nd and 10.
Who even back there?
2nd and 10. Actually, Will Howard this time. Meant to say Alex Orji a moment ago, but now he's going to look to step back again, looking for a big throw. Gets it past the first down marker and able to break the tackle, move to try and get away. Not going to get too much more after that, but a big gain for 25 yards. And now it's Ohio State in Michigan territory.
Put a couple of Wolverines in a spin cycle like the laundromat there at the end of the run. 1st and 10 now for Will Howard. He's got a couple of receivers to the short side of the field. Lefty's back to pass out of the gun. Rolls out of the pocket right. Defensive line makes a leaping dive, but can't get there. And instead, back over the middle. And a punishing defensive hit will jar the ball loose. Will Howard saw an opportunity late, had rolled all the way to the right sideline, looks to throw back in the middle of the field. But the Wolverine defensive back able to get there, knock the ball loose. And on 2nd and 10, it's going to be a handoff for no gain. And now a 3rd and 10. Offense will hurry up right back to the line. Will Howard in the gun, tight end, and a pair of receivers to his right. Henderson off his left hip. Full slide by the line. Completion for a big conversion there. Really well done. Davison Igbinosun looks like he's played a couple games here already. And now as we get to the second quarter, still zeros apiece. But the Ohio State Buckeyes driving and looking for the first points of the game.
Yeah, it's solid first quarter for, I think, both of these teams. Michigan had that opportunity. Weren't quite able to convert fourth. Ohio State hasn't yet been put into that position yet. But Howard, handoff this time down the middle. He's got room to run. close to the first down, a pickup of 9, and Ohio State entering into the red zone for 2nd and 1.
Again.
And there goes Quinshon Judkins with an opportunity. Hands off inside. Oh, you could have driven a truck through that opening there. No problem whatsoever. He goes untouched all the way to the end zone. Just as I was about to make a comment as to how much Henderson we have seen instead of Judkins there. I think really by the default depth chart, I do believe they have Henderson listed as the 3rd down back, which would, extra point is no good, though. We'll see if that comes back to bite him. I do believe Henderson is listed as the 3rd down back, so you'll see him come in a bunch of shotgun type of sets. So that might be contributing as to why we haven't seen much of Judkins really in any of our games just yet. But I would have spoken too soon as he goes completely untouched there for a touchdown. Left the extra point hanging, though. And so it's going to be 6-0 with Miles Pollard and the Wolverines back on offense, looking to match or better the 6-point deficit.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's still a great drive for Ohio State, even without them being able to pick up that PAT. To play action pass here. He's got one wide open down the middle. Going to be able to dodge one tackle and get into Michigan territory, or to Ohio State territory. Great pickup there. Keeps the drive alive in 30 seconds until the 2-minute timeout.
Big completion there for Orji. Miles Pollard will get right up on the line, wasting no time whatsoever. Nice cutback to the backside B gap there for Donovan Edwards. And the offense is going to stay aggressive here. Keep that same personnel grouping out. He'll audible over to a slightly different pistol set here. Back to the handoff inside to Edwards. Good for just a couple. And now on 3rd and 5, we'll see what the Wolverines offense is cooking up here as we just get to the 2-minute timeout here tonight on the Progressive Rivalry Series featuring Ohio State and Michigan here tonight. Fendler and Sleegy in the booth. Nick, Ty, and the one great Mush user in the booth with us here tonight. And after the 3rd down incompletion, a 4th and 5. This does not feel like field goal range, especially not with that stadium pulse doing what it'll do to that kick meter. I would anticipate that we will probably see the offense look for a 5-yard conversion here, and we will. Orji's going to be in the single back bunch formation with the bunch to the short side of the field. Right, he's back to pass. Looks, finds over the middle of the field, and he's able to hang on to it despite the cold status there of the receiver. A contested catch, no question, but able to hang on to it all the way through, right back on the ground to Donovan Edwards. And suddenly the Wolverines are cooking with grease here down to the 13-yard line, looking in. 1st and 10, they'll stay aggressive in the hurry-up. Makes an audible over to a shotgun set. Back inside to Donovan. Makes a nice move up that left B-gap 7-yard gain. Brings up a 2nd and 3. Not giving anyone time to breathe. The booth nor the Ohio State defense here. Orji's right back up on the ball under center here in the single back. Looks to scramble, and finally, Ohio State making a defensive play to send everybody back to the huddle on 3rd and 13.
And that's a big sack as well. Takes it from 3rd and manageable to now 3rd and long. Ohio State's defense doing a good job of applying pressure to Alex Orji when necessary. Now a big play going to be needed. Drops back again. Not really anyone open, and the line going to collapse. Orji goes down. And 4th and 17, I think we'll see the field goal unit. And that's Orji slow to get up a 2nd time this game.
Oh, my God.
Really just getting punished here by this Ohio State defense here so far. Smartly, Davison Igbinosun is going to spend one of his first half timeouts. You can't take those home with you. They don't offer to-go bags for those first half timeouts. You either spend them or don't. He'll use one of his to try to leave a little bit of time on the clock for his offense going to be inbound. Doesn't want to take a chance at the field goal with how that kick meter would be rocking. So instead looks to convert the 4th down and doesn't. And now instead, Davison Igbinosun will take over after the turnover on downs with 47 seconds left before halftime and 2 timeouts to work with. Ooh. Little bit of a dangerous window shopping throw there in the middle of the field, but it's complete. First down. Clock will stop for just a couple of seconds, but it's running again here on the snap. Henderson handoff inside. That feels like another opportunity for a timeout, and he'll spend his second there after a very short gain. Don't love the play call there to hand off inside, given the situation you got with the clock and your timeouts, but he'll still have one to spend after this incompletion on second down. 3rd and 8, 31 ticks to go. One timeout for the Ohio State Buckeyes.
And now we're in a situation where Michigan might start thinking about using their timeouts. Miles Pollard, if he gets a stop here, could potentially set up an opportunity, especially if Igbinosun goes for it on 4th. If they're not able to convert, we'll see whether or not it's a major 3rd down. Line holding well. Drops back. Looked like he might have had an angle to run, but it closes
good
quickly.
Defensive user, man.
Intercepted, gets that foot in, and that is huge for Michigan. 25 seconds and all 3 timeouts. They can do some work here.
Holy mackerel. That's one of them situations where it's like water covers 70% of the earth, and he was covering the rest of it. Goodness gracious, the defensive user just taking away the first 3 reads, it seemed like. Bates the offense into throwing the ball, testing the user, and he passed the test there. Great user pick on the sideline. Not sure if it would have been good on Sundays, but it's good on Saturdays. Looks for the whole thing on 2nd and 4. Incomplete there. Long down the middle of the field. Looks for the post. Finds nothing but the turf. 3rd and 4. 14 seconds left. Michigan does still have 2 timeouts, so the whole field is available to them. Looks for the corner. And doesn't find it. A pretty good read there to an open man. You got to hope that your big dog can hang on and complete the process of the catch there. No such luck on 3rd down. And now 4th and 4, 10 seconds left. This is tricky. This is a tricky situation. Igbinosun does still have a timeout. I'm not sure that will come to bear here. It depends on how long this play takes and whether he gets a conversion or not. Orji steps up, looks, fires. It's going to be picked off. I'm sure the Buckeyes would rather have seen a swat there, but instead he'll cook another couple seconds on the potentially ill-advised interception return, and he's only going to be left with 2 seconds and an opportunity to huck this thing. We might see a Will Howard arm strength test here with the ball on his own 47-yard line. 2 ticks is going to be a touchdown or nothing here. We'll see if he can catch the defense slipping. A little bit of an aggressive defensive set here in the nickel. Going to play some zone. Will Howard back to pass. Looks for the whole thing. Fires. He had a step, but just could not get it over the top of Will Johnson. We've seen it before. One of the best corners in the game. That's going to be a tough proposition there to get one over him, and he doesn't. So as we reach halftime here, Davison Igbinosun on top of things, 6-0. The Ohio State Buckeyes looking to maintain control here in the progressive rivalry series.
We need another stop.
And he'll get the rock back again. Up 6 points already with an opportunity to make things even a little darker for Miles Pollard and the Wolverines.
Good return coverage, though, from Michigan. Stops him at the 17. So Ohio State's going to have to lot of field to cover here in the second half. But I think you're exactly right. Great defensive playing there in the first half to be able to stop Michigan from being able to get points. And now an opportunity to go up 2 scores. Big, big moment for Ohio State to try and really establish a controlling lead here in this game. I'm going to be looking for the defense to potentially dial up blitzes. Ohio State not able to get it off in time. Going to be called for delay of game. That's going to back them up even farther.
Nice way for the Wolverines to open up the second half there. They're going to need a stop. Even a field goal here obviously pushes this thing to a 2-possession game, and in the fast and furious action of 3-minute quarters here, that could be a tough thing to get around. Even tougher is that defensive pressure that gets home, forcing Will Howard down at his own 3-yard line in the shadows of his own uprights.
Need a safety or something.
And I thought they would dial up blitz, and that's exactly what they do. He's able to get to him, drops him at the 3. So now, second and forever, inside of his own end zone is Will Howard, as they're going to look to try and escape this situation. A first down would be massive, but Michigan looking to try and set up a huge stop here. Big throw down the field, but it's going to get batted down, set up third down.
You want to talk about living dangerously, feeling okay, dipping a play action while you're 3 yards deep into your own end zone. Bold looks for a big chunk play, but doesn't find anything. Now on 3rd and 25, Will Howard still standing in his own end zone. And this was always a terrifying situation during my days playing center. You wind up backed up this far, especially if you're in the gun. You are a slip of your finger away from true catastrophe.
Go ahead, go for it.
And though the snap got off just fine there, he's going to go nowhere fast. Incomplete on 3rd down. And, man, this is football gaming here, Sleegy. This is football gaming.
You would never see this in real life.
Nah, this is good old-fashioned football gaming. I know these guys grew up playing Madden against their buddies. Going for it on 4th and 25. It's going to be picked off again. Just can't get a swat when he needs it, but he's looking for a return here, and he might have some room. And the interception will serve as about 15 yards worth of an arm punt there. Could have certainly been, I guess, a little bit worse for him, but I don't know. A baffling decision there to go for it. 4th and 25 to go. This is not a 4th and 3 in your own end. This was 4th and about a half a mile. And not a huge surprise there. It's incomplete. I know our competitors are begging to find that R1 button that will swat some of these 4th down interceptions rather than catch them. But if he can get into the end zone here, it's going to be no harm, no foul. Donovan Edwards gets a little bit wiggly behind the line of scrimmage. He'll pluck his way forward to bring up a 1st and goal from the 5-yard line looking in. Right back to the line. The Wolverines offense has been successful with this hurry-up so far. A little surprised we didn't see him right back to the line there. And we're going to get a second-half timeout from the Ohio State Buckeyes. Davison Igbinosun
What year are you in?
on the goal line here. And I don't know there, Sleegy. He only got 1 yard yet to go. I mean, he takes advantage and gets into a goal line set. He's going to pinch everything. Looks to give that wide zone and goes nowhere. So let me say this. If he's able to get a defensive stop here, then obviously the timeout was well spent. But we've talked about it already here tonight, how valuable these second-half timeouts can really be. Tough to see him use one there. Defensive user taking away a couple looks. X might have came open late, but the pressure got there in time. And now another 4th down opportunity. The Buckeyes playing some goal line defense here for now. I don't think we're going to see the field goal unit. Offense is clicking around, looking for something that they like here on 4th and goal from the 5. Just under a minute left in the 3rd quarter. Touchdown and an extra point would take the lead here for the first time. 6-0 is your ball game here for now. Igbinosun on top of things on the sticks for the Buckeyes. Orgy's back to pass. Looks to the back of the end zone. Finds nothing but an Ohio State Buckeye. Makes the swat there. And that's going to be another turnover on downs. These guys unable to complete these offensive drives here early. And that's why we're looking at a 6-0 ball game here late in the contest.
Yeah, and it's kind of giving me flashbacks to the last game as
buddy.
well.
Henderson.
Actually, Ohio State getting a huge run, able to get out of the pack and get some speed. No one's going to be able to catch up to him. It may have been a mile, but it was a mile in one play, 95 yards, and Ohio State going to get their second touchdown of the game.
And Igbinosun knows he got gifted one from above there. What a massive change of circumstance. You go from an and goal opportunity, looking to potentially take the lead, and just 2 plays later, after the 2-point conversion is good, you are suddenly down 14-0. What a rapid change of events here in the favor of these Ohio State Buckeyes. Davison Igbinosun taking advantage of the defensive stop right away.
Oh!
And Miles Pollard would love this one if he could get the rest of the way loose. He's across midfield. He's at the 30, 25-20. He's got one man to beat. Will he? He will not. But the big return takes him all the way down to the 6-yard line. He's got to be hating that he couldn't finish that one because this goal line defense from the Buckeyes has been stout so far. It's only 6 yards to go, but the windows get smaller down here, and this has been a tough proposition to get really anything going. The closer he's gotten to the goal line on first down, picks up just a couple, second and goal from the 4.
Yeah, big moment for the Michigan offense here. They've got great field position from that return, and that's going to be a window that opens wide up, able to push it through, and Michigan responds after the massive kick return, getting their first points of the game and cutting the lead to just one possession.
He needed it there, and he's going to need some defense here as well. This is an analytics call that I've had it explained to me plenty of times such that I should understand it, but I still just don't. This is an analytics thing. This is very counter to what I would call like a more traditional football call here, but I see it regularly. I mean, you see it in the NFL all the time. This situation where, you know, your teams are looking to create a 6-point deficit rather than just taking their extra point and, you know, trading touchdowns in a more traditional fashion. But we do see this plenty. 2-point conversion after the touchdown is good to make the score 14-8. That analytics decision, really any decision, analytics or otherwise, it always makes you look good when things go right, and they did there. Miles Pollard, good for the 2-point conversion. 14-8 is your ball game here at the end of the third quarter. Davison Igbinosun will return the kick here. He's up by 6 points for now, and I'm sure has a mind to get some of this clock off, maybe a couple timeouts off the board for the Wolverines, and see if he could choke out the rest of this game.
Yeah, big play that makes it an interesting sort of situation, makes Davison Igbinosun think about having to go for 2 again after that initial PAT miss on the return here. Not going to get a whole lot out of it, out to around the 19. And so now the Michigan defense going to be retaking the field, looking to try and may have a big stop to give their offense an opportunity to win the game here in the fourth quarter.
Will Howard just over the top of the linebacker level, and Scott Jr., big number 88 on a big play. He's at the 20-15, and he'll be wrangled down at the 10-yard line. Deep into field goal range goes Davison Igbinosun, and if I'm in his shoes, if I'm on the sticks here, I'm slowing everything down. You're in no rush. I like snapping this at 2:30 so you could get down to the 2-minute timeout. Let's see if he's thinking the same. He'll tick it down 33, 32, 31. Will Howard will make a last-minute adjustment here. Feels like he's probably good to snap as long as he keeps the clock running. He will either get a timeout off of Michigan or just get to the 2-minute timeout. Either one is a little closer to the end of the game for Igbinosun. Going to take advantage of the full play clock here. Hands off inside to Henderson. Easy money for the touchdown there, Sleegy. You called it as it was happening. That was no problem.
I mean, just great blocking there. Ohio State, if there's one thing that they are phenomenal at, it is creating space for their running backs and even sometimes for Will Howard himself to run through. Opens up the lane there. It couldn't have been any easier than that. Pushed through one defender right there on the line. And now Ohio State, they're going to be going for the 2-point as well. They do not want Michigan creeping up on them, even though they have a big lead already late in the fourth.
Rather than settle for a 13-point lead, they're going to try to make it 14, and they do. A square couple of touchdowns now separate our gamers here. Davison Igbinosun on top of things on the sticks for the Ohio State Buckeyes. He's got 22 to Miles Pollard and the Michigan Wolverines 8 here. Ohio State looking to widen the gap a little bit over the course of the evening here. The Progressive Rivalry Series this week celebrating one of the greatest rivalries really in all of sports, Ohio State and Michigan. We'll have students, we'll have alumni playing here tonight. Just a few games into the action, and we got plenty more to come. But if Ohio State can bring this thing home, I'm curious to see what the conversation at the desk will be. I don't know who they're going to be able to call the mush if all three of the boys got this right. But Miles Pollard still has a little bit of life, especially for as long as he holds on to those 3 timeouts. That just speaks to the point of really how important those second-half timeouts are for these guys. If he's able to score here, for example, and hold all 3 of them, you really could, if you have 3, you could kick it deep. You're not absolutely bound to an onside kick like you would be if you didn't have 3 timeouts and you couldn't go 1, 2, 3 timeouts and make a decision on 4th down. So after the delay of game, which you got to hate at this point on the field, 1st and 15. Oh, has an opportunity there but cannot complete the catch. Looked like an in, might have been a smart routed in, right around the sticks there. 2 ticks yet to go before the 2-minute timeout here in the 4th quarter.
You got to throw right now?
Multiple touchdown lead for Ohio State. Dips a play action inside. Looks for the whole thing. He's wide open. A busted coverage, and Morgan gets loose. The 10, the 5. That's a touchdown, and that is exactly what Miles Pollard needed there. He gets the whole thing, and it's quick. And again, the same analytics play that, I don't know. If this is me on the sticks, I'm taking my extra point. If you don't get this, it just puts so much pressure on, because then not only do you need a touchdown, you need a 2-point. But if you can get the 2-point, which he cannot. Oh, thought he might have had a foot down there, Sleegy. No luck. And it's still an 8-point game.
What happened?
Not able to hold on to it either. So even if you had been inbound, it wouldn't have mattered. But still, Michigan find themselves in a situation where one more 2-point conversion, if they're able to score, will at least tie up the game. And one interesting thing I saw before that massive play by Michigan is how explosive Ohio State's offense has been. They are 4-12, but yet, right again, before that explosive pass play from Michigan, had 37 more yards, even though Michigan had completed 5 more passes. So it just goes to show that when Will Howard finds space, he finds a lot of it. So look for potential more opportunities and explosive passing plays here. So Ohio State, inside the 2-minute warning of the 4th quarter, going to be looking to close things out.
In the words of the great philosopher Nick Mazesco, call this offense NASA with all this space they're generating here. Play clock winding for Will Howard in the gun. He'll hand off inside to Henderson. He's been eaten all day, and he'll break off another gain of 4. For now, Miles Pollard is going to hold his timeouts. I don't mind that. Smartly, Davison Igbinosun has engaged the chew clock feature. So we see he's not going to have any time to make adjustments at the line of scrimmage. He's going to hand off inside. Don't need a whole heck of a lot of time to adjust if the plan is inside zone. And yes, smartly there, Miles Pollard forced to take his first timeout. 3rd and 4, and all things considered, not the worst situation for Miles to be in here. Very obviously needs a stop. If he doesn't get it, it's going to be GG's, firm handshakes, and another win for Ohio State. But it's a 3rd and 4 here for now. First down just about wins the game. Orbit motion out of the backfield, and it's going to be incomplete, which will stop the clock there at 1:03, and he is going to punt. This is the correct decision for the offense. He's only been able to score 14 points on you so far, and not only does he need the touchdown, but because he opted for the 2 on his last score and didn't get it, he also needs the 2-point conversion even to be able to tie the game. And it's just such a feast or famine decision there. To go for the 2 that, could make the difference between a 7-point game or a 6-point game. And I don't know. When it goes well, obviously, because the alternative is if he got it, now he's driving for a touchdown and he could potentially win it with the extra point, which is a nice situation to be in. But I just don't know if it's worth it. Because even then, in any case, I think it's an interesting analytics situation there to be in. I seem to be in the minority anymore, being a type of guy that would really look for the extra point. Rather than it's a fumble,
fumble!
And a sack. Oh, but the Wolverines are able to pick it up, getting a little bit lucky. The defensive player makes a big hit and kind of just stands over him there. Does Caleb Downs? He's got an opportunity to pick up the football, but he's just bouncing around. Hype about the play.
He was just happy. I mean, he was just happy to get to the quarterback. He didn't even realize he'd forced it out. Gives Michigan one more opportunity, but now deeply backed up in their own half. Double coverage. That's an easy pick. And, I mean, he doesn't even need to run this back. He can just go down. That is over. 2 timeouts with 26 seconds. There's absolutely nothing Michigan can do. You're forced to have to make a throw there, but double coverage like that on a floating pass, I mean, you just got to hope and pray at that point.
And we saw the statistical breakdown there for Caleb Downs. We just saw the sack that he tallied there right before he makes the game. So the defensive user has got an opportunity there. Kind of crazy to be throwing at Saligi.
I don't like that decision.
I hate that decision. You take 3 knees and you win the game. Instead, Michigan still has 2 timeouts here. I've seen crazier things happen, but kind of a little bit of a greedy, I might call it arrogant play call there on first down. Incomplete, stops the clock, and Will Howard is making a lot of adjustments in the backfield. He's passing again. Back to throw. All's well that ends well.
That works out.
Listen, if you got a hot beam like that that's going to come down in the back of the end zone for a touchdown, I guess you go ahead and run it. Like we said earlier, man, this is a rivalry series. The heck with taking knees and getting out with an 8-point win. No. This box score is going to look a little bit different now. Ohio State's back in the end zone, 28-14 for now. Extra point pending. Not going to be a 2-point conversion here. A little surprised by that.
It's a fake. Come on.
I spoke too soon.
Oh, it's a fake.
Look at this. Look at these dudes.
He's not making it, though. There's no way.
He's not even close to making it.
I mean, hey, still a 2-score game. I liked the decision to punt it. I really do. I think
no doubt.
That was the right call. You get it back. I mean, throwing it's risky, but like you said, in these rivalry games, you want to run up the score as much as possible. You want to look back at that score line when you're thinking back about it, and be like, yeah, we really beat them. It was a close game that we were able to dig out. So you got to respect it in these rivalries. And now Michigan, not really an opportunity to win unless they can get some sort of crazy Hail Mary here.
Orji back to pass. It's a big completion, but like you said, that's going to be a little too little, a little too late. He's got 9 seconds left. It would be nothing short of a near Christmas miracle here, but we'll see what he's got cooking on his last couple of opportunities here. Play action is a decision there, and that's going to be incomplete, throwing out of the sack on first down. 4 ticks left, and that's going to be game over. But to that box score point, this is a rivalry series. I'm sure that Miles Pollard would prefer to be able to report that he lost by a score rather than a couple. They don't leave any notes in the box score. And he's not going to leave any points in the end zone there either. That's going to be incomplete. And some Buckeye dominance continues here tonight after another win for Ohio State. Davison Igbinosun on the sticks takes down Miles Pollard by a score of 28-14. Maybe a hair I'm not going to say maybe. That's a closer game, obviously, than the 14 points indicated. I think Davison did give Miles some opportunities to get back in the game there, especially late. Miles cannot capitalize, though, and that's going to be another win for Ohio State.
Yeah, and another good win as well. I mean, just good decision-making. Punt when you absolutely need to, I think, really is what sealed the deal. And then the interception at the end, obviously leading to another touchdown. Just to add that few extra points, but well played by Igbinosun to close out the win for Ohio State. And I want to point out something as well. We got to call back to that 24.5 point over-under. I called the over, and I was right. We saw a pretty not super high scoring game there, but still, I mean, 42 points is nothing to shrug off as a really hard fought contest between these two. Michigan had a couple of opportunities to maybe make something happen, but at the end of the day, the Ohio State defense does what they do best and closes things down, not giving the opportunity for Alex Orji to really have time to go through his motions and find who he wants to throw to. And at the end of the day, they take it in a 28-14 victory. Big game for Ohio State. Now 3-1 in the overall for the Progressive Rivalry Series.
3-1 here for now, and it really seems like if Michigan is going to be able to pull out any of these games, they're going to have to be significantly lower scoring. Like you said, we're playing 3-minute quarters, so unlikely that we're going to see any 50-50 type of true shootouts. But really, I mean, we saw Michigan get on the board, what was it, 10-7 type of ball game, and I think that's really going to need to be the recipe for the Wolverines if they want to start to claw back their way into this series. Fellas, let's check in at the desk with Nick, Ty, and User to see how they felt about our fourth game of the night to bring OSU up 3-1.
Another great job, gentlemen. Certainly do appreciate it. User, I'm really glad that we could carry the mush to a victory in that one. I mean, still sitting there in the bottom of the standings, but we finally got them off the schneid. I mean, I have never seen a 1-3 team pump themselves this much other than the Patriots this year.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, at the end of the day, we knew, Ty wasn't going to take these L's all day, man. You know what I'm saying? You know the type of guy he is. He sees us winning. He's like, hey, man, let me hop on that train.
Let's take a look at some replays from this game. Davison Igbinosun with the victory to put the Buckeyes up 3-1. It started off on offense. Quinshot Judkins, listen, TD, you don't need a spin move when you got that much room.
No, you don't. Judkins getting busy there, and then up top, try to go there. Miles Pollard on that deep post, but nothing doing. And then right here, nice click on with Will Johnson, the best corner in the game, to make that User pick. Had a nice little return, and then he was able to almost punch it in there on fourth down. Incomplete. Ohio State would take advantage. Now, the first half, a little bit low scoring, and then we really saw the scoring pick up in the second half, and it started with Travion Henderson.
I believe User would call that getting a little sticky with it, I believe.
A little sticky with it, you know what I'm saying? Someone get the mop is getting sticky in this, you feel me? Let's go, man.
And then G. Scott, who we will see in action in just a little bit in the video game, putting points on the board. It was 14-8 to get it down to the 10-yard line. And then who else? TD, you give it to Travion.
Yeah, 94 speed, I believe, one of the fastest in the game. And then we had a blown coverage on this play, and that's wide open. You're not going to get any more open than that. Morgan takes it to the crib, and Michigan was right back in it.
It was Davison Igbinosun closing it out, and just like that, the Buckeyes end up with the victory and go up 3-1. User, we know this is a long tournament. We got a lot of games still left to go, but early the Buckeyes showing that talent advantage.
Yeah, and the Buckeyes just basically showing, hey, man, we're better than you. We got better players. You know what I'm saying? You can't be pressing us like that, and you sure better be able to make a tackle in the open field with these running backs.
Yeah, you cannot let them get into open space. TD, we closed things out on the student-athlete side. We got G. Scott Jr. against Brandon Hillman, and then we get to see some of those alumni. Really exciting tournament, and love seeing these guys having a good time with it out there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You can tell, looking at the cameras, these guys are having a blast. They're talking trash to each other. They're having some fun. That's what this community is all about, enjoying yourself while you're playing the game. And like you said, I can't wait to see Teddy Ginn Jr. out there. I can't wait to see Braxton Miller, Denard Robinson. We got some legends taking place in this rivalry series. I can't wait to see this action.
It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're having fun already. User, I just want to let you know, as your legal representation, I will never let anybody call you the mush again. We know who it is. We just know who he is.
I'm on the board, baby.
It's
good
5'10" Davis over there. You know what, User? Are you 6 feet tall? Because I think you're 6 feet tall.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, come on.
Now, the man bun over there, we have no clue.
We've stood side by side. We know who the real 6-footer is over here, and that's me. I think Mr. Afro over here.
Well,
He's trying
I just want to know why. Why is the bun always at the top? Why?
Because the bun looks good that way. It's not about looking good.
Listen, we're going to settle this.
Complex.
We're going to settle this. It's going to be fine. When we come back, Tyler Davis is going to shave his head so we can see how tall he really is. Guys, you're not going to want to miss that. The Progressive Rivalry Series will return after this.
Hey, get your head in the game, son. The scout from football college is up in the stands.
Maybe you'd rather go to school for insurance.
I didn't raise no insurance, man.
But you did, Dad. Football's your passion, but mine is providing around-the-clock protection to Progressive customers who bundle home and auto.
Jamie, we need you out here for football. You're giving up on your dream, James.
No, Dad. I'm giving up on yours.
Oh, James, wait. Oh, that's not the exit.
Only thing changing this season, you go against me, then you know that you tweaking, okay? Cause baby, I'm him, I be on 10. Two-stepping in the party, I do not dance. Watch how I move, make it look easy. Counting up wins, that's part of the plan. Blackmail, taking up my haters a CC. I can't fail, all my victories will repeat. I'm knee deep, need a dub, best that you seek me. I'm too sick, yeah, I know I make it look easy. Easy, yeah. Tell them don't try to play me. Yeah, I'm drippy on the daily. They can never count me out. They can never count me out. I know. They can never count me out. They can never count me out. I know. I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know. Make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know. I make it look easy. Too smooth. I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. Make it look. I know. Love shooting my shot. Better play up. Make it look easy, that's a layup. Bad man. Why they wanna be like me, side man? Too wavy, swallow your pride. All of my guys, call them, they slide. They will oblige. Called them, I told them, you playing with me. Now look, all of them starting to riot. Whoa, When I'm in your city, it's magic. When I'm all in my bag, it gets tragic. When I see what I want, gotta have it. I can't let up, they made me a savage. I can't slow down my foot on the gas, yeah. Going way up from where I was last year. I'ma make it look easy, that's it. I know God got me, yeah, he got my back. These blessings falling in my lap. I came up, give it all I had. Rep my city, put them on my back. Hit my shots, I don't miss those. Straight up, I'ma let them know I don't fold. Make it look easy and they know. There's only one way for us to go. Can't hold me back, I'm going way up. Tell them they can never play us, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Yeah, stayed in my lane when they doubt it, I make it. I know that they mad when I swerve out the lot. Thick in the plot, they did not get the picture when I said I don't fit in a box. Taking they shots, and they know that I ain't missing, and it's up if they hand me the rock. I feel like a Rubik's, cause they confused with how I line it up by spinning the block. Hey. Too easy, get your weight up when you see me. I'm a threat, please don't give me a reason. I'm a vet, yeah, I see through your decency. When I'm done, they gon' pick up the pieces. And you know we ain't losing this season. It's the reason why they hating on me. Cause you know that I'ma make it look easy. Whoa. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me, I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. I know
And we are back. The Progressive Rivalry Series. It's the game. It's OSU and Michigan. Continues onward. This event is proudly sponsored by Progressive Insurance, offering a touchdown for your budget. Visit progressive.com to learn more and see how you can save. Nick Mazesco, one great user, and 5'9" Mush. Tyler Davis on the end. It's good to see everybody out there. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. User, I'm having a blast watching these guys go head to head, because even though they're out there and they're, there's a lot of laughing and joking and having a good time, this means something.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the rivalry. How many times do you actually get to play, your rivalry and have this type of, setup where you can actually play the game, have fun? And it's not, it's testy, but, you get to enjoy it.
It's a lot of fun. Let's take a look at our schedule so far and see where we stand for the day. TD, it was Davis and Igbinosin with our first kind of almost honestly, I think the Ty Hamilton, Trente Jones was more of the outlier versus the rest, kind of where everybody's been playing in that 42-point range. And now we get to move on to our final student athlete game of the day. But how about that performance from Davis and Igbinosin?
Yeah, super impressive. And it wasn't just the defense. We knew he'd bring it. He's a defensive back, a star defensive back for the Buckeyes. You knew he'd play some defense, but it was his offense that was getting busy as well. Travion Henderson, who's been a beast all day for everyone on the Ohio State side, but he was getting busy on the ground game with Henderson.
Well, we've got one final matchup here from the student athletes. Let's preview this one, as we've got tight end out of the Ohio State University, G. Scott Jr., taking on defensive back Brandon Hillman out of the University of Michigan. You watching these guys go head to head, what is the game plan? What does Brandon Hillman have to do? I think the guys, Fendler and Sleek, kind of mentioned it. Do they have to play a low scoring game for this Michigan team to get a win?
They have to because they don't have the explosive power, high power that Ohio State has. So you got to keep this a defensive game. You need to use the clock. Now, I hate to say it, but you kind of need to have the 2 clock feature. You want to limit the possessions for Ohio State. I mean, if they're going to score, hey, they're going to score. But let's try to take as much time as we can, run the ball, use all the downs that we can.
I'm going to ask before we go to predictions. Like, where do we, Ty, we carried him in that one, right? Like, that was our energy getting him. Okay, just want to make sure. I want to make sure we're on the same page. Ty, any response?
I should have the best record. I got unlucky. My guy Leon, he should have won that game. You know, I should be 2-1, 3-1 right now. Over here, I'm sitting.
It's a real.
And by the way, imagine a 5'6" guy calling another guy 5'9". Like, that's crazy, right? Come on, you got to agree with me there.
Who are you talking about?
Who's 5'6"?
Wow.
Listen, I know you 5'9".
Usually just leaning back.
You thought I was gonna ride with you, didn't you? You thought I was gonna ride with you, didn't you? Nick, what's wrong with him? The mush is looking for a way out in this. You're not gonna find it over here. You're not gonna find it over here.
That's crazy. I'm just saying that TD definitely a solo gamer over there. Well, we got team play on this side. Let's get our predictions in for this one. And listen, I have decided to continue with what I have been doing because I'm putting the energy out there. G. Scott and the Ohio State University rolls. User, I'm gonna go to TD first. Hey, Shorty, loner over there, what you got?
Yo, from the Ohio State University, I'm going with my man, G. Scott Jr., 6'3" tight end. He's one of the fastest tight ends in the game. I'm riding with Ohio State this game, boys. I'm on a streak now. I'm gonna ride this thing out, and we're gonna turn it around.
It's tough. It's tough having a guy constantly ride our coattails. Like, it's getting tiring, isn't it?
It is. It really is sad. It really is sad.
User,
I would switch it up because that's the type of guy I am. I have the energy that I would go out there on the limb. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to expose Ty for the guy that he is.
Crazy.
He's going to continue to ride with us, Nick. He's going to continue to try to hop on the Ohio State bandwagon. We know where his loyalty lies, and it's not with the Ohio State like me and you, Nick. You already know.
That's what I
the
said.
Ohio State gets the win today. Let's go.
That's what I thought. I mean, let's be clear. Who does he root for? He jumped on the Patriots bandwagon. He jumped on the Celtics bandwagon. They're going to win a time. Oh, you're a front runner kind of guy, aren't you, TD?
No, hold on. User just said an hour ago he's a Texas fan, and all of a sudden now it's about the
He's
Ohio
also a
State.
Panthers fan, which is the most depressing fan to be. So
It's true. Both of you guys. I mean, at least Drake. I got Drake May. I don't know what you guys got going on over there.
Well, we got a lot of sadness in Cleveland, so what can you do? It should be a great game. Our final of the student athlete battles. Let's throw it over to Sleeky and a Fendler, who I just remembered. Boy, you play as the University of Michigan a lot in the game, huh? I got to make some calls.
Man, that's neither here nor there. Big shout to all three of our short kings at the desk here tonight. Sleegy, under 6 foot with a whole heck of a lot of attitude, man. 3-1 is our contest here for now. The boys all going with Ohio State to make this thing 4-1. And I think everyone's of the same mindset here. If Michigan is going to need to climb back in this thing, it's going to take possession of the football, running that clock a little bit, getting the ground game going, and really keeping the Ohio State offense off the field as much as they can.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to do anything they can to establish things early on. And, you know, kind of like you were saying, the little balls of energy. Ohio State seems to be the favorite among the desk. It's kind of crazy to have this much energy when you have to start your height with the number 5. I could never. But, I mean, Ohio State has been on a run so far. They've looked pretty good. The one game Michigan was able to get was pretty close. But other than that, I mean, it's been Ohio State all day long. I think part of that has to do with the home field advantage. It really sort of makes those kicking situations for Michigan harder. And on some of those big play moments when you can't see exactly what button is to the exact receiver or what exactly your route is, especially if you're not as familiar with the game and you don't already have them memorized, can make things a lot more difficult. So I think the edge is to Ohio State, but I'm going to continue to always come back to it comes down to the user. And right now, Brandon Hillman going to be trying to get off to a good start, but it doesn't start off that way for him on at least the first play. A drop for 4 that's going to set up second down.
They're moving in the wrong direction there on first down. A big loss there of 4 yards. This G. Scott defense looking stout there early. We'll be looking for a more full contest here with quarters set up at 4 minutes. can mean a couple different things. Enough time for it to get a little more lopsided if that's the contest you wind up in, but enough time for everyone to get a couple more possessions than you might see in a 3-minute game. We'll see if that comes to bear here as the Wolverine offense, a nice first down pickup there just across midfield, 49-yard line looking in after the completion and back inside to Donovan Edwards. Looking to get this ground game going on first down, and I love where his head's at. But now on the last 2, after losing 4 and then just gaining 2, he's still -2 on his first down rush attempts here. Now 2nd and 8. It's very patented Michigan shotgun set with all that heft. A good defensive user, but just not close enough, and that's going to be complete instead. Going window shopping there does the offense. 1st and 10.
Almost able to get a hand on it as well. I don't know if that would have quite been interceptable, but maybe tippable. Instead, it ends up being a great completion. Sets up first down from the 30 for Michigan.
Slanting out.
Looking to get potentially instruction from the sideline. Set back. It's going to be snap, handoff, fakes. It's going to be a play action. Not a whole lot open. He gets it free just as he's taken down, and he brings it down. What a way to hold on to it. And a big play from Michigan to get the points on the board first.
Brandon Hillman gives a sly little smirk to the camera. I think he knows that he got away with one there. I'm not even sure that was caught there on the first attempt. That may well have been on somewhat of a rebound there.
All right, let's get it.
A pretty crazy offensive play to result in the touchdown there. The extra point is up, and it's good. Brandon Hillman and the Michigan Wolverines on top of things. We have not said that all too much here yet tonight. 7-0 is your ball game for now, and we'll see the G. Scott offense for the first time on the sticks for the Buckeyes here tonight on the Progressive Rivalry Series. Fendler and Sleegy in the booth with you here tonight. An honor to be here. Glad for all the good folks in the chat here tonight. I see we're getting raids left and right. Kopak and Mike Berry in Alabama. And Frost, Nick, Nudgem, and Ethan all checking in to the E-Rena chat. And checking in for a big gain is number 17 across midfield down to the 37-yard line looking in.
And that's when you love your teammates on the offensive line. Picks up a big block, and if that block doesn't get picked up, it's maybe a gain of 4. Instead, it's a big gain now into Michigan territory. Will Howard in Ohio State. Going to be another fake handoff here. Play action, wide open. Little bit underthrown, but still able to come down with it at the 16-yard line. And G. Scott in the red zone.
Smart to possession catch that. I think that was the only option there to get that one complete. He'll just catch the ball and sit right down. Safest way to make a play. And G. Scott to himself. Always a love when that happens, man. These players seem to kick into another gear when they got themselves on the field. And that's a nice completion there on first down. Gets the vast majority of it. Now 2nd and inches. 6-yard line looking in. Will Howard's in the shotgun in a spread set. He'll hand off inside to Judkins. Was looking like he was going to break that first tackle. No such luck, though. And loses just a couple inches there. Now we're looking at a 3rd and 1 from the 7.
And a great shift from the defensive line as well. Last second shift to the right, able to find a hole, and that's how they're able to get to him so quickly to get that minor drop for a loss. Sets up 3rd and 1. Big 3rd down situation here.
Mason Graham, big number 55. Such a problem on that Michigan defensive line. He's able to make the play there. Brings up a 3rd and 1 now. Handoff inside to Henderson. And doesn't get much more than he needed, but nonetheless, that's going to be a first down conversion there. And will push the sticks to a 1st and goal now from the 5-yard line looking in. It has obviously not been yards in chunks all the way down here, but he's got enough done, and he's getting enough done. Into the end zone goes G. Scott and the Ohio State Buckeyes, penning the extra point. They're looking to equalize this thing at 7s apiece.
And I love the high-paced action action we've got so far. A lot of these drives, especially early on in these short quarter games, have been taking their time, but both of these guys able to score inside the first quarter and still 57 seconds to go. I think it was Brandon Hillman on his first drive really only took like 30 seconds off the board. So, I mean, they're getting right to the point, and I'm loving the aggression early on from both.
7s apiece for now. Just under a minute left in the first quarter here. Brandon Hillman back on offense, and you said it. Had no problem moving the ball on his first drive. We'll see if he can duplicate the results here. First down, just a gain of a couple. Now 2nd and 8 with Orji in the shotgun. He's got twins receivers to the short side of the field left. Donovan Edwards, and now one split wide to the wide side right. Tight end over that way as well. Defensive user patrolling the middle of the field. Orji's back to pass. Looks for the out against that deep quarter and finds it. A nice completion off a good read there. Makes 3rd down much more attractive. Just 3rd and 2.
Oh, bro.
3rd and 2, but still critical to get the conversion here. Otherwise, you have to make a big decision. We've only seen one punt on the day. Every other situation where it's come to 4th down, the players have been opting to go for it. This deep in your own territory, it's risky. So I'm going to be expecting something pretty conservative, but still with enough oomph to try and get past the line to gain.
A gun X overloaded set here out of the shotgun, and he's going to hand off to the short side. Donovan Edwards has nothing but green grass in front of him, crosses the 10, the 5, and the end line for a touchdown. Brandon Hillman and the Michigan Wolverines are going to be back on top of things, looking for an extra point. And this has been action early. Brandon Hillman might have been listening when we were talking about, hey, listen, man, Michigan's going to win any games here. They're going to need to be low scoring. We don't know if they have enough firepower to keep up with the Buckeyes. Brandon Hillman said, hold my 14 points in the first quarter, please.
Yeah, I mean, this is easily the strongest start that we've seen, I think, in the entire rivalry series together. I don't know if we had a game during the Alabama LSU that started off this strong, or at least with this it being this close between the teams. Now Ohio State, 5 seconds left in the first. Drop back Will Howard. Taking his time under pressure, having to drop back, and finally just gets rid of it. The defender closing in on him, and that will bring us to the end of the first. Brandon Hillman and the Michigan Wolverines have a 7-point lead as it's 14-7 at the end of one.
A close, exciting game here so far. 3 quarters yet to play between our gamers here. Brandon Hillman on top of things for now. The way this is going here early, this feels like it'll be the first one to make a defensive stop. Might really put their team in a good situation. Oh, a tight window for the completion there.
Way to hold on to it.
Way to hold on to it is right. That defensive back making good contact just after the play. That's Will Johnson over there. Not often you're going to want to go shopping to his side of the field. But as it is, that's a completion and a first down. Howard's got a wider trips to the field right now. He's back to pass. He's way back to pass. Throws the crosser, and that's complete. G. Scott to G. Scott. He knows a playmaker when he sees one, and he sees big number 88 wide open like that. He's going to give himself an opportunity.
And I think, like you mentioned earlier, when these players get it to themselves, they lock in. Great catch. Gets them deep into Michigan territory, 12 yards outside the red zone. And with a fresh set of down, G. Scott and Ohio State going to be looking to try and get some more points on the board. Great block. Able to get the first down and just a little bit more to break into the red zone.
Some great blocks and even better ball carrier vision there to find the open space and get plucky on the way to another first down. These offenses successful here early. Quinshon Judkins in the shotgun. It's going to be a slip screen. And what a defensive user. It needed to be him. If he doesn't make the play there, that's going to be good for a first down or more. Instead, the defensive user aggressive, sees that screen developing right off the rip, and he's able to fly over and make the play, drop him for a 3-yard loss on first down. Now 2nd and 13 for Will Howard and G. Scott.
Good throw.
Back down
Able
to
to get a
himself
little bit out
again.
of it.
G. Scott going to be rattling off some yardage and completions here, I think.
Another big third down, though, here. They have to try and convert. Otherwise, I don't know if they're going to be going for field goals much this game.
With this Brandon Hillman offense looking like it has so far.
Woo!
Brandon can't believe it. G. Scott can't do much but smirk a little bit there. I mean, listen, if it's complete, it's a dot, and it was indeed complete. Now looking at a 1st and goal with the clock running. Doesn't have enough field to really get too freaky and try to chew out the rest of this clock here.
Come on, man. We got to get this, man.
1st down, doesn't go too far. Brings up a 2nd and goal, but interestingly enough, going to stop the clock. No, it's not. Stop the clock for just a second, but he's going to step out. So that will run to 13, 12, 11, and winding here now. 5 yards to go to pay dirt.
No.
Back to pass. Looks.
Oh!
And finds Will Johnson in the end zone. We mentioned him just a couple minutes ago. One of the best corners in EA Sports College Football 25, and he shows you why right there. Gets the Wolverines back with possession, up by 7 points, and an opportunity for Brandon Hillman to take control for his Michigan Wolverines.
Come on,
Well, this is going to be another handoff. Had potentially a lane, but cut a little too far in. Got a couple out of it. So we hit the 2-minute timeout. Ohio State defense really needs to step up here. After that interception, they've got to do everything they can to try and get the ball back in the hands of their offense before this half ends, because I do believe Michigan will get the ball first to start the second half.
That was on me.
Oh, and that's going to be complete. Brandon Hillman living a little bit dangerously.
Still got it.
That's right. And normally as the offensive player, you're not going to mind a one-on-one opportunity, but a player like Will Johnson is going to kind of change that consideration quite a bit. That is not a one-on-one you're going to want to lean on all too much. We saw why off that end zone interception. Takes a bit of a check down there, but it's still good for a gain of 7. If Brandon Hillman is able to find his way into field goal range, and we're start talking about a 2-possession game at half, it could be looking good for the Wolverines. Let's not speak too soon here, though. 2nd and 3, defense is going to be in a nickel double A-gap set. Going to drop out one of those A-gap defenders, and it doesn't matter. The pressure gets home anyway. Sent 5 and just came flying off that right edge. Tight end does not get any type of a chip on his way out into a route. So instead, it's going to be 2nd and 12 and a good opportunity for G. Scott to get off the field here if he can. Orgy's back to pass. Takes the check down, but goes tiptoeing along that right sideline. Always a nice animation to get when you feel like you're getting pretty close. To give you a little bit of a tiptoe, keep you inbounds, and he's able to take advantage of those few extra yards and pick up a big 1st down. That's a huge play there for Brandon Hillman.
Yeah, big play. Gets them inside the Ohio State side of the field. And with 50 seconds to go in all 3 of their timeouts, plenty of time to try and work your way down the field here. You don't need to get too overly aggressive too quickly. Throw to the outside, but he's not able to keep his hands on it. And even if you add, might not have been able to get his feet in bounds when he gained possession. So setting up 2nd and 10 now from the 45.
Just a bit outside there for Orgy. He's going to hop into the empty. His offensive play caller going to show faith in his quarterback here.
Oh, dang.
That's another contested ball, but that's complete for a 1st down. Man, thrown into traffic.
Could have been intercepted as well, but a great job just getting his hands on it, getting it down, securing the football. Clock still rolling. Not using a timeout just yet. I don't think they really need to in this situation. Drop back, looking to throw again.
Nice
Going to be a
corner.
quick one off to the right side. Gets out of bounds. They don't even need their timeouts.
Saw he missed that same read just a couple snaps ago. Colston Loveland, the big tight end, number 18, junior out of Idaho, already good for 6 catches and 94 yards. The big fella eating for the Wolverines offense here early. Clock is going to be stopped at 32 seconds here for now. Everybody's got all of their timeouts. Here goes this heavy offensive set here in the gun for Orgy. He's going to hand off inside. Donovan Edwards gets a little bit wiggly behind the line of scrimmage. Brings up a 2nd and 4. And we're going to get a timeout from somebody. Yeah, it's going to be Brandon Hillman. I think
We don't know, y'all.
it gets a little tricky down here. You don't want to get greedy, obviously, and wind up in a spot where you're running out of time and you still have timeouts. That always makes you feel foolish when that happens. But, I mean, we've seen crazier things happen. You also really don't want G. Scott to have any time at all if you could stand it. So maybe just a couple ticks early on that timeout by my gauge, but let's see if it matters here. 2nd and 4 into the end zone. That's complete for a Michigan Wolverine touchdown. That's exactly what Brandon Hillman had in mind there. G. Scott reeling as they line up the extra point, which is up, and it's good. 21-7 now in favor of Brandon Hillman and these Michigan Wolverines. That team up north is fighting.
Yeah, they are. And, you know, I think I like the decision to take the timeout where he was. It gives you an opportunity to take a second, think about what you want to do, call the right play, which obviously worked out in their favor, able to get that into the end zone. 23 seconds and 3 timeouts gives Ohio State a little bit of time. I just think if he doesn't call the timeout there and the hurry-up offense doesn't work, you're in a little bit more of a precarious spot. So I don't necessarily hate it. Now it's just going to be up to the Michigan defense to hold strong for the next 23 seconds to get them into the half.
Yeah, this offensive drive here will give us the hindsight that will tell us whether it was a good or a bad choice, and that's going to be a bad choice on the read there with 14, 13, 12 to go.
He's got it.
He's got a head of steam. And Will Howard able to make the play there, but a bad situation for G. Scott and these Buckeyes, and he knows it. He's already down by 14, and now with the offense in scoring range with a red zone opportunity, even a field goal pushes this thing out to 3 possessions. And I think the Wolverine faithful would love to see that. I'm not going to go so far as to say that I would be playing for a field goal, but it's anything but that. Orgy to beat Jukes instead of just getting wiggly. That could have been way worse, I think. Oh, but just midway through the sentence, man, kind of musing about how really I would have been playing for a field goal there. I'm handing off inside. If the defense wants to use a timeout, then so be it.
Sometimes that greed when you're up, though, can get to you. You're like, we're already up by 14. Let's try and make it 21. It comes back to bite them. One last opportunity at the end of the half. He's going to air one out deep down the left sideline, and it's not going to be caught. Got a hand on it, but just too much coverage in the way. So Michigan entering the half up 21-7. Ohio State and G. Scott. They got a lot of ground to cover here at Findlay.
They sure do, man, and I don't know if Brandon Hillman is going to let his foot up off their necks here. He'll be kicking off to start the second half, so G. Scott will have an opportunity to pull this thing to within 1 possession if he could find the end zone. But it's been tough going here so far. A couple offensive mistakes, Brandon Hillman capitalizing when he's had the chance to. And now as we start the second half, we'll see if G. Scott, in a situation like this, you have to remember that you can't score 14 points all at once. It doesn't need to be a streak or a seam or a big post every single time. Take what's available. Understand that you have a lot of football yet to be played here, especially on 4-minute quarters. You have enough time. You will have a few more possessions by the end of the game. Even in a worst-case scenario, you go a super bend but don't break defensive effort. Brandon Hillman takes some clock off. There is still enough time here that you could play your offense. You don't need to get too far ahead of yourselves. You don't need to try to score 14 points in a play here. Really, this is going to be, I think, about patience, taking what's available, and not turning the ball over again. Oh, defense gets up for a swat there. I was seeing what he was thinking. It looked like it was going to be open there in the seam, but a good defensive play to knock it down.
Yeah, just needed a little bit more space between the ball and the ground there, and that could potentially easily be a touchdown. Fortunately for Michigan, like you said, number one there, able to get up, get a hand onto it, makes it 2nd and 10. It's Will Howard.
No.
Drop back,
Ari,
looking to
that's
throw
two
again.
for
Got a little bit of
Ari. Oh, my
separation,
goodness.
fighting for it, but it's going to be picked off again. These user picks coming in clutch, and Brandon Hillman getting yet another 1st and 10 for Michigan on their own 33.
G. Scott felt like he had an opportunity there in the seam. He missed it on the last play, goes right back to it, to himself on the other side of the field, but the defense is ready for it, and now Brandon Hillman already up by 14 points. He might be calling that fat lady to get her going toward the venue, okay? Warm that fat lady up. She's not singing yet, but I think he's calling her in. She's got to start to get warm.
Still a lot of time, though, and with 2nd and 7, Ohio State, good stop, only a gain of 3 on 1st down here, and it does look like they're going to potentially bring pressure, so if Brandon Hillman's going to throw, he's going to have to look to try and potentially get rid of it quickly, and he's actually going to give a handoff perfectly timed, and that's going to be enough for the 1st down.
Oh, my goodness gracious, and you see the user skill there. That's all left stick, as we call it. The right stick in game obviously is going to give you all the ball carrier moves, your jukes and your back jukes and the truck stick and whatnot, but that's all left stick there, getting wiggly in the open field. A nice pickup for a 1st down. Orgy's in a single back. Double tights. He's got a wing to his right. Back to pass. Pressure's blocked up nicely. Looks for the whole thing. Finds nothing but the turf on 1st down. Incomplete. 2nd and 10.
Brother man, I ain't know brother man.
A little bit of contact there, but not enough to draw the foul. I think it was slightly overthrown either way. So like you said, 2nd and 10.
Oh, Coco, you just scared me.
Motion out here.
She just scared me.
It's Orgy. Going to be a fake handoff out to the right side. He's got enough speed to escape, and I think he might be able to go the distance. It's gaining on him, but it's not going to be enough. Excellent play call and execution in Michigan. From bad to worse, they're making it for Ohio State to try and come back, as it's now pending the PAT, potentially 28-7.
It's up and it's good, and you called it there, Sleegy. A great offensive play call and excellent execution as well. The man blitz look from the defense, set up a one-on-one proposition out there to bail out on the RPO, so you throw it, and you know you're living a little dangerously, right? If that's someone like Will Johnson out there, for example, that might be a little more dangerous, but the defensive back cannot make the play, and instead he finds the corner and goes the distance. The Michigan Wolverines looking great here, turning all of our expectations in the pre-show. The desk is going to be in shambles, man. Our three short kings are going to be at each other's neck about this. I wonder who's going to be the mush once we wrap this thing up when we get there. But listen, like you said, plenty of ball game left here. For as long as you have 3 timeouts in the second half, I think you keep yourself alive. You can, add on a possession to your considerations of what you can and can't do with the time that you have left. Now, 2nd and 10, Howard's back to pass. And this is what I was hoping to see. It's only good for a gain of 3, but that's more of the read I was hoping to see on his last drive. He went to seams 2 times in a row, and the second one is picked off. And it might be getting a little bit late for checkdowns now, but I would have liked that mindset to have kicked in a little bit earlier. Goes back to the seam and finally gets one to drop. The defense has been camped out in cover 3, so I'm not mad at them for shopping the seams, but these have all been just a little bit closer than you feel like they should be. Now 1st and 10 for Will Howard in the gun.
You can sit down. You're cool.
He's back to pass, looking for the whole thing. Seam again, clicks on with the user. Not sure if pulling back on the user there set up the 50-50 ball and it would have been picked off instead, or maybe he should have just kept running there. It was going to be contested no matter what. But as it is, falls harmlessly to the turf. And I feel like G. Scott might be just falling into that trap of looking to score 21 points per play. You can't do it. We haven't seen him run anything but verticals in a couple of plays now. And a player like Brandon Hillman, that just doesn't feel like it's going to get it done. You're going to need to get a little more creative than that. And on 3rd and 10, he needs this one now.
Good pass.
And he's got it for a
he holds
completion.
on to it.
Holy mackerel there,
Wow.
Sleeky. Quite a few, nearly a handful of Michigan Wolverines in the vicinity there, but fits it in anyway, and that's complete for a first down. He needed it.
Yeah, I mean, in triple coverage, Will Howard has to make a perfect pass, and a perfect pass, he makes the ball. I mean, I don't even know if you call that a catch. It just kind of falls into his hands, perfectly placed. Another one short here. Good move to get outside. Oh, the hurdle. He had space open up had the block for him, but the unfortunate hurdle stops all his momentum. Still a first down, gets just to the red zone. Great pickup, but you feel like there could have been more there.
Yeah, I think G was trying to work his way into the post-game highlight package there, throwing to himself and looking for the big hurdle to himself.
I'm liking the ball security for Ohio State, though, on these catches. After the first couple of drops, they've done a much better job of bringing it in and making sure they secure it as they go down.
2nd and 4. Time obviously becoming of the essence here the longer this offensive drive wears on. A 3-possession game with the deficit at 21 points here for now, but G. Scott and this Ohio State Buckeye offense is driving. Plenty of time left. And that's going to be complete for a Buckeye touchdown. G. Scott Jr. to G. Scott Jr. He's in the end zone, gets himself 6. And if they can convert the extra point, kicking team is out. It's up and it's good. And the Buckeyes, with a little bit of life, told the fat lady to just stay in the parking lot for now. We're going to see if we could fight this thing out in the 4th quarter. He's going to need some defense. He needs a couple things to go his way. The first of which, a defensive stop.
Oh, man.
Well, good blocking on the return, able to get out to around the 28-yard line. So decent field position to start here for Michigan, but you're absolutely right. It's still winnable for G. Scott and the Ohio State Buckeyes. A big stop here could set them up to get within 1, and with the 4th quarter still on the horizon, still a lot that Ohio State could do to try and get this game all leveled out.
A 3-and-out here would feed Buckeye families. Let's see if they can figure something. But this Brandon Hillman offense, man, utilizing all of the size up front and this excellent backfield very well, as that will wrap up our 3rd quarter here. Brandon Hillman in the driver's seat. He's got a 28-14 lead, and he's got the football as we are about to get the 4th quarter rolling here. Defense needing a stop. You see the user there on Caleb Downs, one of the best defensive players in the nation here, and a great defensive play just exactly when he needed it there for G. Scott. Forces a loss on 2nd down. And now 3rd and 6, and really an opportunity to keep himself in the game here for G. Scott if he's able to get a stop. Let's see what he's thinking defensively here on 3rd and 6. Orgy's going to be in the shotgun, ball in the middle of the field. Spread formation. He's got 2 options to either side. Orgy steps up, finds nothing and nobody, and will take the sack down at his own 30-yard line. We'll see the offensive decision, and he will call out the punt team. If G. Scott wanted to get back in the game, that's what he needed to start with.
Yeah, it's a great stop, but I like the call. Be conservative and punt it here. You've got the lead. It's in the 4th quarter. If you can make them, even if they get a touchdown here, at least eat up a lot of clock. You kind of roll the dice on an onside kick. I think it sets Michigan up in the best case scenario for them to win the game. But also, if you're Ohio State, you've got a little bit of time, but you've got to be quick about it. Will Howard. Quick drop back, going to be throw down the middle, space to run, and he's going to get a good yardage there after the initial catch out to around the 45, and this is exactly what I like to see. The hurry-up offense, waste no time. You've got to get downfield, and you got to get there now.
Nice gain for Henderson on the completion. Looks ill-advised down the left sideline. That was covered a few times. Over, gets wiggly in the open field off the pick. And Brandon Hillman gotta feel like he made the defensive stop that he needed to make. G. Scott and these Ohio State Buckeyes deflated after that offensive mistake.
You don't even see the stadium counter anymore at this point. Those fans are quiet. They know that this is not impossible, but very improbable at this point. The huge interception, I mean, just an ill-advised throw as well. Triple coverage. It was a floater, one of the more easy interceptions to make for a defensive back. And now Michigan knocking at the door, already up 14, 2:30 to go, trying to get yet another on the board to seal the deal.
And you said it, things are getting bleak here, no doubt. You almost feel like this would necessitate a turnover. 3 points here makes it a 3-possession game, and I just don't think you have enough firepower, even as Ohio State, to put up that many points, really even get the ball that many times in just a couple of minutes, no matter how many timeouts you got. And smartly, Brandon Hillman's going to keep this thing on the ground, put himself in the middle of the field, and there goes our 2-minute timeout. It's been all Michigan and Brandon Hillman all day here today. Looking forward to hearing from the Short Kings at the desk about what went wrong on their picks here. I imagine Nick Blazewski is going to stick to his guns, but curious combo of mushes where they're going to wind up. Nice shot
is he okay? My goodness, got clotheslined. How did he hold on to the ball? I mean, gets out to the 1. This is huge, but good Lord, he took one heck of a beating to get that reception.
I am going to go out on a limb that is not really that drastic. I am going to go ahead and say, and Sleeky, curious your input here as well, based on the ratings disadvantage being given away, we've seen 2 weeks, 1.5 weeks or so, Alabama, LSU, and now we've seen a few games of Ohio State and Michigan. I am going to go ahead and say that I think Brandon Hillman is one of the best players of EA Sports College Football 25 that we've seen so far.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the play calling has been fantastic, but what I think really makes it is his control when he takes over user control, especially on defense. We've seen a couple of user picks. We've seen him be really good about utilizing skill moves and wiggling when he needs to out in open space, but also the decision-making, the decision earlier to punt it away, play the game of field position. It's just been the complete package for him, and honestly, it's been kind of a breath of fresh air. He's not quite able to convert there. Ohio State will take their time out. And we're actually going to see the field goal. And I like this decision, too. This is the smart call. But he's just not able to make it.
And you see, in this year's game, you have to miss a couple of really close field goals to understand. And this has been a universal experience. I've talked to guys.
It's so hard.
Once you miss one, you get it. But if you try to kick a field goal, I would say from the 10-yard line in, the angle that the kick needs to be at, you need to feel like you're going to miss it to the opposite upright, which is unique. It's a little bit different. As I've gotten a little bit sweatier in my own gameplay, if you back out the camera view by 1, if you hit down on the D-pad by 1 on field goals, it'll give you an angle that feels like it makes a little more sense. But unless it's a little bit of a skill gap issue. It's a little bit of a, I would say, just like a knowledge gap. You just have to know that if you want to, and we've seen it missed early on there in our overtime game as well. When you're that close to the end zone, the angle needs to be drastic, and it doesn't feel right kicking it. And we've seen exactly the end result a couple of times here. Now, G. Scott looking to make it interesting if he can, but he's down by 14. He's only got one timeout. This would take a miracle offensive drive, plus an onside kick, plus a little more help after that. So it's getting bleak. It really has been bleak, but it's getting even worse.
I mean, I think I can hear the fat lady coming from the tunnels
She just rolled in. I think she just pulled up. I'm pretty sure she's in the dressing room here.
You know, I will add one more thing, though, to what you were talking about with the kicking in this game. I actually, initially it is very difficult until, like you said, you kind of get the feel for it. But I've actually grown to really like it because I think it more resembles kicking in real life, where it is a skill position. You kind of have to feel it out and kind of know what you're doing. It doesn't hold your hand like we've seen in other games. So I think that adds a lot of depth and decision-making, especially if you feel confident with your team or not and whether or not you're going for it. It adds a lot of depth to the games, in my opinion.
It's
a great throw there. That's going to be another. G. Scott, I mean,
he's fighting.
That missed field goal makes it possible, but it's going to have to come down to he's going to have to hope and pray that he can get the onside kick.
Yeah, that's his only chance here. And I completely agree with you on the field goal take. And I've heard it's a little bit of a hotter take when it comes from Madden pros, but I've heard it from those guys as well, that it creates a skill gap in the game. Field goals are a skill gap now. For a long time in, Madden Ultimate Team, we'll see field goal kickers with abilities that make them very easy. Not the case in college football. Onside kick, no opportunity for the Buckeyes to get on that one. And now Brandon Hillman and the Michigan Wolverines are just a couple of knees away from GGs and firm handshakes. But, Sleegy, we've seen it before. This is a rivalry series, man.
That first time out of the way.
Going to get stopped behind the line there. Ohio State uses their last timeout. Will we see the victory formation? Yes,
finally
we will. It would be Brandon Hillman, one of the better players that we've seen throughout this entire event. He knows that's all he needs to do and secures the victory. Great job. I mean, you got to give a little bit of credit to G. Scott. Makes the score line respectable, but Brandon Hillman and the Michigan State Wolverines doing a great job to get another point on the board and a one-score victory to make it happen.
And like we said, if Brandon Hillman is one of the better players we've seen, it is a big credit to G. Scott, like you said, for making this thing interesting, pulling within 7 points. It's 28-21. This is a ball game that I felt like was indeed kind of separated by a little more than 7 points worth of skill gap for certain. But we see the ratings advantage from Ohio State, bailing them out in some instances, but that offensive user and the mistakes that you'll see, especially the interceptions, it's been the story really for a week and a half now. Limit interceptions, win ball games. If you're throwing the ball to the defense, it's going to be tough for you to win games.
Well, I mean, it's just, you got to think about it, right? I mean, turnovers in a real game are already massively brutal. You never want to give up possession. But in this, when you've got 3-4 minute quarters, you don't really have a whole lot of time to work with. An interception can knock several minutes off the clock. And when you're dealing with these close margins, it can be absolutely devastating. And I mean, we saw it there in that last one. Brandon Hillman, absolutely fantastic at making those user picks, not even relying on the AI to do it, but taking control, getting in position, and making the catches where they need to be made. Absolutely fantastic. A great game between these two. In Michigan, they're keeping it competitive throughout the day. We're not quite getting a repeat of the Alabama-LSU matchup we saw from a couple weeks ago.
Now, we got to love enjoying a 3-2 series here tonight on the Progressive Rivalry Series. And for such a long time, turnovers were the biggest indicator. We've talked about this before on the series as well. If you were to pluck out any one statistic from a football game for quite a long time until recently where it became explosive plays, the biggest indicator as to whether a team was going to win or lose was their turnover differential. And I think we see that a lot, to your point, especially with these abbreviated quarters. Let's check in with our 0 for 3 Short King desk and see how the boys are feeling. Nick, Ty, user, what's going on, little guys?
Ty, you got any words on what you've done to us? Huh?
Turn your head, will you? What are you
looking at? User, turn that way. Just look. We couldn't care. I mean, the coattails ripped and the mush. No, Ty, you got any words for us, huh?
All I know is this Short King nickname has got to go. This is crazy. This nickname has got to go.
Whatever. 5-5. 3-2 is our score. 5 games in to this rivalry series. Take a look at some replays from our game that just finished up, our final student-athlete game between Brandon Hillman and G. Scott. I knew we were kind of cooked, user. I don't know if you saw it, but at one point, G. Scott had the controller up by his eyeballs, and it was at that moment I knew we were hosed.
We are now.
Carnell Tate works his way down the field, and then Will Howard underneath. How about Carnell Tate? TD Tate, you look at this Ohio State team. Ibuka gets a lot of look, obviously. Jeremiah Smith gets a lot of look, but Carnell Tate, quietly one of the better wide receivers.
Yeah, he goes really underrated because, Ohio State's like wide receiver U these days, right? They got all these studs. Carnell Tate goes a little overlooked, but he's a big stud. I believe he's like 6'2", 6'3", has some good size, some good speeds, made some plays. And this was a battle. These two guys were going at it. We saw Brandon Hillman really take advantage early, had some nice user picks. This one here, number 7, took it all the way back inside the 20 right there. And it was all Brandon Hillman for the most part. G. Scott would hang around. As you saw, a big play here to Loveland, the star tight end, all the way to the house. But super impressed right now with Brandon Hillman. He was doing it offensively and defensively in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon put it together, but honestly, things just haven't been good ever since Ty, hopped off the bandwagon. And I'm not going to take away nothing from Brandon's game. He came out here, played a great game, executed. Great defense, user picks. He was better, but I felt like at the end of the day, it's Ty's fault.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about David versus Goliath, we're not talking about anything in the game. It is these guys against the mush, and the bun is really mushy right now. I'm just saying.
The crazy thing is,
it's wet bread.
The crazy thing is, I gotta trust my gut because I really was gonna choose Brandon. Like I really wanted to choose Brandon, and I didn't.
But see, that's the thing about you. That's the thing about you. You don't stand on business. You don't trust your gut. If the thing you're so afraid of not trusting your gut that you would literally say, you know what? I know he's a better guy, but I see the user and Nick is picking him, and I don't want to have the stats separate me any further than it already is. So I'm gonna just ride. That's what you're doing. We see what you're doing.
And he's gonna ride in this car that's going directly off the cliff. So thanks for that, my guy. Let's take a look at our schedule and see where we stand right now. 5 games into this 10-game progressive rivalry series, and now we head to the alumni match. TD, I'm excited for this one. Ted Ginn Jr. taking on Chase Winovich.
Oh man, excited for this one. This is really Nick. This is me versus you right now because we got Ted Ginn, Ohio State. We got Chase Winovich, who is a New England. Oh, I'm gonna ride with my guy, a New England Patriot, Chase Winovich. I'm excited for this one though. Ted Ginn, one of the most electric players in college football.
And see, here's the thing: you got this villain over here, and user, I know we ride together. Ted Ginn, former Carolina Panther, a Buckeye. I mean, one of the fastest players to ever play the game. When he was on kickoff returns, y'all had to look out.
Oh, yeah. Ted Ginn is one of those guys, man. Great guy, down to earth. And listen, Nick, we've already heard Ty say he's rocking with Chase. So I'm going to go ahead and give you a little insight. Ted Ginn plays video games.
Yeah, Ted Ginn plays Madden. So, this is not going to be
I don't know if he played college, but I know he plays Madden. So guess what? Oh, yeah.
This is not going to be good.
Well, I mean, it's not going to be good because the mush is going to be mushing again. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. I will say this. I have been in the same room when Chase Winovich played, okay? Or that he came to the Super Bowl party we had a couple years ago. So I have seen Chase Winovich play Madden at least. And as we get to prediction, that's why I'm taking Ted Ginn Jr., the Ohio State University orbital ramming speed. Go, baby. Let's roll. One great user. Who you got?
You already know, man. Carolina Panther Hall of Famer Ted Ginn Jr. in the building, man. Let's go, man.
Mushy Davis, 5'2", Tyler Davis. What you got?
I gotta get my note. I got a notebook over here, and it's titled "The One Great User Notebook." Right, so I gotta take a little play out of User's notebook, and
here we go.
Oh my God, this is gonna be.
It's what we call the reverse mush, is what we call it. So,
no, he's already admitted it's the reverse mush. So whoever he says, graphics, you have to put up the other one, okay? He's already said it's the reverse mush. If you admit it ahead of time, it's not the reverse mush, okay?
That's
so
true.
Whoever he says, you have to put up the other one. So Ty, who you picking?
So I'm riding with Teddy Ginn Jr., baby.
Yeah, put up the other one. Told you put it up there. Come on, graphics, you got my back, right?
Graphics, you gotta.
He said,
yes.
This
That's
is
why we have one of the best producer teams in the building. Let's
best
go, man.
in the world. TD, you will not get away. You can't admit that ahead of time. You got to be like user and just say you're convicted. Then at the end, be like, it was the reverse mush. I knew it was going to happen. See, you messed up. You messed up.
You didn't get that page out of my book. Get him,
That's
Nick.
crazy. That's from the Tyler Davis 5'1" book over there. That's crazy.
That's right.
Unbelievable. And he has not shaved his head yet, guys. That's coming up in just a bit, so don't worry about that one. Ty, you got the razor ready?
No.
Okay. We gotta see how tall you are. I also
6
need user to
foot.
sit up.
6 foot tall, baby.
It's crazy. Bianca's taller than him, man.
That's easy. Chat, give us a 1 in the chat if you think Ty is under 6 feet. Give us a 2 in the chat if you think Ty is also under 6 feet and lying. Let's throw it over to I know Andy Fendler's over 6 feet, and he can confirm that Tyler Davis is not 6 feet tall. We got the man, the myth, the legend, Fendler, and Sleegy. get the call. Go for it, boys.
I sure can confirm that, boys. Listen, Sleeky, man, seeing kind of just the discord that the desk is in right now, them boys chirping each other, really making me appreciate our synergy that we have going on in the booth here tonight. I think we're doing a great job. I'm personally disgusted by the little opie-dope that T. Davis just gave us. I'm riding with my guy, Chase Winovich. Oh, Patriots fan. This is my guy. Only to look for a reverse mush. I'm personally disgusted here. It's 3-2 here right now. We're getting into our alumni games. We're going to see some really well-known games. We've seen these guys play on Sunday. If I could ask you for a prediction, how do you think this goes?
I mean, look, I'm not one to really jump on the bandwagon either, but even I have heard that, Ted Ginn Jr. plays Madden. So that kind of experience coming into a game like this, I can't not pick against him. So I'm going to have to go with Ted Ginn Jr. in Ohio State here. If he's got the experience, they're not the same game, but I mean, it's close enough, right? It's still football at the end of the day. I think he's gonna be able to make it happen. And look at this, we've got a night game for the game. Never happened before, but we're gonna get to see it here on the virtual gridiron.
So here we go then, folks. It'll be Chase Winovich and the Michigan Wolverines on offense to start the game. Oh, gets wiggly in the open field, makes the safety miss. Move. And a nice gain there. So you see these guys checking in. Chase has got a pretty cool staircase behind him there. I like the backdrop. Ted Ginn Jr. looks to be in an office of some sort. Both these guys locked in, ready to go here, fighting for their alma mater, bragging rights on the Progressive Rivalry series here tonight with Fendler and Sleegy in the booth. Our guys, Nick Mazesco, the voice of competitive Madden, the one great user and the best bun in broadcasting, T. Davis, holding down the desk for us. In the meantime, in between times here, it's 3-2 in favor of the Ohio State Buckeyes for now. This will be a little more fast and furious on the action here to respect the time of these superstars. Want to make sure we get in a good competitive game, but it looks like we're going to be playing 2-minute quarters here. Makes that possession conversation all that much more valuable. And we're going to get a challenge on the spot here early. That might have been an accidental challenge there from Chase Winovich. Not quite sure how he expected that to go.
I mean, I don't know how much you can say accidental. He had to go all the way into the pause menu and select it and then hit yes on the next option menu.
You're right about that.
Maybe,
You're right.
Maybe he saw something we didn't. I was also wondering what he was challenging there. I really don't understand what he was looking to gain out of that.
But you're right. That's
maybe he
quite
saw
a few
a flag,
button
but a
clicks.
challenge won't bring a flag out for you.
Right. No, but you said it. That's quite a few button clicks to write off as accidental there. Maybe just, I don't know, a lapse in judgment. And for spending a timeout on a challenge of what, we have no idea, into losing a few after the flag. Took a little too long to get a play in here. And the lights are bright here on the Progressive Rivalry series. Chase is going to need to get this offense called here. 2nd and 13. Clock is winding again. Orgy's back to pass. He's going to escape the pocket right.
So much
Finds
room.
a lot of space, man. No fatigue on number 10 here yet. And smartly is going to tiptoe that right sideline. I'm going to give it an A-. That would have been an A+ for me if he just goes ahead and steps out of bounds, takes no wear and tear hit whatsoever. As it is, Ohio State is going to get contact there on Orgy at quarterback. Back to handoff off right guard for Donovan Edwards. A nice pickup there, 2nd and 3. And when it's been working offensively for the Wolverines, it's been behind the ground game.
Yeah, the ground, especially that QB run a moment ago. It was wide open. It's very rare for anyone that's running with the ball to see that much green grass in front of them. And now 2nd and 3. Look, we were talking about Ted Ginn Jr. being a Madden player leading into this, and that's why we're kind of giving him the advantage here. But, hey, maybe Chase Winovich has been playing college football without really mentioning it to anyone, because so far he's looked pretty good. Fake handoff, going to run with the quarterback again, the spin move to gain some more out of it, and now 1st and goal from the 7 as the first quarter comes to an end. Chase Winovich getting close to an initial score.
Let your playmakers make plays, and we always mention mention how scary it gets when your quarterback is going to take contact in the open field. They're just going to put the ball on the ground at a little higher frequency than one of your ball handlers would, a halfback or a wideout or one of your big tight ends. Just gets a little scarier when it's your quarterback with his hands on the rock, but an athlete indeed makes a nice play there off the scramble to bring up a 1st and goal. And Winovich getting caught up in his play call a little bit here. I think he's trying to spam pick motion spacing. And as I'm sure many of you watching at home know, if you double click, you just add it as a favorite, and it doesn't actually call the play. So you just need to single click that. Does our guy Chase. Looks like he likes that motion spacing. He's bouncing around this shotgun wing pair offensive. So he's doing the same thing.
On the play clock.
Yeah, he's getting a little too ambitious when it's time to call that play. It's happened to the best of us. That's exactly right. Tune checking in the chat with the correct comms on that. We've all done it before. Looks like he might have it figured out by now. Cost him a little bit of field position while he was working it out. 2nd and goal from the 13-yard line looking in now. And in these abbreviated quarters, we started the second at the 2-minute timeout. So clock is not going to stop by itself at any point here. Play action inside, and the pressure gets home.
If I'm Ohio State, I'm thinking about taking maybe a timeout here. 3rd and goal from the 20. Touchdown seems unlikely unless he can get away with something. Ted Ginn Jr.'s got to think about how much time he's going to have to move this ball back down the field. Still letting time tick away. And if I'm chasing this situation, I'm not snapping it until under 10 seconds on the play clock.
That's been on accident what he's had going on offensively. We'll see if he does it on purpose. And you called it. Play clock under 10, now 6 and 5. Orgy is back to pass, looks to scramble right again to the end zone, and he hangs on to it. 17 on the reception. A nice play there. Orgy with that mobility threatens to escape the pocket again. Ted Ginn Jr. probably remembering just a couple of plays earlier, that big gain as Orgy was able to manage a great scramble early in the drive. It's a red kick, but it's up, and it's good. And rather than continuing his rollout, he's going to look and find an option in the end zone for a touchdown. A tight window there, but if it's complete, it's a dot. Now 7-0, Chase Winovich on top of things. Just 52 seconds left for Ted Ginn Jr. And in these short quarters, this gets a little bit dicey because he does not get the ball back at halftime, if I'm not mistaken, right? That was him opening up the game, Chase to answer. And now this is his 2nd offensive drive, if I am correct about that. So he will really, really want to find his way into the end zone here before half.
And that he will. I do think that Chase started with the ball. He just had such a long drive that ended up feeling like that. So I do think Ted Ginn Jr. might be getting the ball to start the first half or the second half.
I'm the worst. When it's me, when it's me at halftime, it's just a stone cold guess as to what the heck is going to happen. In the booth, it should be a little easier, but alas, here I am.
But, I mean, even without that, the big difference here is Chase had all day to make decisions and think about what he wanted to do and make it happen. Ted Ginn Jr. here, he doesn't have the luxury of thinking about it. And if he wants to try and score in the first half here, he's got to make plays and make them now. 3rd and 10 from their own 19 has not been a great start to the drive for them.
Really just getting stymied offensively, and good comms there from everybody. It does indeed seem that Chase had it first this ball game. So Ted Ginn with plenty of opportunity left here. He's got a 3rd and 10. And, man, a defensive stop here would put Chase Winovich and these Wolverine defensive players in a pretty good situation. Howard wants the whole thing. And that'll get swatted on the 50-50 ball all the way down there at the 20-yard line. Some nice arm strength there from Will Howard to get it all the way down there. And good to live on the edge here.
Because you come down with that, you essentially flip the field. I mean, Talk about what a throw to flip the field if that had been an interception. But now 4th and 10 from his own 19. If he can't convert, Chase easily has an opportunity to put another touchdown on the board.
And it gets knocked out. A pretty good read offensively on the comeback. It just doesn't get there in time. And with the defensive player even in the area, your percentage of making a catch successfully is going to go down. That's got to be a little bit frustrating if you're Ted Ginn Jr. Your receiver gets both hands on the thing, and just because a D-back is breathing on him, he's going to drop the football. A tough break for the Buckeyes, and it'll be up to Chase Winovich to capitalize. He's got 2 timeouts. The clock is going to run here. Curious how he'll play this. Handoff back inside. Donovan Edwards again on 2nd and 4. Makes it a 3rd and 1, and there goes his second timeout.
And I got to say real quick, I know it's like the thing to do in multiplayer football, right? Go for it on 4th down. I mean, especially with these 2-minute quarters. But from that field position, I still am really questioning the decision to try for it on 4th. Because even if Chase can't get it in the end zone on this play, with a timeout still in the back pocket, I mean, this is a pretty straightforward field goal. He's going to run it out to the left side. That's going to be a touchdown. That's easy. Good run from the QB again. Orji been finding nothing but space when he gets them out in the open. And that is now 13-0 Michigan, looking to make it 14 pending the PAT.
And you don't need to consider when to call out the field goal unit. If you just go ahead and get into the end zone instead, and then you can consider whether you want the extra point unit to come out. And it looks like in this case, he does not. See him scrolling around his offensive plays. He's going to think better of it, though. Back over to Coach's suggestion. Coach thinks he should put this thing up and look for a field goal here.
I agree with the coach.
I think so, too. It's up. And the extra point is good. Chase, with the emphasis on Winovich. Up 14 rock for now. Ted Ginn Jr. It's such a great, one of the most explosive collegiate players of all time. Such a great player in his own right. And the more we see these guys play, the more we learn, and it's proven that these guys are competitors. You are not going to see Ted Ginn Jr. sit back and lay back. Instead, you're going to see him try to get loose on a kick return. No sooner did I finish the sentence, his time expires in the first half, gets all the way loose, and he stays stoic, locked in. Not too much of a reaction there from one of the best to ever do it for the Buckeyes. Ted Ginn Jr. is in the end zone, and he needed it there.
103 yards to the house. And man, oh man, did Ohio State and Ted Ginn Jr. need that massive play as time expires. And now, with him getting the ball back to start the second half, I mean, we got a ball game on our hands.
Just like that, special teams, man, a third of the game, and we are reminded of their importance yet again here tonight on the Progressive Rivalry Series. Chase Winovich up for now by 7. 14-7 is your ball game. He's beaten Ted Ginn Jr. here for now, but we still have a whole second half of action yet to come between these two greats of football in their own right. No, I was right. And I want apologies from the chat. I want apologies from Sleegy.
But this is Ohio State getting the ball first, right?
This is Ohio
Chase
State
had it first.
Yep, this is Ohio State getting the ball first. Absolutely. Yeah. So they were right. So they were absolutely correct, and I just wanted to draw attention to that fact again.
Yeah, you had me questioning my sanity for a moment.
So
I'm
those
like,
guys
Ohio
were
State's
absolutely
red, I'm
right.
pretty sure.
Yep, those guys were absolutely right, and I just wanted to make sure to call that out one more time here before we get it going. All right. So Ted Ginn Jr. will indeed get the rock here to start our second half. 2-minute quarters. Fast and furious will be the action. And after that, kick return touchdown as time expired in the first half. Ted Ginn Jr. can't throw the ball to himself as he's not in the – oh, my God, I love this offensive formation. Oh, my
I like
God.
this.
Multiple fullbacks in the game.
He's got
Why
space.
not?
Great run. Wow.
Judkins out of the super power set off right tackle. A nice first down pickup there. So although Ted Ginn Jr. is not in the game, so he can't throw to himself, he certainly did a pretty good Ted Ginn Jr. impression on that long kick return touchdown, and that's really what is keeping him in this ball game right now. Having the Rock down 14 feels quite a bit different than it does right now for him, just down by 7. Nice move again there by Judkins. Good to keep this thing on the ground here for now. Doesn't want to risk it. This Wolverine defense has been ball hawking. And on 2nd and 1, he's going to get back into another heavy formation here, and I love it. It's going to be handoff left guard. Judkins into the open field, down to the 31-yard line. Grounding and pounding here goes Ted Ginn Jr. and these Buckeye offensive players.
I mean, you see it right there. Quinshon Judkins, 3 attempts for 41 yards. Absolutely monstrous performance so far. When he utilizes Judkins, he's finding so much open space. This Michigan defense really good in the secondary, but lacking on this line, as we'll see whether or not they can do it again here. It's going to be another handoff, and that's going to be powered through. Good for another 6. No passing yards for Ohio State so far.
Hasn't needed it just yet. And this is really my type of offense. When I'm on the sticks, this is a lot of how it looks for me as well. Usually I'm on the sticks for Michigan. Don't tell Nick that again. He knows. But 2nd and 4 now. Another handoff, and that's not going quite as far. We'll keep the offense now just a bit off of schedule. 3rd and 4. And Ted Ginn Jr. might need to make a read here. I'm not sure. Let's go. Not sure how good he should feel about keeping this thing on the ground with 4 yards to go. This Michigan defensive front can get stout when they need to. It's going to be a handoff.
Run.
Said Fenn,
wow,
man,
another good
be
block.
Quiet, dude. You talking about I don't have a play for 3rd and 4. How about I tote this rock and get a first down? I love his style. First down for the Buckeyes.
And one big thing here with him just really committing to the run game is, I mean, if it works, it works. And when he does eventually pull out a passing play, I don't know if the defense is going to be ready for it. It could potentially set up a massive gain later on in the game. It just depends on timing. If I'm him in this situation, though, I'm going to keep running, and that's exactly what he does. Cut back inside. Not going to get quite as much that time, but still, gain of 2 to get inside the 10 at the end of the 3rd quarter.
So we see that opening offensive drive for the Buckeyes last the entirety of the 3rd quarter, albeit only 2 minutes. But that'll get us to the 4th. Obviously, things kind of, I guess you could say, starting at the 2-minute timeout. So we won't have any more clock stoppages by rule. Everyone's got all their timeouts left here. Ted Ginn Jr. could get a first down technically. He's got 2nd and 8 on the 9-yard line going in here.
Bend, but do not break.
Will Howard in the pistol. Built in motion. Gives the jet sweep. Cuts up right side A gap. Didn't want to take that thing all the way outside.
We're gonna have to block that one
Looks
out.
for the.
I think this is where you bring the throw out.
It might be time. 3rd and 5. And every once in a while, as the offense, you can bait a pass commit out of the defense. I can't imagine you'll get one from Chase here. And Howard's going to roll left. Finds, and into the end zone go the Buckeyes. Ted Ginn Jr. with the potential to equalize here in the 4th quarter. Chase Winovich cannot get the defensive stop the Wolverines were after. And a big extra point opportunity. We'll see Chase Winovich in this Wolverine offense with a money drive chance. Ted Ginn, no surprise here, will call out the field goal unit. This one's important. You're going to see him locked in, lean forward for the extra point. It's up and it's good. 14 apiece now. And Chase Winovich will get the rock back. And this is one of those situations, man, you cannot play to not lose the game. You can't stop playing offense. If the reads you need to make involve you making reads, you need to continue to play offense. You can get caught up and fall way behind schedule here, trying to be too cute with it. But obviously field goal range may well get this done for him. With 1:34 left before the end of the game, plus all of his timeouts, time really not a factor for the offense yet. It could become a factor for the defense depending on how this drive goes. We'll see what he's thinking. Orji will pull the play action, looks, finds nobody. He might have had an opportunity to get that scramble off left tackle. Instead looks for a read that he cannot find and gets dropped. No loss, no gain on the play. 2nd and 10 now. Same exact play on the play action. I don't like going right back to it. And he gets an inaccurate throw there over his receiver's head. Just the 2nd attempt there from Alex Orji. Both of these teams good to cut their teeth on the ground game. I don't love going right back to that same, because that was a long play action. It kind of took a while. It was a little dangerous there. And now 3rd and 10 in a sketchy situation here for everybody. Orji did the play action. Looks, finds nobody. Defensive pressure gets home. And now 4th and 10. And Chase Winovich suddenly in a bad situation. We're going to see what he does here.
He's not going to punt it.
I don't think so.
He's going to go for it. I'm not so Look, it's easy to make these sorts of calls from the booth when it's not our game on the line, but I'm not sure I'm liking anything other than a punt here. It's 1:12. They've got all 3 of their timeouts. If you try and go for it, you're essentially just saying, yeah, please score and give us an opportunity to tie it up. And I just don't like that mentality. You punt it. You try and rely on your defense to make a stop. Going for it here just feels so risky.
It sure does. He's going to call a timeout to make sure he likes the play. I like the timeout even less. There's a couple ways to think about it, right? Especially if you kept all 3 of your timeouts. If you don't get this, you would like to think that if you can use your timeout smartly, that Ted Ginn Jr. might not actually have had enough field to finish the clock. I don't even know if he can get the playoff here. 4th and 10. He does get it off, just barely. Looks, he's got the red pass, but it's complete. 4th down conversion, and Chase stays alive.
Bailed out by the receiver there. Got separation in space. Able to hold on to the ball after contact to make sure he goes down, doesn't lose possession. Now near midfield, time ticking. This just completely flipped the vibes of the game. It went from desperation for Chase to now kind of desperation for Ted Ginn Jr. You have to find a stop here. And we're going to see him take his first time out.
Yep.
I mean, I can see it on 2nd and 4th. I'd maybe see if he got a first down, but now it means you're committing to getting a stop on this drive.
No doubt about it. 51 seconds left in our contest here. Chase Winovich really taking his time in the play call. He's hurt himself for a couple delay of games here early. He's going to have no time to make any adjustments here. He's going to need to quick snap this as time winds. He had a built-in motion, and that's just going to take too long. The lights feeling pretty bright here for Chase. You hear the guys yapping at each other here a little bit, having a good chuckle over the spirit of the Progressive Rivalry series here. One of the most storied rivalries really in all of sports between Ohio State and Michigan. Now 2nd and 9, a really familiar low play clock here. It's going to be the same play. Built-in motion. It's 2 play actions. Orji looks to escape the pocket. He does! Oh, and it's knocked out.
They're going to get roughing the passer on that.
It is going to be roughing the passer for 15 yards and a first down. Ted Ginn Jr. has to be the sickest man playing on the Progressive Rivalry series right now.
That's a huge, huge mistake from the Ohio State defense. You cannot afford, especially on a dropped pass, to give up a first down and 15 yards on a roughing the passer play. Completely unnecessary, and now gives Chase an opportunity to potentially win the game. Another play action. He's going to run with this one, juking in and out of the way, and now with 38 seconds to go, he's inside of field goal range.
Field goal range for sure, but Sleegy, we've seen what that kick meter can look like to the away team. And I'm sure if he had his choice about it, Chase would much rather get into the end zone than need to rely on a bouncy old kick meter with this stadium pulse rocking. The crowd knows that it's coming down to crunch time here. Time winding. He's going to hand off inside to Donovan Edwards. Gets back into the middle of the field, which there's something to be said for that. We're going to get a timeout from Michigan here. That could have been a timeout from either of these guys, really. 29-yard line now. That first down run is going to lose one. I would go so far as to say, from the 29-yard, if he has to line up a kick from right here, I don't think he makes it.
I don't think so either. I mean, still wasting a lot of time on this
play
clock. He's not going to be able to get something off here.
No, he is not.
He's going to either have to take a timeout or he's just going to take the delay game.
Worst case scenario. Absolute worst case scenario. If I didn't think he was going to make it from the 29, I definitely don't think he's going to make it from the 34 after the 5-yard penalty on the play. He still has a timeout, so he could come down in the he could run the ball here if he wanted to. This is going to be, I would anticipate, probably a timeout almost right away from Ted Ginn Jr. Almost no matter what happens. Chase is just yapping. He's having a good time. Or is he on a play action again? If he gets sacked, oh no. Oh, buddy. Just so dangerous outside of the pocket with that quarterback like that, man. He takes a timeout with 8 seconds left. Again, it's so and you said it before, Sleegy, it's so easy to make this type of commentary from the booth when you're not actually, you don't have the pressure of the sticks in your hands. But
with how many with how many delay games there have been,
right?
He might have just been able to let the time run out if he couldn't get his field goal unit out on the field in time.
Right, true indeed. So now 3rd and 13, we're going to see the field goal unit, and look at that meter bounce, and the stadium pulse is rocking.
Oh.
3rd toughest place to play in the game right now at Ohio State. Can he clutch up for a field goal to put the Wolverines ahead here in the late game? 5.
No way.
It is
no,
not
even
that
is
remotely
out of
close.
there.
Not even remotely close.
I think he had the meter lined up in the right place, but that power arrow way far off to the left reminded me of Ohio State's kick against Georgia from a few years ago. It was so far off. But now, opportunity for Ted Ginn Jr., one play to potentially seal the deal. Otherwise, we're heading to overtime.
And Chase needs to get his second hand on the remote here because he looked to dial up some pressure. He caught it, but he ran out of time. It's complete all the way down to the 16-yard line, but with not enough clock to take advantage. We are going to get some bonus football here for the second time this evening. Chase Winovich and Ted Ginn Jr. locked at 14 points apiece at the end of regulation.
And God, I have to admit, I love overtime. A lot of people, it might be hotly contested. I don't know how it is that college overtime rules are weird, but I love them. I love the quick, aggressive action. It gets you right to the point, gives both teams an opportunity. Big throw. Oh, but it's going to be intercepted by Ohio State. He picks up a block. The big boy trying to catch up to him, number 8. Closing the distance. It's not quite going to be enough for a pick 6, but that is huge for the Buckeyes.
Oh, man, and this Buckeye kick meter, which would win the game for him if he wanted to boot one right here and right now, the Ohio State kick meter is going to look and feel quite a bit different from the Michigan version here as the home team. So being that they could not finish the interception return for 6, the ball gets reset to the 25-yard line looking in. I think smartly, okay, never mind. Play action. Oh, buddy. In the vicinity of a D-line pick there. Kind of a yikes. Little bit of a yikes. When he lined up in that big, heavy set, I just thought he keeps the ball on the ground once, twice, 3 times.
Lucky to get rid of it there.
Right?
Game ain't finished.
I'd be shocked to see another throwing play.
Let's find out.
I really would.
Ted Ginn Jr. is one of the best wideouts of all time. Says, you know what? I'm going to try and make a play. And he does.
Well, he makes it.
He says, the heck with 3 to end this one. I'm one of the GOATs of the Ohio State program. I just throw touchdowns. That's more or less my style. And he does. Makes pretty short work of the overtime period. It's a 1-play interception for Chase. He cannot make the field goal at the end of regulation that probably would have won him the game. Instead, we go to free football. Ted Ginn Jr. makes the interception up front and the big corner route for the touchdown to end things. That keeps Ohio State on top. The short kings at the desk, none of them were incorrect, which I personally hate. I was actually rooting that those guys were about to go 0 for 3 because I just knew that was going to send them into absolute shambles. And I, for one, like that. I really enjoy when them boys wind up in shambles. Michigan in a little bit of shambles here. It's only 2 games separating our 2 rivalry contestants here tonight on the Progressive Rivalry Series. 4 games to Ohio State, 2 games to Michigan, and that's a heartbreaker for the Wolverines.
Yeah, and I mean, Ted Ginn Jr., talk about staying focused, staying locked in. That kick return at the end of the first half,
huge.
Game changer.
Huge.
I mean, you talk about going into overtime, especially, it felt like Chase had a couple of opportunities to win that game, but Ted Ginn Jr. snatching victory from the jaws of defeat and giving Ohio State a little bit of separation in the overall here for the rivalry series. What a game. I'm loving these overtimes.
And we just keep seeing it, man. These guys are such competitors. Ted Ginn Jr. at no point was his foot off of the gas. He stayed locked in the entire game. And to your point, Chase, with a couple of opportunities to win, he can't get it done. Ted Ginn Jr. logs another one for the Ohio State Buckeyes. And unfortunately, I am forced to throw it back to a desk that just went 3-0 on their predictions. Soft as all get out. Nick, Ty, User, how you guys feeling about the game, fellas?
I mean, technically we went 2-1.
Well, thank you so much, Planet Head. Wow. I mean, me and User right on the money.
I'm feeling
T. Davis,
good, boys.
Another L? That's
Another
crazy.
W over here. I'm feeling good. Teddy Ginn coming through for me.
User, what is he talking about?
What is wrong with you? Like, really, what is
Let's
wrong
go,
with you? You don't
boys.
have any class. You don't have any class. Like, the way, the type
Well, first
of
of all,
guy
you didn't
you
stand
are,
on
man.
business. First of all, you didn't stand on business. And second of all, you said it was a reverse mush. So either one of 2 things is true.
Listen.
Either you picked Chase Winovich and stood on business and you weren't a coward, which you're saying you're not, or the reverse mush didn't work, which means you're the mush. If the reverse mush doesn't work, you're the true mush. Which one is it, buddy? Get some replays up here. Let's show the win that me and User picked, and old 4'1" Davis didn't.
Basically, there was no way I was taking an L.
And he was and by the way, not only that, in case y'all didn't know, in our Discord text chat, he doubled down that it was a reverse mush and was still wrong.
Oh, man. Still wrong. When he was up 14, he felt so good. He was like, yes, I picked Chase. I'm good to go. He's messaging in the Discord. Yes, it's perfect. But he didn't
This
know
was the play that changed
Ted Ginn
everything.
is a dog.
Guys,
Here we go
unbelievable
right here
chat.
on the kickoff. Just doing what he does in real life. Doing what he does in real life. You
It's
know
appropriate
better
that
than
he got one, yeah.
Yeah, putting that ball in that man's hand. You already know Ted Gwynn's going to take it to the house. And this right here, you know, you can't teach this. This is just hard. Ted Gwynn just fighting, just a lot of dog in him, you feel me? That's the way he learned in Carolina Panther. We keep pounding around here as he puts 7 up on the board, and you see Chase just could not kick a field goal to save his life. Go to OT, and here we go. That's a book. You already know, man, and we out of here. Ohio State, the Buckeyes.
Just one play it took, and to the end zone, a walk-off win for Ted Ginn. 4-2 go the Buckeyes, which is like a complete inverse to what T. Davis isn't picking this games, and is also ironically his height, 4'2". So that's really cool. We move on. Nothing. I can't believe you did that. Hey, T. Davis, I respect you more if you were the mush and stood on business than if you were just a complete shell of a
All
human
I know,
being.
boys, is we got to check the records because I'm making a comeback over here is all I know.
No, you're not, because we all picked the same game then. So you actually aren't making a comeback at all. That's not how it works when we all win. You're so wrong all the time. This is insane. What, do you want to talk about the 61 defense? You want to go 61?
No, that's someone else.
Yeah, man. Come on, man. Tell us about Long Stride Loose. Where you at?
Long stride.
Long stride.
Oh, man. Well, we continue onwards here from the Progressive Rivalry Series. Let's take a look at our schedule because we have still a couple games to go as we work our way through the alumni matches. So far, Ted Ginn Jr. on top. I know, TD, you were looking forward to this one. Battle of the former quarterbacks, Braxton Miller versus Shoelace Denard Robinson.
Yeah, I can't wait for this one. 2 college football absolute legends. Braxton Miller, former quarterback, played some receiver, obviously made it to the NFL. Denard Robinson, same story there. And you can't forget, Denard Robinson, the cover boy of NCAA 14. You guys, these two guys know how to play some college football at 25. So I'm expecting a shootout, a great battle between these two.
If there's one thing I know about Braxton Miller, user, I've watched a lot of Braxton Miller, but this game means a lot to him. If you follow him on Twitter, as I do, he is somebody who does not shy away from talking a lot of smack about this rivalry. And now he gets to put it out on the field. If he ends up losing this game, it's not going to be pretty for it. He's gonna have to go on Twitter and deal with some trolls out there.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. I mean, but can he back it up? And that's what you got to understand about Braxton Miller. He's going to talk that talk. He's going to walk that walk. And we're going to see who Ty's going to pick this game. If he's going to try to reverse mush and pick both players, we don't know.
I just wonder if he's like, if he's, I don't know, he has any ounce of integrity. I don't know. Does he?
He doesn't. I blame his daddy.
He wants to take. He likes my strategy. My strategy's working.
No, I
you
don't
know
like
which
strategy.
way I'm gonna go.
You're not a man, son. You're not
a
a man. You know what I'm saying? And I blame your daddy for you even standing up here thinking that you can pick both sides like that. It don't work like that. You gotta pick a side. Do you understand? Pick a side and stand there.
User, I'm
because
just
I
saying,
promise, if we get Daddy Davis on here, he gonna pick a side.
Now he's calling out my father. This is crazy.
That's right.
Chad.
Because I gotta get somebody to make you accountable. I don't know who else to do it.
I'm just saying, my dad wouldn't let me do that. I know user's dad wouldn't, but
my dad wouldn't let me do it. But somehow you stand up here and embarrass Daddy Davis.
That's crazy. You want to apologize to your father, TD?
No.
Apologize.
Let's move on.
No.
The man bun is already enough to apologize. Apologize.
This is crazy, chat. You guys see this?
I'm just saying, like right now, if TD went into the corner of his room, he could use his man bun as a little dust picker. It'd be really, really good. Let's get some predictions. Braxton Miller, v. Denard Robinson, battle of the quarterbacks. You know where I'm going. Braxton Miller, go Bucks. OH. User, you've got convictions. Who are you going with?
Man, I'm riding with Braxton Miller, man. You know what I'm saying? I like to see a guy who has the energy, who's going to talk that talk, hopefully can back it up. But I also feel like Denard Robinson could be sneaky and pull this game out. But I'm going with Braxton Miller. I'm standing on business, but I know Denard, he's going to come out here and give us a good game.
Tyler?
Yeah. I'm going to really stand on business. Since that's the theme of this, is stand on
Henry?
business.
I got Henry over both these guys.
I'm picking Henry and Dez. Look,
Dang.
There's no way that you're not a cover athlete and you don't have game on the virtual gridiron. If you've been a cover athlete, NCAA 14, and you don't have game, I'm going opposite of Mazesko. I'm going opposite of user because I need to get back in the standings. I need to be at the top of the standings. I'm going with the Michigan man. We're riding with Denard Robinson.
See? Okay. And see, you know what? I got respect for that. I got respect for that. We respect that. But, go Bucks.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see.
Will I take you in the dark alley with me for protection? No, but I respect what you're trying to at least portray that you're a man.
You know what? You can come back for crab, okay? You can have the crab dinner with us. I'll allow it.
That's really all that matters. That's what I was hoping for. That's really all I was trying to do.
4 to the score. Will it be a little closer or will it be a runaway? For the call, let's throw it over to Sleeky and the man with the interplanetary cranium. It's none other than Fendler.
A lot of space for brain going on over here in this dome here, buddy. Man, oh man, the desk in generational shambles now actually invoking their fathers. They're just absolutely falling apart. We're still holding it down here in the booth, Sleegy. I'm excited to see the boys gave it a great introduction. This is a battle between two superstars. I would tend to think the same thing. Not only was Denard Robinson a cover athlete in NCAA 14, he was the cover athlete for college football gaming for all 11 years that we just didn't have a game for. So I'll be curious to see. I feel like you got to have some chops on the sticks being a cover athlete for that long. Anything you're expecting to see here?
I mean, I'm just expecting to see more close games. I mean, that's been kind of the theme of anything else that you take away from the day. All of these games have been razor thin pretty much all the way down the board. It's been some fantastic football. We've seen 2 overtimes so far today. I'm hoping maybe we can get at least one more. But coming into this one, I think I'm kind of on the same wavelength that you are. Denard Robinson, you can't not be the face of the game for as long as he was. was and not have played it at least a little bit, right? Like, he's got to have some experience under his belt. I think he's going to bring one back for Michigan to keep the overall competition today pretty competitive.
We'll look to see what happens here in the contest between Braxton Miller and Denard Robinson. To respect our athletes' time, we got this one on a super abbreviated schedule. These guys just playing 1 minute quarters.
Yes, sir.
So this is going to be a blitz of action. Make it fast and furious, not just every possession being so consequential, but in a quick game like this, every play becomes that much more weighty, as you are just not going to have
only 2 possessions in regulation.
That's exactly right. You're just not going to have a whole heck of a lot of opportunity there.
Come on.
Off the boomer cam, zoom out offensively there. Picks up just 1. Now 3rd and 5. So we got the Buckeye offense here. Braxton Miller on the stick, starting with the rock. There we go. Fix the camera up. Denard Robinson looking to put on pressure. It doesn't get home, though. Instead, he's going to dump it down. 3rd down. Conversion is good for a first. Ball on his own
down
29.
the sideline, did a great job keeping him in bounds and getting that first down there. Great vision and awareness to not step out there after making the catch. And it wasn't an easy catch to make either, but a first down and 15 to go in the first quarter. I mean, time is always going to be a factor throughout the entirety of this game.
More pressure from the Wolverines, and Braxton Miller will make them pay for it. It is actually going to spend a timeout there, which might seem insane for the first quarter, but you got to keep in mind, there is 1 minute and 5 seconds left before halftime here. He wants to get one more play. Only saved them 5 seconds, but not surprised that you might see a little more liberal use of timeouts here. In the quick contest, back to the corner route, and he's got a completion to Smith. He's at the 5. He's in the end zone. Braxton Miller gets all the way loose. Ohio State is on top of things here early. Braxton Miller's in the end zone.
And you know what? With him making that touchdown right there, that timeout kind of pays off. You're going to get 1 minute in the second quarter for Michigan to try and make a response. But if there's a turnover or if there is a turnover on downs, anything like that where he can get the ball back, that's huge. Goes up by 7. Now it's going to be on Denard Robinson to try and have a response here in just as much time.
And there goes the end of our first quarter here. 7-0 for now. Braxton Miller on top of things over Denard Robinson. We're going to get to see this Wolverine offense for the first time here this game. And I should be a little more careful to note that it will indeed be Denard Robinson getting the ball at halftime, which in this case is only 59 seconds away. He's got 3 timeouts to navigate the field. Ball will start on his own 25-yard line.
I'm not sure why the clock operator actually wound a second there with taking the knee. There shouldn't have been any time used on that kick. But 1 second might not normally seem like a lot, but in this situation, a second can mean the difference between getting a playoff to make a touchdown or not at the end of the half. So we'll see what he does here as he takes over control, and it's actually going to take a timeout here. I don't hate that. He probably didn't like what he saw defensively lined up, so wants to get the right play called because you've only got so many.
Yeah, production giving us a friendly reminder that these guys had played a little bit longer of a game. It was really close, could kind of have gone either way. They had a disconnect, always unfortunate when that happens in these head-to-head matches. So they gave us the honor of running the rematch so we could get a solid winner. You can't have any disconnect endings here on the Progressive Rivalry Series. So that's what we're watching here. That's the reason for the 1 minute quarters. Obviously, we like to see these guys get a little more game time in, but got to work with what we got. And we, of course, appreciate them taking the time to get these games in. He had a couple things open, and that was 2, but I think that was the least fruitful of all of his options.
Yeah, gets close to the line to gain, but still a yard short, and that clock keeps ticking. Doesn't stop for the chains until you actually get past. So drop back to get here from Orgy.
He sees it this
time.
time.
That's huge.
Jukes in the open field. The big guy
early there on the
18.
He'll take his second timeout, so only 1 left.
Oh,
I'm not sure if field goals are ever going to be a good strategy with how short these quarters are. I think it's 4-down territory the whole way through.
Now 30 seconds left before half. The Wolverines will get the ball at the turn of the quarter.
Oh, no.
Back to pass here again. Looks finds blanketed coverage. Almost couldn't see the defensive player back there. He was so close to the receiver. He's going to hurry up here on 2nd and inches. He's only got 1 timeout left, so smartly he's going to just hang on to that for right now. 13, and clock is running. Back to pass.
Triangle was wide open. Triangle he had triangle for at least the first down all day. Instead, 3rd and inches, 10 seconds is enough time with 1 timeout for maybe 2 plays. I don't think it's quite enough to pull off 3.
Let's see what he's thinking here on 3rd and inches. Orgy will built-in motion somebody out. Looks, finds nobody. Pressure gets home again. And this Ohio State defensive front causing problems for Denard Robinson. And like you said, Sleegy, I don't think anybody wants to kick field goals here.
He's going to go for it.
As Michigan. It's not the craziest kick meter we've seen today. This is makeable.
Not like that, it's not.
Oh, my God.
That's not that
He had the arrow lined up well, but the accuracy meter not quite being friendly to our friend Denard Robinson over there. Not going to be able to get it off. 2 seconds though. Braxton Miller can do something with that. I mean, we saw last game a kick return as time expired, so maybe a Hail Mary as time expires here.
That ain't right.
Yeah, Denard Robinson can't do much but laugh that one off. Just a bit outside. Really a close miss there. It wasn't that close. Howard back to pass, 2 seconds left. He's just going to take the incompletion, throw out a sack, and at halftime, it's going to be Braxton Miller 7, Denard Robinson 0 after the spectacular missed field goal there. I mean, wow, that's somebody in about the 3rd row of the grandstands is going home with a souvenir there. That missed the net completely. We're going to see Denard Robinson back on offense here with an opportunity to equalize things. Playing short quarters. These guys, we were lucky enough to get these guys a rematch after one of their longer games disconnected. We wanted to make sure we saw this thing through on the Progressive Rivalry Series. So got a little abbreviated contest here.
He's got 90 yards to go, though, so quite the distance to make up here, starting deep in their own half. Fake handoff. Tried to throw it back to the running back anyways, but the pressure comes too quickly. At least able to get rid of the ball. Sets up 2nd and 10.
And you see the graphic there, already 7 quarterback pressures for the Buckeyes, and that has been the difference. Orgy just really not able to create enough time or space to make these reads against this excellent defense. He's back to pass again. The pressure is looking to get home again.
What is he doing?
Nice bailout there. And he makes a move. He's got one guy to beat, and he might have the speed to do it. He's 15-10, 5, touchdown, Michigan Wolverines. Denard Robinson is in the end zone off the big play. That pressure defensively could not get home like we've seen it do so often here so far tonight. And Denard Robinson able to take advantage. And
he's going for 2.
He wants to go for 2 here. Let's see if he's got a play for it. Oh, he had the halfback.
Oh,
the halfback would have
Triangle was so open. Triangle could have walked in there. That was unfortunate. Just didn't quite see it in time. I respect just trying to go for the dub there, but now he's going to have to try and get the ball back. He didn't eat too much clock, so it's not end of the world for Denard Robinson. Gets him close, but it's going to all come down to how the defense of Michigan works here. As Braxton Miller, if he can get a touchdown, gets it close to putting it away.
I would go so far as to say a touchdown ends this game.
If he gets a 2-point conversion, I would actually go for 2 if I'm Braxton and I score, because a 2-point conversion pretty much puts it out of reach.
I would make it 2 possessions. I'm curious whether that's going to be absolutely necessary or not. And I got to say, I absolutely hate the decision from Denard Robinson to go for 2. I absolutely hate it. The best case scenario is now you're just giving the ball back to the Ohio State offense with really all the time that they need. They have 3 timeouts, and we're playing 1-minute quarters, but time is with that many timeouts, time not really of the essence. And now this changes. Well, after the incompletion there, let me not get too far ahead of myself, but it changes the strategy. Now, offensively, with just 1-minute quarters, I mean, you're talking about a first down or two could end the game completely.
I'm shocked to see so much throwing here early on from Braxton.
Yeah, I hate that. I'm not uncertain of the strategy there, but now on 2nd and 15 with this clock stopped, he is going to hand off inside. Looks for an opportunity off right tackle, makes a guy puts him in a spin cycle doing laundry in the open field, and that play is going to take long. And we're on. I got to get used to. In regs here, obviously the correct 30-second play clock. In some of the other game modes, you'll see it on a 30-second clock. But the way we're playing college football 25 here, it's going to be the full 40 seconds, which makes this end game consideration that much more dangerous, especially for Denard Robinson. He's going to need to start calling his timeouts really as soon as we get to the fourth quarter here.
I mean, he's going to have to get a stop on this drive. I don't think he really has the luxury of trying to just get a dynamic stop. Oh, he actually snaps it before the 0-second mark. Does get the first down. So, I mean, he gets the first down, so I can't hate on it too much.
Right.
If it were me, I would have let it at least hit into the fourth, try and chew some more clock. But with a fresh set of downs, you're not really missing out on too much.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you can't argue with the result, I guess, if it is indeed a conversion.
If it works, you're a genius. If it doesn't, every people are asking questions.
We see it plenty. Mason Graham, defensive lineman, gets a little bit of penetration, but it's not quite enough to get the stop early. Gain of 4 for the offense. And you have to use a timeout here. If he was on chew clock, we're suddenly down to 15 seconds left in the ball game there. So that's a little bit of and not running clock is also a huge oversight. And now we get a timeout.
There we go.
Yeah, both of these guys.
Denard getting away with one there.
Yeah. Not necessarily flexing their time management skills. These guys are gamers, though, right? Let coach handle that. Just put the ball in my hands, and I'm going to make something happen for you. 3rd and 3 now. A first down would win the game for Braxton Miller.
Why is it ain't letting me cut it? Get it right, Big House. Let's go.
See what he has lined up here.
Big House, crank up, Big House. Why ain't it let me?
Denard trying to get in his head a little bit here on 3rd down, doing a little bit of
He might be
yapping.
struggling to get the snap off. He's trying to hit the buttons. He's going to get called for delay of game. I'm not sure if that was 100% Braxton Miller's fault there.
Yeah, he's looking at his controller like, what the heck happened there? Now 3rd and 8. I liked accepting that penalty too, man. This is a rivalry game. You're not making any concessions for either of these teams. 3rd and 8.
Give it to him. Yes, sir.
Wants the whole thing. He needed 8 yards. He gets about 30. A big completion there, Braxton Miller, when he needed it. And now, well, theoretically, he could come out in victory formation. I'm not certain that we'll see it here, and we're not. Instead, we're actually going to get Will Howard in the shotgun. No surprise here.
I mean, this is their time on stream, right? This is their prime time. They only got 1-minute quarters. You got to play. You got to play the game. I don't hate that too much.
Back to pass.
The passing's kind of crazy. Passing's kind of crazy. But outside of that,
not only is pass
the timeout there.
He called it. Ohio State called a timeout there.
Oh, that was Ohio State. I thought I saw that from Michigan. He just wants to run it up.
Ice cold, baby. Ice cold. I told you I'm ice cold. 2nd and 2, 19 ticks left. I mean, this is a defensive turnover away from being a heartbreaker. Here, he's back to pass again. And he throws the pick to Will Johnson. No return on the play, but Denard's got himself 14 seconds, 1 timeout, and a dream.
I don't understand. Look, I get wanting to run it up. I get it. It's a rivalry. If this were Georgia Auburn, I'd probably be inclined to do the same thing. But like throwing it like that, come on. You risk so much. I mean, he's got 80 yards and maybe 2 plays, so it's going to be difficult. But he could have. You had the game in the bag. That's some Miami play calling.
It is. There's just no need for that. Triangle's so open. I know it's out of the backfield, but if he puts triangle on a wheel, it's a touchdown, and it has been for about a quarter and a half.
We'll see. I mean, he's had him open, but I mean, this defensive line from Ohio State does continue to just get so much pressure. I can't blame him if he's not as familiar to not seeing it open.
Yes, sir.
Another one here collapses again immediately. And he's got one more play. You just gotta throw all verts downfield and just hope someone gets some separation.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's time to hail Miss Mary. 3rd and 10. He's got the one timeout left. I mean, I don't know. You could throw a seam, call a timeout, and make it a 65-yard Hail Mary attempt rather than an 80-yard one. But obviously, it looks pretty bleak here. This is going to be a tough one for Wolverines here. Orji back to pass. He's going to at least get it off. And that's going to be swatted down.
1 second.
He's got a second left. Hold on a second now.
Dang,
Do you believe?
We've seen some wild things happen in college football with 1 second on the board. That's all I'll say.
Do you believe in miracles? Do you believe in miracles? Denard Robinson needs it, and he needs it now. 1 second left for your ball game. He's down by 1. He's down by his decision to go for 2. That's what this boils down to. I think a little overly aggressive. Orji just needs to get something off here, and he does. He gets it down the field, gives himself an opportunity, gets behind the defense, but they're going to make a play there. And the boys will have a chuckle about it. Braxton Miller feeling a little bit better, though, after gaining another tick for Ohio State here tonight on the Progressive Rivalry Series. That's going to be a 7-6 ball game. Playing that one fast and furious on 1-minute quarters. We appreciate those guys for getting a shorter game in after theirs disconnected, and great job to production to make sure we got these superstars front and center here tonight under the bright lights. Braxton Miller takes it home, man. And listen, I don't want to come down too hard on a cover athlete. I know Ty is going to be sick. Goodness help him. Nick and User are about to hop all over that young man, that short young man. But brother, it seemed like he had a chance to make some better decisions, and he didn't. And I think Denard kind of coached his way out of this one. I do.
And, I mean, honestly, for Ohio State, that game, maybe a little bit healing for them, winning a 1-point game, because the last couple of times they've had games in by a singular point has been Oregon this season and Georgia a few years ago, and they didn't quite go Ohio State's way. So finally able to get on the receiving end of a win by 1. Well played. The decision to go for 2, it was risky, could have won them the game, but instead it ends up handing Michigan yet another L, and the boys on the desk, I'm sure, are going to be very happy about that, or 2/3 of them at least.
Yeah, man, maybe an opportunity to at least put yourself ahead by 1, but then when you wind up in a situation, and like we said during the game, if it goes your way, you're going to look like a genius. You absolutely made the right call, and when it doesn't, you're going to get these guys in the booth. You're going to get Big Fen in the booth, second-guessing your decision there to go for 1. Just changes the end game considerations there so much. You can essentially go into a chew clock type of mentality, which is, we didn't see too much of it. These guys wanting to air it out all the way down to the bitter end, but Ohio State will log another one there. Our count for now is 5-2. We have enough ball games here for Michigan to get back into things, but they're going to need to start winning games right about now. Let's throw it back to the desk, and poor Tyler Davis about to get mushed.
All right, I don't know why Slee got to bring up all these 1-point losses. Like, I'm going to have to go to his house and fight him, too. Like, this is crazy. Like, it's just every time I put my headphones on, it's, well, Ohio State lost it. Well, how about this? Bite me. Anyways, let's get to the point at hand. Hey, buddy. Look, you're so mush, you might as well be oatmeal.
That's crazy. And User just tags along. Like, he just tags along whatever Nick says, whatever.
No, he's loyal is what he is.
And I'm
he's
sick.
Smart. He's also muted. He's also muted again, which is crazy.
This is crazy. I be trying to. I don't want to let mistake that happened earlier that happened again. You feel me? But yeah, at the end of the day, man, listen, Ty, I'm just being real, man. I'm real disappointed in your picks. And see, this is what happens when you have to pick picks and you don't know who's the favorite. You know what I'm saying? When you don't know who's 1 and 2. If there's not a Henry, there's not a Dez.
Yeah,
this is what happens. This is what happens.
He's got nothing.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to say.
Yeah. I'm fascinated to know how many replays y'all pulled from a 1-minute quarter game. Like, this is going to be fun to watch because it was a quick one. Ty, how many 1-minute quarter games have you played in your life?
Yeah, I don't think any. Never. So interesting here. We saw a big play touchdown open it up, though, for Braxton Miller. I think we're going to get 2 highlights here. And this we get a big play. to the.
How about 90 yards in a 7-0 game? But then Denard Robinson says, I'm going to go for 2 and try to get it. They don't get it, and to seal it up, who else? Number 4, Jeremiah Smith, the freshman phenom, makes the catch. Couple defensive plays on these Hail Marys, and that was a wrap. The mush lives once again. Don't let him count the last game as a win for him either. We all know who he picked, and he is, I mean, just down horribly. I mean, this is crazy.
The crazy thing is, like,
did he bounce back?
All these games I've lost, my guys should have won, if we're being honest. I mean, Denard had this game and didn't win it. We saw Leon earlier.
TD is doing the old. Listen, I grew up with this. A lot of Michigan fans around me. Okay, you know what they always said? They've never lost a game. They just ran out of time. Okay.
Well, when you get 1-minute quarters, that's going to happen. So yeah, I agree.
What happened when you picked Chase Winovich and he didn't win?
No, I didn't. I picked it again. It's on the record. It's on the record. File show.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember you picked Chase.
Teddy G, baby. Took me to the promised land.
Crazy. Actually crazy. Well, we've got a couple more games to go. It's going to be a lot of fun. We've got 2 more of these alumni matchups and one final one to close out the night with some students. So do not go anywhere. The Progressive Rivalry Series, Ohio State versus Tyler Davis and the Michigan Wolverines will be back after this.
Hey, Flo. Cool leg warmers.
Thanks. They're just for the bus ride to work. They're not part of the official uniform.
No tunes today?
No. My apartment was robbed last night. Took my cable-ready TV, VCR, portable cassette player.
Yep, all the latest tech.
If only Progressive had renter's insurance, like their home insurance.
Then we could bundle our cars and get the same 24/7 protection. I think we just invented that. This is the best day ever.
Well, I still got robbed.
It's still a pretty good day.
I'm drippy on the daily. They can never count me out. They can never count me out. I know. They can never count me out. They can never count me out. I know. I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know. Make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know. I make it look easy. Too smooth. I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. Make it look. I know. Love shooting my shot. Better play up. Make it look easy, that's a layup. Bad man. Why they wanna be like me, sad man? Too wavy, swallow your pride. All of my guys, call them, they slide. They will oblige. Called them, I told them, you playing with me. Now look, all of them starting to riot. Whoa, When I'm in your city, it's magic. When I'm all in my bag, it gets tragic. When I see what I want, gotta have it. I can't let up, they made me a savage. I can't slow down my foot on the gas, yeah. Going way up from where I was last year. I'ma make it look easy, that's it. I know God got me, he got my back. These blessings falling in my lap. I came up, give it all I had. Rep my city, put them on my back. Hit my shots, I don't miss those. Straight up, I'ma let them know I don't fold. Make it look easy and they know. There's only one way for us to go. Can't hold me back, I'm going way up. Tell them they can never play us, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Yeah, stayed in my lane when they doubt it, I make it. I know that they mad when I swerve out the lot. Thick in the plot. They did not get the picture when I said I don't fit in a box. Taking they shots, and they know that I ain't missing, and it's up if they hand me the rock. I feel like a Rubik's, cause they confused with how I line it up by spinning the block. Hey, too easy, get your weight up when you see me. I'm a threat, please don't give me a reason. I'm a vet, yeah, I see through your decency. When I'm done, they gon' pick up the pieces. And you know we ain't losing this season. It's the reason why they hating on me, cause you know that I'ma make it look easy. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no, no. Ain't no stopping me, I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. I know I
Hand on the game, we are not playing the same. No, we not looking to change. Hand on the wheel, they think we lacking the drive. Boy, you should stay in your lane. Foot on the gas, I do not care if I crash, long as I stick to the plan. What is the plan? I cannot lie for none of you, long as I know who I am. I'm in control, God got his hand on my soul. And if I land and he got the remote, made it this far, it's a miracle, miracle. Anything less is cynical, cynical. Staying true, I can't lie in your interview. Tell the truth while you lie with your interview. And your acting is so hypocritical. In control, nothing more, this is minimum. Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a brag when I'm in my bag. No, no, no. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No, no, no. When I'm on drive, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, never lose control.
On a mission, on the move, gotta go, no, no. Ain't no time to waste my time, we don't slow down. You can at me in dimensions, big dog in dimensions. We be aiming for the fences, I'm in a different dimension. Why y'all be riding the bench? Y'all could just cut through the tension. Graduated from the trenches, no cap and gone. I ain't never need a handout, on my 2 feet, I'ma stand out. I ain't never take a loss now, ain't gon' start now at the top now, and I know. Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a brag when I'm in my bag. No, no, no. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No, no, no. When I'm on drive, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my
Welcome back to the Progressive Rivalry Series featuring the game Ohio State versus Michigan. This event is proudly sponsored by Progressive Insurance, offering a touchdown for your budget. Visit progressive.com to learn more and see how you can save. Nick Mazesco, one great user. Porridge Much, Tyler Davis on the end. We'll see if he continues to have any sort of convictions user. I would, if I was a betting man, and I am, I would bet that he doesn't. He's going to try something sneaky out here.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the type of guy he is. Let's see what tricks he has up his sleeves right now.
Yeah, he looks like a guy who wouldn't just do Cajun butter. He'd put lemon pepper in there, too. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, I did. What's it called? All the three? What's it called?
Shebang sauce.
The shebang. The whole shebang, baby. That's what I do.
Let's take a look at our schedule and see where we stand. It is 5-2 Ohio State with the lead. And we've got what? We've got 2 more of these alumni games left. We got some old school Ohio State players and Michigan players. By the way, I think it's important. It's not coming up in this next one, but in 2 games, you got Jake Butt. I don't know if you ever watch any Big Ten Network, but Jake Butt doing a great job on the Big Ten Network. See, I can be nice to Michigan fans. You're welcome. He went there. I'm a nice guy.
Then when this broadcast
Shut up, Tyler. Anyways, let's take a look at our schedule. Is that not the move? That one's my bad. It's 5-2. We've got 3 matches to go. Of course, Devere Posey and Devin Gardner, Cardell Jones and Jake Butt, and then our student match to close things out. So the best that Michigan can do is tie. And we got a great matchup here. Devere Posey and Devin Gardner. Yeah, Ty, I don't know how much you remember of these two, but Devin Gardner and Devere Posey, I think were right around the same time at both these schools. Devere Posey, former wide receiver. Devin Gardner, quarterback at the University of Michigan. A couple offensive players battling it out.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I want to say, what was it, 2015 to 2018-ish? Maybe they were around that same time there.
Keep going back.
Further?
Back.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, maybe 2012.
They were Devere, let me think. Devere Posey would have been.
I don't think it's 2012, though. That seems too far.
Devere Posey was 08. He was a freshman.
Oh.
Are you really questioning whether I know when these guys went to school? I think Devin Gardner was right around the same time.
I would never.
That was crazy. And Devin Gardner was 2010.
Okay. So yeah, 2 offensive guys though. 2 guys had great careers at Ohio State and Michigan. I'm excited to see what these guys got. We saw Braxton Miller and Denard Robinson You know, they were okay on the virtual gridiron. We saw Braxton Miller get the W, so I want to see what these two guys have. Offensive guys. Does Devin Gardner have a lot when it comes to passing the football?
User, I just want to see if somebody's going to get both running backs involved. We've kind of seen both guys using only one of Quinshon Judkins or Travion Henderson. I wonder if these guys are going to start using some of those subs and flipping in the other guy, because you are seeing the wear and tear, that new effect in college football 25, start to take effect on these guys.
Yeah, you see that, but then Ohio State also has good receivers as well. So, you know, on the other end, like, you know, if you feel like you need to give your running back a break, you can use that receiver. But like you said, they have a two-headed monster in that backfield.
It's prediction time, boys. And this is where we get to find out what Tyler Davis is made of. So I'm going to let Tyler Davis go first. TD, who you got?
I'm rocking with D. This is first of all, this is where the luck turns out.
Yo, you can't hit the V and then back out. That was crazy.
This is where the luck turns around. We're going to end this on a great streak here. We're going to go undefeated, end it. But we're going with the Ohio State University. Give me my man, Devier Posey.
User. I know. I'm sorry to put you in this position.
It's tough, man, because
then make a tough decision, will you? Stop just trying to ride the train.
Wow. The mush is talking to you like that? That's out of pocket.
You want to go Devin Posey. I don't want to be anywhere near you with your picks, man. And it's sad, but I'm going to go.
Go Devin Gardner?
Right now. Yeah, I'm going Devin Gardner, man.
You know what, User? See, I could get mad, but see, I appreciate that you stood on business, and I respect you for that. Way more than T. Davis trying to ride my coattails as we go to another victory as Devier Posey leads the Buckeyes to seal up the victory. End it right now. Orbital ramming speed OH, baby. Go Bucks. What? You look confused.
I don't know. I don't know what you just
said.
Hey,
you are going to get the rare opportunity to be with me during an Ohio State Michigan game. So just buckle up, baby. We're gonna be together in New Orleans watching this. Buckle up. It's gonna be a show. It should be a lot of fun. Yeah, I was gonna come up with something nice to say about these two, but they've been pretty mean to this desk. And really, we're doing all the work here. So let's throw it over to the guys who are just getting carried by Sleegy and Fendler. I guess go.
Yeah, Nick, totally. That's definitely what's happening here. I mean, your word count per dollar is just in shambles right now. I don't know if it's shambles or you're up huge.
I mean, they definitely negotiated their contracts better than mine.
No question.
They got to speak for like 5 minutes at a time. We got to go for like 40 minutes at a time. It seems like a little bit of a mismatch going on here.
Yeah, no, I think we might have sold here a little bit, but I'm excited for our next matchup nonetheless. Like Nick said in the lead up here, really the best Michigan can do is wind up tying this thing up at 5, and if that's going to happen, it needs to start in this game right here, right now, and I'm curious to see whether we could get some late progressive rivalry series theatrics here as we're tuning in for Devin Gardner at the sticks for the Michigan Wolverines against Devier Posey. Here checking in, looks like with his son there. Gotta love that. Make it a family affair here tonight on the Progressive Rivalry Series. And here we go. We're back to a little more standard issue 3-minute quarters here. So these guys will have an opportunity to get something going, kind of settle into their schemes. But it'll be Devin Gardner and the Wolverines starting with the football here. We'll keep in mind that Devier will wind up getting the rock at half. But for now, a 1st and 10, ball on his own 24-yard line. A nice little uniform set up there for Michigan. I kind of like the white jerseys on the darker pants.
Yeah, it looks real clean. And it's been interesting seeing a couple of different Ohio State jerseys as well, not using the standard red and white with the black pants as well. It's been clean throughout the whole day. The only thing I wish we'd see a little bit more of, because we never get a chance to see it in real life, is the night games like we saw earlier. That pass going to be incomplete, set up a 2nd and 10. But, I mean, I still think to this day it would be phenomenal to see Ohio State and Michigan play against each other in real life at night. That'd be insane.
Yeah, I feel like college football fans deserve that.
Maybe one day.
Oh, hell.
For now, another pass. That's going to be intercepted. Ooh.
Devier Posey pulling down an early defensive opportunity.
That's on me. That's on me.
That was just thrown directly at the dome piece of the Buckeye defender there. He's going to take advantage. And after the interception, it'll be a much shorter field. 39-yard line looking in for DeVere Posey on his first offensive drive. Throws a blooper. Oh, that's an opportunity there for Will Johnson. As it stands, I think they're going to call that incomplete, if I'm not mistaken.
Doesn't look like he was quite able. Yeah, he dropped the ball right there at the end. Unfortunate.
You saw Josiah.
Still second and 10 from the 39. And, you know, these players getting pretty animated with each other as well, kind of already. The conversation back and forth, especially with DeVere Posey having his kid with him. Definitely makes you, in that situation, feel like you got to step up just a little bit more. If we can, I think we'd like to do a little bit of listening and see what they're talking about.
We're set up for that. Let's see what they're talking about.
I want to lock him in his person. All right, here we go. We got G Scott on the stick route. Here we go. Stick route. Let's go. Give it to me. Let's go. Here we go. Here we go.
Watch out.
Let's go right now. How we go? How we go fast? How we get up to the line? Is it triangle? Here we go. Yeah. Keep him in that person. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right, here we go.
Oh, yeah. Teddy.
Let's go.
And that's going to be a touchdown there. The Posey boys. DeVere's got an extra coach on his team, on his side of things. And it might be working out pretty well for him here early. He's in the end zone. The Buckeyes will be on top of things to get us going. We'll line up the extra point. Kick is going to be up and it's good. Not the prettiest of extra points that you've ever seen as far as the meter goes, but it's up and it's good nonetheless. 7-0 your score here for now. The Posey boys on top of things.
Not a lot of power on this kick. Could set up a good return. Michigan's going to get this and run it out. Not getting too many blocks, but at least past the 25 out to the 27 to start their first drive of the game.
I'm on the because you cheating.
The Posey boys just giving Devin Gardner the absolute business here. Devin Gardner got a pretty cool little throwback Michigan hat look on there. I like his style. I like his moves. 1st and 10 now for the Wolverines offense. Was looking to maybe take a shot at the whole thing. Cannot get the rock out of his hand, though. It's going to fall incomplete on 1st down. That's a little bit pain. The pressure didn't get there till after the ball was out, but incomplete. 2nd and 10. Offense is going to be in an even pistol set here. Ball's on the left hash mark. Orji takes the snap, hands off inside to Donovan Edwards. He's going a whole lot of nowhere and getting there quickly. That's a loss of 1, 3rd and 11. And an opportunity here for DeVere Posey and these Buckeyes to really get on top of things.
This Ohio State defensive line, I mean, all day long we've been seeing the pressure consistently, regardless of who's in charge. And now the secondary coming through with a big interception, probably a misclick on the dive there, but either way, taking possession back, and you can see Devin Gardner disappointed with his decision to throw on that one.
And he should be, because that looked real familiar. We got one of the Posey boys going crazy there, dancing around a little bit. I like his moves, too. 1st and 10 now for Ohio State. It's going to be a completion over the middle, down to the doorstep of the red zone on the 20-yard line going in now. He's already up by 7. Looking to make this thing a 2-possession ball game here if he can find any points.
I don't think this controller charge does. Man, I'm trying to make excuses. Stop saying that.
And you got to love the banner between these two as well. Really helps to bring home the rivalry nature of this. That's going to be into double coverage, but he's going to catch it. Number 10 there, not just turns away from the ball and allows it to be caught in the back of the end zone by Emeka Egbuka, as that's going to be now the 2nd score for the Ohio State Buckeyes.
And you see the Posey boys there with a little bit of a delayed celebration. They knew once they let it rip. I mean, he essentially threw that into double coverage. So they had to catch their breath, just make sure that the touchdown was going to stand there. It did. And then the boys put the moves on there. They're enjoying a 14-point lead for now. Devin Gardner's going to get the rock back. 2 interceptions on his first 2 offensive drives. And this could get ugly quickly if he tosses another one of those, but he's got plenty of game left. Goes back to something I said a couple of matches ago. You can't get caught up trying to score 14 points at once. It's not going to happen. You got to take what's available.
At a time.
That's right. Build some drives. Understand that you have plenty of time. And just move. Be a little methodical. Trust that your defense will get you one back. And you just can't panic here.
Oh, my goodness.
2nd and 12 after the first down loss.
It looks like he's going to try and come in for some pressure on the user. Almost gets to the quarterback in time. The throw, well thrown, but the contact from the defender, knocking it loose, sets up 3rd and long now. And Devin Gardner not looking to be in too great of a spot here as the first quarter getting close to coming to a close.
You see the defensive play calls are nothing but pressure looks, and that's the risk that you run, kind of running right back to the defender. I think he had a little more space if he went hash number sideline out to the left there, but as it is, it's a big completion, and that is the risk that you run. You want to man up across the board and send 6 or 5, 7 even sometimes. You'll often have something get loose for you behind that pressure, and in this case it did. Big completion there. Devin Gardner fighting to stay alive here as we tick over into the second quarter. Your score for now, the Buckeyes and DeVere Posey, both of the Posey boys, on top of things, 14 to Devin Gardner's nothing. But he's got the ball in a 2nd and 5 with an opportunity to draw this thing just a bit closer.
Hey, mind your business.
Orji in the gun, built-in motion there from his right side receiver. A little bit contested, but Donovan Edwards going to make the play for him. Looks to put on a spin after the first down. And you see him getting a little closer to the camera, closer to the mic. These boys are yerping.
I mean, such strength from Donovan Edwards on that as well. Just completely tanks that push, able to stay on his feet and gains an extra 5 yards from it. The awareness there, huge, and that's big for Devin Gardner and this Michigan team that desperately need to try and get some points on the board here.
Sure does need it. And looks good for a second. Orji might have dropped back just a couple steps too far. So that's going to be incomplete. Cannot make the play down to the tight end. Gets both hands on it, but it gets jarred loose. And now 2nd down from the 30-yard line, looking in. About 2.5 minutes to play here before half.
We see Orji about to call for the snap again. Looks like it's going to be a potential another throw. Yep, here it is. He's got one open down the middle and decides to go off to the right side. Might have had an end zone pass there. Instead, a good little gain there to set up 3rd and 4 from the 24.
3rd and 4 it is. You might see a snap here before the 2-minute timeout, although it doesn't need to. Orji is in the gun with a couple of receivers to the short side right. Back to pass, way back to pass. Throws the comeback again. He's wanted that a couple of times, but these Ohio State defenders staying close enough to make the play, cause the knockout. We've seen it a couple times now. We saw it again there on 3rd down. It'll bring up a 4th to go. And this could get dire for Devin Gardner and these Wolverines if he cannot find a conversion here, leaving the potential for a field goal on the board. I hear you're down 2 scores. Looks for the corner. Finds nothing but 2 hands of a defensive back. Playing for the Ohio State Buckeyes. That is not the read. That's going to be incomplete. It's bailed out.
He should have made that catch.
Should have made. I mean, the pick is. I don't know. It gives yourself an opportunity for a return, but on 4th down, every once in a while, you'll get guys just looking for arm punts. He didn't want to allow that there, so he'll, recoup a couple yards of field position difference on the SWAT. And now it's
Gardner getting hyped up here.
That's right. And now it's DeVere Posey with a 14-point lead and an opportunity to make this thing even a little bit worse here.
What are we doing?
On the end, that's covered well. Gets swatted. Devin Gardner got to feel like he might have deserved an interception there.
That's our green dot. Let's go.
And got close, but still able to get a hand on it. That would have been a completion easily for a first down if caught. So still sets them up in good position, makes it 3rd and 10. Ohio State still up by 2 scores, but still enough time that if Devin Gardner can force a potential punt. We haven't seen too many punts today, but it sets up a potential opportunity for Devin Gardner to try and bring something back. Another throw down the middle. That's going to be good for a first down, and a lot more, and even more than that as he gets into Michigan territory. Big play from Will Howard to make it down the field.
Devin Gardner can't do much but chuckle that one off. Again, we see the pressure fail to get home. We've really seen it from both defenses. And Will Howard able to make the read behind it for a big gain and a first down. Dips the play action. He's got the crosser again. He opts for Henderson out of the backfield instead. Breaks a tackle, but still stopped for a loss of 2 yards there. A lot of play action options in the current set here for him offensively. I think that gets a little more dangerous, especially if you string a few of them in a row. A great defensive lineman like Mason Graham for the Wolverines, a little less likely to get tricked by something like that, especially if you can get a pass commit. No pressure gets on him here. Thought he had the crosser instead. Makes the much more contested read on the post in the middle of the field, and we've called his name quite a few times here tonight already. Will Johnson on the interception will keep this thing a 2-possession ball game. DeVere Posey and the Buckeyes offense with a missed opportunity.
Let's go.
Yeah, big missed opportunity there, especially because they're getting real close to potentially being into the red zone, but at least already in field goal range. Now instead, this is going to be Michigan and Devin Gardner, an opportunity to get downfield, make something happen. Big throw down the middle, picks up a couple blocks, tries to cut to the outside, but still able to get to around midfield with a minute left, and he'll hurry up offense as a change, try and catch up with them down the field.
And, man, how different are the circumstances between what could have been to what is. Posey could have been looking at a 3-possession lead, and instead it's going to be Devin Gardner fighting for some offensive points. They would be his first of the day, but he has an opportunity to make this thing a 1-possession game instead. This goes to show how quickly things can change here on the Progressive Rivalry Series. 2nd and 3 for Orji, back to pass. Throws out of the sack. The pressure just relentless. The clock is stopped, so maybe he saw something that he loved. I generally really don't like a hurry up back to the line with the clock stopped, but maybe he saw something he liked, because that's going to be a big completion there, and you can't argue with the results. A nice play there down the middle of the field for another first down, and Devin Gardner needs this one.
And still no timeout either to hurry up offense coming out quickly. He's liking this play, but maybe runs it a few too many times. And unfortunately for DeVere Posey, just gets to the 1-yard line, not able to get tackled in the end zone. So now they're going to start pinched against their own end zone, but still much better position to be in than what they were just facing. That was just an unfortunate throw from Devin Gardner.
And Devin Gardner knows that he's trying to shake that one off a little bit. Silver lining like you caught there. Defensive back did step out of the end zone. You see here by just an inch. I would have some more pressure dialed up here. Take the chance maybe logging a safety. Judkin's going to get them a little more breathing room there. I'm not sure anybody wants to call a timeout. If it was going to be any timeouts, it should have been Devin Gardner quick, really as soon as the play was completed. But as it stands here, we may well just get to halftime. Couple more ticks left.
No, that'd be a safety, dude. Sorry.
And that will be your first half. DeVere Posey with a little extra help from Junior in the frame here as well, helping us celebrate.
Junior wanted him to go for it there.
I think he might have.
Posey just didn't want to risk the safety. You could hear him saying, he's like, "Nah, that's a potential safety. We don't want to risk that."
That's right.
I think that's the right call.
I think experience trumping youth there. He said, "Son, you got a little something to learn here. You can't take risks like that." And obviously, everything he's doing is working so far. He's up by 2 scores. And he's got the football here to start the second half.
Yeah, he definitely went to that.
Any type of points here from DeVere Posey. I mean, we said that just before half as well. It's before he threw the pick.
You know about all the cool
if he can
stuff,
extend this thing to 3 possessions, that's a spot you really, really like to be in if you're on the right side of it. Out of the
Good
end zone.
drop back, good throw.
Out of the backfield there to Judkins. Nice completion off a nice read, and it's a first down.
Why are they doing that?
And I mean, as again, with DeVere Posey so far, hasn't been taking a whole lot of risks. It's been putting it where it needs to be. These checkdowns working great. That one gets them the first down a little bit more. Sets up on the 41-yard line. And he's been throwing real good with Will Howard this game. As he's going to look to throw again, another short one. Going to be good for about 8 as they cross midfield.
Smart read there.
About to cross midfield.
Yep. Felt some pressure coming off that left tackle. Assumed that one of his reads over there was going to be open. Again, I think the halfback out of the backfield might have been even a little more lifey for him. But as it stands, he earned himself a completion. Now 2nd and 2. He's up big. It's not.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, he's going to do the opposite thing. That's double covered.
Come on, man.
Scary read there. What I was going to say before the incompletion is if this is me on the sticks, I'm not above flicking on chew clock right now.
That's bad ball, man.
And just trying to limit the potential number of possessions that the Wolverines can possibly have. You're in the driver's seat up by 2 of them things.
Hey, DeVere, have
you want to limit really how long this game lasts if you're in the driver's seat like he is now. In the goal line offensively, Judkins makes a nice move off left tackle there. Had a personnel advantage, did the offense, as far as the size and girth of some of those tight ends. Goal line formation able to get it done. And another first down for DeVere Posey and the Buckeyes offense.
And then what?
You know, I'm kind of with you on this as well. You can still be aggressive with your play calling and with what you're trying to do with the ball on the field, but there's no need to be aggressive with when you're snapping the ball in this moment. You know, keep with your game plan, do what you need to do, make throws, make whatever you need to have happen. But and I think he is actually, I don't know if he's used the shoe clock or if it just took that long to get a play, but snap at the 10-second mark on the play clock. A little bit of a hurdle to get some extra yards there. But, yeah, I would be looking for Ohio State and DeVere Posey to try and just bleed as much time as they can off here.
We got green grass.
But I think you had it correct when you said, and, you know, I feel the same way, you can't stop playing offense. You can't get caught up, you know, trying to salt something away because something like that can happen at the drop of a dime. That's fumbled on the play. Devin Gardner loves it, and suddenly he's just not able to get that third possession up. Devin Gardner will take over. Wolverines now back on offense after the fumble recovery. He's got a long way to go, 85 yards worth of field to the pay dirt, and it's just not going to matter.
My goodness.
The boys are trading interceptions. Nobody really wants to play offense here, and that is right back to DeVere Posey and the Buckeyes.
And you can hear DeVere Posey just laughing in the background. Gave it away and then got it right back. Can't feel too good for Devin Gardner. That's just so many turnovers in this game overall up to this point. But now DeVere Posey, fresh set of downs inside of the red zone. They're going to get pushed outside of the red zone right there. Loss of 4.
He's trying to be as stoic as he can about it. He's still being heard out, though. You hear him. He's still yapping. Okay, these competitors, you cannot take the competitor out of these guys, no matter how long ago they were doing their thing on the gridiron. These guys are still going to want to win. Back to pass goes Howard. And again, now 2 incomplete. Well, it was a loss on first down, and an incompletion on second. Suddenly you're 3rd and 14. Run the ball 3 times on shoe clock. You're already into the 4th quarter. Kick a field goal. You're up 3 possessions, and make this thing easy for yourself.
That's how good he is. Come on, Kamar.
These guys,
and you can,
come on down, Kamar. Get in that
making things a little more difficult than they need to be.
Matching.
Yeah, just a bit. And another big throw there into the end zone. That's going to be a touchdown. Devin Gardner in shambles over there. As DeVere Posey, I mean, just putting it where it needs to be. And, I mean, it's outside of a few mistakes from Ohio State, it has really been all offense from them so far. Like that, not too many major mistakes. And when they have, they've been able to make up for it.
DeVere Posey says, I hear your chew clock plan, and I raise you another touchdown. How about that instead? So it's going to be 3 possessions the fun way. Into the end zone there. Again, the extra point up, and it's good. DeVere Posey and Junior dancing around. I mean, Devin Gardner's got to be sick about it. Essentially just dancing on his grave goes the young gun. I love his style. I love his moves. Devin can't do much but smile about it here. He's in a tough situation. He's got to stop throwing picks. But I heard that fat lady is on the way into the venue now. She's not arrived at her dressing room here just yet. With 43 seconds left in the third quarter, she might need to warm up here soon. Devin Gardner with some time, but not much.
Yeah, not a whole lot of time, and the energy is ramping up between these two. You can hear them going back and forth. I actually think if we can get one more listen and just see what they're talking about, because the energy has been huge throughout both of these guys so far.
So let me ask you this. How did this Bryce Underwood, so y'all just went and emptied the bank account like that?
Oh, they didn't give you a touchdown. That's crazy.
That's definitely a way to beat Ohio State.
I was gonna kill us down too, by the way.
This deal go down, Devin. You put in the
hey man, quit trying to distract me, man. Quit trying to distract me, man. We hey man, don't call it a comeback. Don't stop trying to distract me, man.
Here we go, onside kick. Everybody be ready.
Let's go. Thought you were just gonna walk out of here, man. Heck no. I'm in the shoe with it. Dang, how you do this?
That looks like I got it.
Oh, I missed it, didn't I? All right, whew, that was close.
Oh, yes?
I got an onside kick, don't I? Yeah.
Wow. You got time.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, he weak.
You get inside, you good. He throw the ball.
You know. Oh, that's a good
You
kick.
gotta love some of that competitive banter going on there. We might need to ship in for another listen in before the end of this game. See Devin Gardner. He's not gonna get cheated, man. He's down by 14 points for now, but you wouldn't know it based on the Japanese that this man is talking right now.
I mean, hey, you got to get that trash talk in while you can. These rivalries go much deeper than just a sport. It's in people's bloods. It's another interception in the open field. Not going to be able to get a return, but gets it to the 32 with 1 second left before the fourth quarter. That's a massive play defensively for the Michigan Wolverines.
Hey, let's call it like this for our good folks working production here on the back end. If we get a Michigan score here, I think we're going to have no choice but to go immediately to another listen-in because I have a feeling –
oh!
Never mind.
Well,
no notes.
The exact opposite happens.
Yeah, please disregard. Disregard all previous comps. That's going to be yet another interception, man. These are the story. This is the story of these games. Whoever's throwing the most picks, he's just going to lose. It's really as simple as that.
That's all I know.
I mean, it's just we've talked about it on and off throughout the whole day, right? But with these 3-minute quarters, you know, it's a little bit longer than some of the other games that we've seen, but you don't really have a whole lot of time to do what you want with the ball. And throwing picks, giving away possessions, it kills you on time of possession. It really doesn't leave you with a whole lot of time to make things work. And when you're already down by 14, 3 minutes left in regulation, starts to get dicey if you're a Michigan fan.
It sure does, and they're going to need quite a bit of help. They're going to need sequentially a few things to go their way. The first in that series of what would be unfortunate events for the Buckeyes would be a defensive stop. That's what he needs first. You can't look too far ahead. This has to be just one thing at a time. But you got to love an incompletion that will stop the clock. And it does. 3rd and 8 now, his own 6-yard line. Forcing a punt here keeps him alive for as long as we say it frequently. Every other game, it feels like. For as long as you keep those 3 timeouts, you can kind of plan 2 possessions. Goes any less than that, you're going to have to bank on an onside kick, which is a situation you would much less rather be in. But now on 3rd and 8, a big play for everybody. Pressure looking to come off the slot. It gets jammed up. And right behind a great offensive read. The
So
defensive
lucky.
user brings the pressure from the slot, vacating that area on the field, and smartly, DeVere Posey looks to fire that thing right where that blitzing defender was coming from, and it's going to be open.
And Devin Gardner, a little unlucky there. He takes control of that player and starts to bring him forward. I think he actually timed it perfectly because he wasn't called for offside. Actually pulled back after the ball was snapped, thinking he was about to be offside, but another interception. It doesn't even matter. Gets a block, gets another.
Oh, give us the listening.
Touchdown,
give us
Michigan.
the listening. Give us the listening.
I just try to do it.
Let's go, Jair Hill. You wore number 35 this week against Northwestern, but you're number 20 on the field. Let's go.
Why would you go with
I
two?
don't like that.
I can't believe that.
Why would I do that?
First, R1.
R1?
R1, keep going over. Go over to formations. No, go down. Go down. They should be trust teams. There you go.
Man, they almost tried to mess up the whole operation, DeVere.
You gotta love the hyper-specific chirping there. He knew what number. We knew what number he was wearing.
He knows
Said,
ball.
hold on. He's wearing 20 right now, though.
You say whatever you want about Devin Gardner, but he knows ball.
Yeah, he sure does. He knows his team
down to the numbers.
You
That's
said it.
crazy.
You
Huge
said
pick
it.
six, though. And that makes this game a lot more manageable for him now. If he can get one more stop, he's still got all three of it. Oh, well, that's not good. That's going to be a free kick out of bounds. That's going to put Ohio State at around the 45. That was the last thing he wanted to happen right there.
I would call that the second to last thing he would want to happen there. If that's in play and there's a return, he doesn't get the 2-minute timeout. So obviously you hate the shorter field, like field goal range. You feel like it's going to be GG's. It's dangerous again. Devin Gardner just needs one more of these picks to really put the Wolverines in the mix for a potential comeback. DeVere Posey was all over it early, but has been falling apart offensively, just trading interceptions back and forth they go.
All right, now.
So now on the other side of the 2-minute timeout, everyone's got all three of their own timeouts. Both the Wolverines and the Buckeyes here. It's going to be a handoff right tackle. Ooh, cannot get the shed that he needed there. Devin Gardner getting hype. He knows he needs a stop now. I think he'll probably, if he hasn't taken it yet, he's probably going to hold these timeouts for now. If I would be, I think, in DeVere's best interest to run this clock as low as he can. He's not going to do that. Back to pass goes Will Howard. Looks for the drag. Ooh, that could have been going the other way. It's going to be incomplete as it stands in a 4th and 7 play of the ball game.
He don't got his assistant with him no more. He can't do nothing.
This is an interesting decision if he ends up deciding to go for it. You've got a 7-point lead with 1:35 left to go. You kick a corner coffin punt here. You could potentially nail him back deep, but now you're relying heavily on your offense. Throw over the top, and it's going to be good for a lot. Out down to the 25-yard line. Big play from DeVere Posey and the Buckeyes.
And here goes another one of these situations where you feel like the offense could pretty easily manage their way into a win here. This does not need to be rocket science for me, Sleegy. This is, listen, I don't want to oversimplify it. Again, there's a reason these guys are on the sticks and we are in the booth. This is 3 runs in a row, get all 3 timeouts, kick a field goal, be up 2 possessions, and go win the game. He's going to check it down. The clock will run there for him. Timeout.
Shut your mouth.
The Wolverines first. 2nd and 11 after the 1-yard loss.
Devin Gardner's starting to get a little heated over there. Shut your mouth coming out. He knows his back's pressed against the wall. He doesn't like salt being added to the wound, but good stop for a loss of 1. And DeVere Posey has not been very aggressive on letting this time run out. He's still got to be cautious about it, especially if there's a turnover.
Back to pass again. Over the middle again. That's complete again. G. Scott. Devin Gardner just absolutely hates it. And he's going to spend a second time out there now on 1st and goal. Okay, I don't want to say the obvious thing here. He can literally just take knees. If he wanted to take knees, he could just go ahead and win the game here right now.
This is GG if he feels like
If he feels like not playing anymore, he could just take knees and win. In the rivalry series, brought to you by Progressive, we've not seen all too many knees taken, okay? These guys looking to run up, score, get in the end zone again if they can on 1st and goal from the 8-yard line, looking in, looks fires. And that's why you just don't do it.
That is a
Holy
huge
mackerel.
mistake.
You understand that Will Howard
Intercepted in the end zone. Would have probably been better going down in the end zone, but I understand, like, in that moment, just trying to see if you can get a run back. But still, massive break for Devin Gardner. 64 seconds left in regulation, and he's only got one timeout, but this is still very doable to tie the game up.
Oh, the boys trading interceptions. Okay, and again, if DeVere Posey just felt like winning the ball game here, he takes a couple of knees and does just that. Instead, we're going to get an offensive play call here on 1st and 10 from the 26-yard line looking in. He's up by 7, but, I mean, these boys trading interceptions like this. Anything can happen. He's back to pass again. It's complete again, but it's not all the way down to the 5-yard line. He wants one more touchdown, no matter how it's going to come.
For Michigan.
Timeout Michigan, because Devin Gardner knows that he's literally keeping him in the game. DeVere Posey has extended this game by 2 drives now. Both of these guys have gotten a free drive because DeVere Posey does not want to take a knee.
That's the difference in the game. Look,
54 seconds left. It feels like beating this point to death. And though it looked like it might have been victory formation, it's not. And that's going to be a sack on the play. Clock is going to run. We'll see what happens here. Let's go to the guys themselves on a listen in here as the time winds late in the 4th.
So sad. I can't believe this, dog.
What's the story?
14-21.
You got school tomorrow?
I don't got school.
You back in school, Devin?
No, he is not talking to me. He's talking to his son.
Oh, okay.
Back in school.
I get your master's.
If you real, run another play.
No.
If you real, run another play.
Not real.
If you real, miss the field goal and see if you can stop me. Oh.
Hey, that was not on purpose.
Yeah, I don't know. It looked pretty intentional. It was terrible. I mean, I didn't know you was my boy like that. You just gonna give me a shot, but I'll take it. My boy, Blue.
There it is. The seeds! The seeds!
I know. Shit, just relax. I know. Come on, man.
What? Let me call you right back, Paul. I'm gonna call you back, okay? I'm gonna play the game. All right, I'm gonna call you back, okay? I'm gonna use my phone, so I can't even let you watch. All right.
Go!
All right, Pop. I'm coming back.
Hey, hold on, wait. No, Drew. Hey, where's the shirt? Hold on.
Good game, man.
Savant. All right, come on.
Good game, man.
I'm gonna tuck you in. I gotta go put the kids to sleep now. That is good night, man. I had to tuck you in, dog. It's all good.
Shut up. You shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
I'm about to get out of here, man.
Hey, man, you shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
I gotta get the babies in PJs, dog.
Dang, he said he's got to get the babies and Devin Gardner in his PJs. Listen, man, all's well that ends well for the Buckeyes, but I would be remiss if I did not point out to our audience, everyone watching here at home, that DeVere Posey extended this game by, I think the final count was 4 possessions.
Yes.
I think he got another 2 and Devin Gardner got another 2 from a point at which he could have just kneed out the game. That is not going to work. That is not.
He had that receiver open,
wide open, and he had some opportunities there to actually get the whole thing done. DeVere Posey playing a little bit of sketchy defense. That seam on first down, I think, was his best opportunity. He went to the wide, the wide receiver there instead, rather than the slot, and he cannot get it done. So despite DeVere Posey's literal best efforts to lose that game, he doesn't, and Ohio State is on top of things 6-2.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it's these rivalry games. I understand not wanting to knee it out, but throwing it into the end zone and stuff like that. Like that first interception, I was like, oh my goodness, is this going to be how he loses? And then the missed field goal, which I do think that he didn't do that on purpose. He said it wasn't on purpose. I think he just made the mistake, but man, that slot receiver was so open. He had 7 yards of separation. That would have been an easy touchdown. If that's how salty Devin Gardner was at the end of that one from losing, I can only imagine what the comms between those two would have been like if he got a last-second Hail Mary to tie things up there at the end. And I only hope at that point would have been that maybe he missed the PAT. But in the end, Ohio State going to be getting another point on the board, in Michigan, if you're a fan right now, you're not feeling too good about their performance on the day.
And honestly, selfishly, I was kind of hoping that we were going to get a last-minute touchdown to tie it, because the chirp between those two competitors, I think, would have been awesome, highly entertaining stuff. But DeVere Posey able to get the win despite his best efforts. Let's throw it back to the desk to see what the fellas were thinking about that late game management. A little interesting there, boys.
Interesting is the word, but it's another dub. User tough loss, man. Like it happened.
Mush is back. The real mush is
business.
back. Let the people know the real mush is back.
look at the face. Like, look at the face. You're terrible. You're terrible.
T. Davis, I mean this with my whole heart. You are the Grant Williams of this group, okay? Could you stop? Let's take a look at some replays of this game. DeVere Posey coming over the victory, putting Ohio State up 6-2, solidifying a victory here in the Progressive Rivalry Series. Started things off in the shoe. Will Howard underneath. And why not? Emeka Ibuka, part of that wide receiving core. Then Howard trying to throw it into double coverage. I thought this was going to be a pick, TD. It ended up being a touchdown.
Yeah, it was up top there again behind the defense. I love the competition between these two. The trash talk was supreme. We had DeVere Posey's son with them. He was dancing and talking. This was a high energy, high level type of game.
This game could have been wrapped up. I mean, User, I know that you would never. I know you're blind in one eye. But you know where the quarterback kneel play is in the playbook, right? Because these guys, everybody today has not been clear on where that play located.
No, they haven't. But, Posey, he really just wanted to come out here and have some fun, but it about cost him. It really about cost him. But Gardner, you see right there making the big play, pick 6 to the crib, had a lot of fun. And that's what you really love to see when you have these opportunities. The rivalry game, to see these guys, the energy that they're bringing out here, right here. You see, once again, you're thinking, okay, Posey, he's about to put this game away. But somehow he doesn't. Gives Devin one more chance, man. And I just love the energy that these guys brought tonight.
It was a victory, though. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how it looks. Much like most of my dates in high school, it doesn't matter how it looks as long as it gets the job done. And it ends up 6-2. And we move on to our final alumni game. 12 gauge in action. Cardale Jones taking on former Michigan tight end Jake Butt. But before we get there, let's take a look at the schedule and show you guys where we stand. It has been a full day of action. And the three people on this desk have really been carrying everything. I hope Fendler and Sleagy actually do something for these next couple of games. Our final alumni match, Cardale and Jake Butt. User, I mean, you got to talk to these guys about sort of getting involved with some of these.
Hey, I've been trying to talk to Fendler, you know what I'm saying? Like, he just has to put in just a little bit more effort, a little bit more words to his count. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I'm a big Cardale Jones fan, man. So, I can't wait to see him in action, see how he plays, man. But yeah, like you said, Finler, Slicky's been doing good, but Finler, I'm not too sure.
Talked a lot of trash about Ohio State, so I don't know about that, Titty. We go to our final game of the day. Let's take a look at that one. It is Cardale Jones taking on Jake Butt. Old 12 gauge. I don't know if you remember Cardale Jones, but he was known as 12 gauge because he had an absolute cannon for the arm. National champion in 2014. I have a feeling he probably isn't going to be running the ball too much.
No. If I'm Cardale Jones, I'm airing it out every single play. I want to see him open the playbook, get some passing going. Now, I want to see him not throw in a lot of interceptions. We've seen a lot of turnovers these last couple games. I want to see a high completion percentage. I want to see that true quarterback come out and play. But Jake Butt on the flip side, he's a guy that's been around. Obviously, had a great career at Michigan, made it to the NFL as well. You mentioned he's doing a great job on TV. So both these guys are absolute legends when it comes to college football. A great way to end our alumni rivalry series here.
All right, I just need to know where users' heads at, okay? I know you had to do the switch up. You're trying to avoid the mush. TD got carried by me continuing to laser these calls. And so I'm curious where your mindset is going into this next one.
I'm going with Cardale Jones just because I'm a big Cardale Jones fan. I remember watching him play, and I really thought he was going to be a stud in the NFL the way he balled out at Ohio State. So I'm always rooting for him, man. Big fan of his.
TD?
Yeah. As you guys know, I'm a winner when it comes to my picks, as I've been winning all day. so it only makes sense that I go with a winner, a national champion, that is. I'm going to go with Cardale Jones.
I can't even be mad at the pick when you introduce it like that. You're that guy that bets on like a minus 6,000 favorite, and you're like, got it, lasered it, bang, $1 in the pocket.
That's true. That's how he does his picks on DraftKings. You know what I'm saying? It says, follow me, subscribe to my Discord.
Subscribe and buy my ebook. Let me show you how to make money. Chad, you know where I'm going.
I know. Ms. Esco, can you go
Ohio State University.
One pick here. Do something different, will you?
I did. I did it on the first game. And dude, I'm not going against my boys. Cardale Jones, 12 gauge, game over. OHIO, go Bucks. Final alumni game of the day. Cardale Jones and Jake Butt will battle it out. Boys, do we think this one's going to be a high-scoring affair?
It should be.
Should be.
Two offensive guys.
Yeah.
Look, if Cardale Jones don't put up 25-plus points here, I'm going to be disappointed. I got to be honest.
I'd be disappointed too. I'm just throwing that out there. And it just, I'm nervous for Cardale because, well, when the mush picks you, you got to fight through that. It's like starting the game off down 7-0, and when TD picks you, it's like
you're talking about user, right? You're talking about user, not me.
No, user's my brother. Yeah, you're lucky to be invited back to the crab spot. Let's go to the two guys who have mostly just been sipping Mai Tais and relaxing this whole time. Can I get you guys anything?
Boys. Come on.
Fendler, Sleegy, y'all want anything to do?
Yeah, man. Thanks so much from the desk. Really want to offer our heartfelt condolences to the guys. Just really the lifeblood of this show here tonight, Sleegy.
Oh, yeah.
The 10 seconds of talking that they need to do in between these games, especially user, man. Listen, I want to make sure those guys get some tea, okay? They're going to need to fight through the rest of the show here tonight, really carrying the thing. But listen, I'm glad that you and I are at least along for the ride here as we head into another game. Ohio State has wrapped it up. Michigan is now looking for a little bit of bragging rights, potentially. Make this thing a little bit closer than that Alabama-LSU series was, but it's not looking great right now.
No, it's really not. And Nick may be the biggest Ohio State homer I've ever met in my life, but I do think he's right on one critical thing right here. I think this is going to be a high-scoring game. You got two really offensively minded people. You've got two that have really knowed the game inside and out. And not to take away from the knowledge of anyone else that's played today. Obviously, every one of these players has football running through their bloods. But with this right here, Cardale Jones and Jake Butt, I think that it's going to be fantastic. And I've got to agree with Nick as well. I got to go with Cardale Jones here. I mean, winning is just a part of that man's DNA. And with how well Ohio State's been doing overall on the day, I think that they've got another win in store for him here.
Nobody's thinking that Cardale Jones is going to be the exception to what has been the Ohio State rule here tonight on their way to a 6-2 series advantage as we get kicked off and set up here. We got a full slate, 4-minute quarters. We will get to see the offensive and defensive schemes develop. We'll get to see these guys make some adjustments as the game wears on. It's going to be Ohio State on offense to get it going here, in a nice chunk play to get his ball game started. Cardale Jones, big first down completion down to his own 46-yard line.
Yeah, and what a great way to start the game as well. Just get Will Howard ready and moving as it is immediately. First down near midfield. Helps build that early momentum, and especially when you're at home, it does a lot to really bring the crowd into it. And I mean, with Ohio State being the home team this weekend, so obviously the home team throughout all day today, getting that crowd in has been a big factor. As another run down the middle, juke move spin, trying to do everything he can, an 18-yard rush, and the offense is just churning.
Cardale Jones getting a little freaky in the open field there. I like the moves. Back to pass here again. Complete again. Offense moving at will. That was the shortest gain he's seen here on this opening drive, and it was still good for 3. Keeps the offense right about on schedule here after the short gain. 2nd and 7 coming up. He's well across midfield. Ball's on the 43-yard line looking in. Here for the second down, Will Howard's in the gun. He's got trips to the field right, looks, completes a great read, and some more nice open field moves there. Cardale Jones doing a great Cardale Jones impression there in the open field.
Yeah, and I mean, just these passes have been brilliant. I'm liking the play calling a lot from Cardale Jones so far. He's finding receivers out in open space. This time, going to be a running play handoff, not going to go anywhere. First play for a loss of the drive for Cardale Jones, but still 2nd and goal from the 10-yard line. Very manageable situation here.
You got to hate when your offensive linemen start getting used as weapons by the defensive linemen there, running right into the ball carrier. And a great defensive play to bring up the 2nd and goal opportunity. 10-yard line looking in. Defense is going to be in a pretty light set here. Looks to be in the dollar. Could be the dime 326 there as well. 2nd and goal, inside handoff, and that's going to be great against that light personnel set. Cardale Jones knows it, and he's going to take advantage of that light box, keep the ball on the ground, and get loose for a touchdown. His first of the game and our first of the game. He's up 7-0.
And I mean, look at that. 6 plays, 1 minute and 41 seconds. Able to march all the way down the field, get that first score for Ohio State, and that's going to get the crowd energized. Now it's going to be Jake Butt and the Wolverines to take over, and they're going to have to go up against this stout defensive line, or maybe he's got a little bit of separation. They're able to get out to around the 31 to start their drive, so decent starting field position.
And now we'll see Jake Butt on offense. And listen, man, I don't want to generalize here, but I mean, Cardale Jones has got on the headset. He's got a very gamer angle. It looks like Jake Butt might have set up his camera just for the game here today. He's a little more chilled, laid back. I can't tell whether he's doing that gamer meme of leaning forward and locking in here yet. You know what I mean? We might see his posture change. Nice and relaxed here for now. He's down by 7, but plenty of football yet to be played. Jake Butt and the Michigan Wolverines will look to equalize after the opening drive score from Cardale Jones. Orgy will be in the pistol here. He's got a tight end to the field side left. Play action dipped inside, and big pressure from Cardale Jones gets home. And it's a big loss on 2nd down to bring up a 3rd and 17 to go.
And I mean, Jones, straight up just looking like a professional coach over here. Looks like he could be in the booth of the stadium calling plays for the offense. I mean, he's just locked in, ready to go. Big 3rd down here for Jake Butt. Drops back, throws. That's going to be caught. Wow. A little underthrown, but able to get his hands underneath it and bring it in. That's going to get them into Ohio State territory, and a massive gain on 3rd down.
A big conversion there. You don't want to spend too much time on the area of your play sheet that says 3rd and a mile. but he had the play call he needed there for the conversion. Brings up another first down. Some nice moves by Donovan Edwards behind the line of scrimmage. Will make a little something out of not that much. 5-yard gain for a 2nd and 5 now. 33-yard line looking in with Jake Butt on offense. Back into the pistol. Even set. He's got tight ends to either side. Ball's on the right hash. Handoff inside again to Donovan Edwards. Makes a move. What's up? The 10, he's at the 5. He's across the end line for a touchdown. Michigan Wolverines. Jake Butt will be looking for the extra point to even things up here in the first.
We were talking about how this could potentially be a high-scoring game, and we're off to the right start if that's going to end up being the case here. A pair of touchdowns so far in the first quarter. Pinning this PAT all tied up, and it will be perfectly down the middle. Jake Butt, minute 42, 70 yards. I mean, they are being efficient with their time with the ball.
Right. And against Abdul Carter,
making it look easy offensively. It'll be Cardale Jones with an opportunity to answer here. He'll take the fair catch in the end zone. We've also not seen too much of that. I really got to incorporate into my own EA Sports College Football 25 game as well. Just take it in the end zone and start at the 25 rather than trying to return it and starting at the 14. That's usually my style. Try to make a move and get really nowhere. So we'll start his drive at 25. Looks for the seam and finds a defensive back instead.
Let's go! Let's go!
Jake Butt loves it. Interception on the play.
Like an NBA player. You see how tall he was?
It was like as soon as he saw that ball was thrown, he was like, pick. He just knew. He knew that his positioning in that area was going to be enough to bring it down. And a massive turnover sets up Michigan with a 1st and 10 from the Ohio State 25 and an opportunity to take the lead.
And he was absolutely correct. I've seen it. I've said it every time we've seen this offensive formation. I love this look. Okay, I hate this look for the offense. It's not a good offensive formation. It's going to be liable to throw interceptions in it, which is exactly what he does, and trades the rock right back to the Ohio State Buckeyes. He's disgusted by it. He knew that he had an opportunity to swing the tide in his favor. Word to Bama. Looks to escape the pocket right there. Can't find anything that he likes. He'll throw out of the sack. Incomplete on first down. Brings up a 2nd and 10.
Oh, yeah, the Heights. Okay.
Lincoln Boulevard.
Yeah, look at you.
I'm loving the conversation between these two as well. As another handoff, this time going to be down the middle, good enough for a first down. And Cardale Jones continues to dial up the plays where they need to be outside of the one interception that he threw so far. Looking pretty good on offense, especially when he's trying to mix it up and find these gaps in the defense.
Both of these guys have made some offensive mistakes here already, but it's gone both ways. It has not indeed been a unilateral intercepting of the football. Everyone's gotten their fair share here, and it's made for a pretty exciting contest early. After the first quarter, we're looking at a 7-7 ball game. Cardale Jones back with the football on offense. Ball's on his own 44-yard line. Will Howard, after the built-in motion back to pass. Oh, he had R1 for a big gain. He didn't see it. He didn't like the deeper look. Instead opts for a highly contested ball there coming out of the backfield. And it's going to be incomplete on first down. 2nd and 10. Now just a few ticks into the second quarter. Will Howard's back in the gun. He's got trips to the field side right, solo look left. Sets up the slip screen, but the pressure gets home too quick. Mason Graham causing problems in the offensive backfield.
And we've seen a lot of that from the Ohio State line. They've been really good at pressuring the quarterback. It's been less so for Michigan, but that time they just immediately phased through. 3 of them on him almost immediately. No time to make a decision at all. Fortunate to get the ball away. And now 3rd and 10 from their own 44. It's very doable. We've seen some big pickup plays from Cardale Jones so far. Will Howard by himself in the backfield. Throws. Going to be cut. He's able to bring it down as well, not losing it after the hit. And sets up a first down in Michigan territory.
Right there, but hey, Travion, good catch, man.
And you hear the guys talking it over. Jake Butt felt like his defensive user was in the right spot to make a play on the ball there. Cardale Jones might have gotten away with one on the completion. Handoff inside to Judkins, good for 2 yards. 2nd and 8 now. As time continues to run here in the second quarter tonight.
And then
this week's installment on the Progressive Rivalry Series, Fendler and Sleegy in the booth. The only two people doing any work here tonight, aside from production, they're working hard as well. The desk, it's been a nice night for the desk, I think.
And then with Ryan,
yeah, you know, they've just been able to sit back, relax, watch the games, talk about it for a little bit afterwards.
Just like, hey,
I mean, they've got the real deal there, but the real deal is going to be this third down here. 3rd and 5. You're on the Michigan 39-yard line. You're not really in field goal range yet to feel confident about it. So it could potentially set up 4-down territory. We'll see what Cardale Jones has dialed up here.
I think you're right. I wouldn't call it field goal range here yet, but as the home team, field goal range extends out a little bit further than it would for Michigan, but I'm not sure that it's going to extend out to the 42-yard line. So we're going to see the offense hurry up right back to the line on 4th and 8. 4-down territory indeed here, Sleegy. He's back to pass, goes Will Howard. Looks out of the backfield. A great read there to Henderson. Jake Butt hates to see it happen. He's just disgusted. If we could just for a moment take a gander. Jake Butt's gamer tag in the top right there. JBooty88. That's some good stuff.
Oh, what a keen eye. I didn't even notice that. That is hilarious. I love it. You know, when you have a name like that, you just got to lean into it.
You got to commit, man.
That's fantastic.
You got to commit early. In elementary school, he had to have had pretty thick skin about the whole thing. Because, man, oh, man, dude, you want to talk kindergartners could cook up some beams with Jake Butt as their ammo. You know what I'm saying? Right, probably middle school wasn't as funny anymore, but early on, this must have been a nightmare for JBooty88.
I mean, hey, maybe that's what helped him become a football player.
Indeed.
You get that toughness early. You're prepped for anything, but not prepped for that run from Cardale Jones. Able to sneak through a hole on the left side, wide open. No one there to even get their hands on him. And that's going to make it 13-7 as the PAT goes wide left.
Quite a few of our competitors here tonight having a good deal of trouble with this new kick meter, even on extra points. These things are not guaranteed. But I got to imagine any type of chiding that Jake Butt got as a kid on the name front probably elapsed pretty quickly when he became bigger than all of his peers.
Yeah, I think someone definitely got the last laugh, and it was Jake Butt.
There was a last laugh, and it happened pretty early, I think, in Jake Butt's life.
You know, the country's been
at a certain point, it was just like, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Butt, I didn't know your game.
That's exactly
and his game turned out to be pretty spectacular, as now he's looking to tie up this game. 2:06 left in the half. Not going to be able to get away from the pressure there. Line from Ohio State collapses quickly. And it takes us down to the 2-minute timeout. Jake Butt and the Michigan Wolverines down by 6 with 2 to go in the half.
But, man, you know a young, you probably must have been Jimmy Williams in 2nd grade, said the last mean thing that Jake Butt would ever hear about his name. And then he got huge. And that's a great defense mechanism there. Let's see if he can get huge on offense. No dice there on 2nd down. We'll bring up a 3rd and 13. After the missed extra point, it's only a 6-point deficit for the Wolverines here for now. But with the ball on his own 20-yard line and a 3rd and long to go, he would really love to find a conversion here.
I love it then. Oh, thank you.
Orji rolls, finds nothing but a defensive back, and that is just about the opposite of what Jake Butt was hoping for there. Had plenty of time. Could have probably stood to be a little more methodical on that drive, but instead he's going to toss it back. Interceptions.
Oh, turn around.
just been
with the play action. Oh,
really
underneath,
tough.
underthrown. I like the play call there, though. The execution from Will Howard just a little bit lacking. Not the best throw that he could have seen. Looks like he is going to be set to throw again here. Might have someone come open on this left side. Actually, it's going to be a handoff instead. Good for maybe one, as we're going to see a timeout come out here.
Yeah, Jake Butt trying to preserve a little bit of time, hoping that his defense can get a stop here and get the rock back in his hands. Will Howard will hand off inside, and a nice pickup by Judkins will bring it down to a 4th and inches to go now. And even coach, and the coach suggestion is thinking that you go for this one with inches to convert a first down in the red zone, 19-yard line, looking in.
Oh, kick. Oh, this is going to destroy me. Oh, my God.
Play call here is going to be massive.
And let's see what he's got.
Rothback is going to throw. Got some wide open. Gets the block. That's a touchdown. Easy peasy lemon squeezy on 4th and inches. And Cardale Jones putting yet another touchdown on the board.
And that's our guy, G. Scott Jr. We saw him a little earlier. Was not able to come out on top of things in his game, but we've seen plenty of them on the virtual gridiron. The latest installment there being a touchdown for the Buckeyes. They're going to call back out the offense here, looking for a 2-point conversion to make this an even 14-point advantage if he can. And he can.
Yeah, there we go.
Make it 21-7 here. Cardale Jones and the Buckeyes on top of things for now.
I love how Cardale Jones is approaching this game. He really is continually mixing it up. He's not doing a whole lot of the same each play. He's going through his motions, looking down his receiver list, making sure that he's not trying to force things for the most part. Couple of errors here and there, but I think overall he's been really, really good about ensuring that he's not throwing into too much coverage and taking the safe plays that'll get him down the field. It's been paying off. 14-point lead with 92 seconds left to go in the half.
He's got no timeouts, but just a little more than 90 seconds to go. There is sufficient time here for a drive. That's not going to help the offense. That's going to back them up 5. Jake Butt's disgusted. That's a feature new to football gaming this year, particularly, I don't know if they're doing it in Madden. I'm not really playing that much Madden. But if you're making adjustments as the play clock really dwindles around 5 or less seconds, you're liable to get one of those false start penalties. Kind of incentivizing you to get your play in and make something happen. They would rather you not, I suppose, making adjustments all the way down in the play clock. So that hurt him for 5 yards. The first down play afterwards is incomplete. A nice dot there on 2nd and 15 to get around midfield, his own 47-yard line. Nice completion there for the Wolverines. He's only down 2 scores here. 7 points, and this becomes a ball game again. We've had some close ones already here tonight, selfishly hoping that this will be another hot contest, but Jake Butt is going to need to find the end zone to make that happen for us.
An important thing to remember as well, if he is able to get to the end zone here before the half, he does get the ball first at the beginning of the third. So an opportune moment to try and close this gap as quickly as possible. It's going to be a fake handoff, not able to get anything open, has to just throw the ball away. Lucky to get it out before the defender closed in on him. And honestly, a little fortunate not to be called for intentional grounding.
So won't reap the penalty about it. Instead, it's just going to be an incompletion. 2nd and 10 now for the offense. Orji with wheels to escape the pocket. He finds Donovan Edwards on the read. Donovan makes a guy miss.
And the problem is for him, like it'd be hard for any quarterback, but
the block was huge to create the space there. Good strength to go past one, get inside the red zone. Now 1st and 10 from the 18. 68 seconds left to play. Dodges one, able to get the run out to around 11, sets up 2nd and 3rd, and they are sticking with the hurry-up offense.
We've seen this happen before tonight here as well. You don't have any timeouts, So again, you can't get too caught up playing clock games, but yep,
Oh,
I don't like the hurry up there. I don't like the hurry up. There's really no reason for that. You want to be the last one with the ball, and instead you're going to throw an interception in the end zone that might go the distance about as long as you could take a pick six. That's going to be 98 yards to the crib. Cardale Jones making this advantage just a little bit more drastic for the Buckeyes. Extra points are not guaranteed. This one's up. And it's good, though, 28-7. The Ohio State Buckeyes are leading for now.
Yeah, and I mean, just extending it out even farther. Still an opportunity with 38 to go, though it's going to be kind of difficult with no timeouts at his disposal. Look to try and get a good return here. Makes a couple miss. Oh, but he runs into the defensive bubble of players. Someone finally able to get their hands on him, brings him down at around the 29. So he's got 34 seconds to try and get down the field here.
And playing a little fuller quarters here at a more traditional 4-minute clip makes the second half a little more hopeful, should you say. But down 21 points for now. He's got to get something going his way here. Points before halftime would sure feel good. Defensive pressure, trying to make sure that doesn't happen. But Orji's going to escape the pressure, get a first down. And in this case, you definitely want to see a hurry up. And you will. Clock will stop for, he's going to get a little bit of help there from the Buckeyes in the timeout. Cardale Jones must not have liked the defensive personnel. You could audible around a little bit, but you're going to be stuck in the same personnel grouping. So it's not like you're going to be able to go from dime to goal line or something like this. So you might have wanted to get a different personnel package on the field, but ultimately helps out the offense a little bit. Orji back to pass, looking for the whole thing. He's got a step, but a good play by the defensive back to force the incompletion. 2nd and 10, 38-yard line, looking in. Jake Butt on offense, but he's got no timeouts.
Yeah, and Denzel Burke on Ohio State did a good job to get up and get his hand on it. Could have been a touchdown. Now 16 seconds left. It's going to be Orji alone in the backfield here. Looking to try and get some sort of deep passing play into the end zone. Drop back. Going to have to escape some pressure. Not too much open. Just going to throw it away. And I think that's the wise decision.
Yeah, the righty rolling left there, and you see the passing line, 4 for 12 for 107 yards. Not so bad, but the 3 interceptions are not going to be a recipe for success. 11 seconds left. Depending on what happens here, it could be the last play of the half. We'll see. Orji back to pass again. Looks, finds up the middle. He's going to hurry this up, and he's not going to hurry it up. He's going to go back to the huddle. If he picks a play quickly, it's going to be no harm, no foul. And Cardale Jones spends another timeout for him. Listen, bro, okay. The clock management in these games has been nothing short of hilarious. Hilarious.
I mean, they're channeling their inner Ryan Day. I mean, that's all I've got to say. It's just
Nick is not going to like that.
Fantastic. But hey, they get the field goal, gets 3 more on the board for Michigan. One of the few field goals that we've seen actually go through the goalpost. So big one there for Michigan. 4 seconds left. Closed the gap a little bit, but still lots of work to do here in the second half.
Smart plays there by everybody. The kicking team looks for the squib, hoping that they'll just get a return that lasts a couple of seconds. Cardale Jones smartly will counter that move with a fair catch, make sure his offense can get at least a spin or 2 here. Judkins makes some moves, and that will be the first half. As it concludes, we'll see Cardale Jones on top of the contest here, 28-10. Jake Butt will receive the second half kickoff here. And looking at an 18-point deficit, he's going to need to find the end zone here to keep his hopes of a victory alive.
Yeah, I mean, the field goal, I think, is not too bad there. You got to try and get some points out of that drive at the end, especially with how limited time and no timeouts. But from here on out, you really got to be looking for touchdowns. You're never going to be able to catch up this 18 points if you're just getting 3-point chunks at a time.
Play clock was winding there, but he's able to get it off and get off the throw for a first down. Nice read there. Gets the ball down to the 37-yard line. Orji will be back in the pistol set with the ball near the left hash. He's back to pass. Looks, fires out of the backfield. That's going to be complete for a 6-yard gain. Inbounds, clock will run. With 4-minute quarters, I mean, I like the pace here. I don't mind the hurry up. Obviously, you've found something that you like with a couple nice plays in a row there. Again, takes the check down. Nice moves out of the backfield. I love that. That felt like an opportunity for Jake Butt to throw another interception, but I like the in-game development. He's going to take the check down instead. Both live to fight another day, and after the ball carrier move, actually pick up a first down as well.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw the stat there for Orji as well. Not been a fantastic day, 151 yards, no touchdowns, and 3 interceptions. So Jake Butt going to have to try and get it in the program a little bit here. Throw to the outside, dodges one, makes another miss, pushed out at the 34-yard line. Going to set up 1st and 10 in Ohio State territory. And at the very least right now, Jake Butt moving the ball down the field.
And I think he's got the right idea here for his offense. He's tried to push the field a couple of times, and it's not gone well for him. We've gone over the passing line a couple of times now. He's got the 3 interceptions on his ledger here already. But just if I'm going to judge from this drive specifically, making some better decisions and not trying to score all 18 points at once, you can kind of chip this thing away. Just keep it moving. Another nice move by Donovan Edwards there. Really exciting ball carrier when he gets ahead of steam in the open field. Offense is going to stay aggressive here. Orji will hurry up to the line. Ball on the left hash. He's got twins short side of the field left. Looks and fires over the middle, and that's going to be a touchdown. Michigan Wolverines, and Jake Butt will draw just a little bit closer. He's going to need to keep gaming here. Boys are going to get a pause, maybe a little coaching adjustment. Want to check out his depth
Are we
chart.
going to see a sub?
Yeah, he wants to make sure everything is correct here. He's going to hit an good old-fashioned auto reorder. Now, listen, I don't want to get too sweaty on the call here, but if he's not done that before, every once in a while, doing something like auto reordering your depth chart can put, for example, your CB1 into the slot because they'll be the best cornerback on the team. So if you auto reorder, they can move them into the slot. Every once in a while, they'll move around rush ends as well. So depending on personnel grouping, every once in a while, an auto reorder can actually throw a wrench where you wouldn't expect one to be. And it's not going to matter there on the 2-point try. Jake Butt gets back into the end zone on the conversion and will draw to within 10 points now. 28-18 is our contest with 2:27 left in the third quarter.
And take the fair catch here, bring it out to the 25. So 10-point game changes the dynamic. Jake Butt going to be looking for a big stop here. Still plenty of time left to play, only about halfway through the third quarter. So opportunities galore, but the defense going to have to step up in a big way here for Michigan.
Will Howard takes a snap. Nice read there for an 8-yard gain on first down. And kind of matching the Wolverines' offensive pacing, they'll rush to the line, hurry it up. They like the look, and they'll get a first down for their efforts. I think smart there to just go back to the huddle. And it feels silly to bring this up because we've talked about it before, and we just have not seen anybody really trying to manage clock. And in one hand, user said it correctly. A lot of these guys are just out here trying to ball out and have a good time. Not necessarily, looking to be the absolute sweatiest of players is G. Scott. We saw him live a little earlier, and we're seeing him on the virtual gridiron. Get off of me. Just little bros him. But before I was so rudely interrupted by a great offensive play, we just haven't seen anybody really lean into the clock to try to polish these things off. If this is me up 2 possessions, I'm on shoot clock. I'm running the ball on first down. I'm getting 40 seconds off the play clock every time. And all's well that ends well. If you're able to keep playing offense and you don't need it in small chunks, then why the heck not? And Henderson will get a nice 7-yard rip there off left tackle. 2nd and 3 from the 6-yard line looking in. 1:25 left in the third quarter. Cardale Jones in the driver's seat here.
Okay, yeah, you prepare all season for that moment.
Looking at potentially calling an audible, and he will. Looks like he's going to try and get a pass off to the right side. Fake handoff on the play action. Gets it over to Circle. Easy. In for the touchdown. Cardale Jones with the adjustments on the line to make it happen. And Ohio State with yet another touchdown. Make it 35-18.
As Sleegy with the great call as it all developed there, folks. Called out the audible, called out the pass to the right. That good brother went 2 for 2 as Cardale Jones will extend the Buckeye lead here. Still a minute left in the third quarter. Time, needless to say, becoming of the essence here for the Wolverines. But if he's able to get in the end zone relatively quickly here, the game is far from over. He's got all of his timeouts. He hasn't had to spend any second half timeouts about it just yet to the tight end, and that's going to be picked off again. Having a really tough time making reads in the passing game, and Cardale Jones is going to get loose for a 37-yard pick six on the play. Jake Butt's 4th or 5th on his contest, and it's been all Cardale Jones all day.
Not the best start.
I mean, and
half,
just absolutely in the right place. That's great defensive play calling and control. The defender right where he needs to be, puts another on the board, and that's 14 points in a matter of seconds. That is huge for Cardale Jones and building a lead that starting to look potentially impassable at this point.
Yeah, starting to inch toward insurmountable. I think the word might be. Jake Butt back on offense again, and he just cannot maintain possession of the ball to finish some of these drives. He's able to score 18 points here already. When it's gone well for him and he's willing to take some of those checkdowns, he's been able to move the ball pretty well, but now finds himself in a tough situation, down by every bit of 3 possessions at 24 points, excuse me.
No one really to throw to there. Good defensive coverage from the Buckeyes to make sure nothing was opening up. And now 2nd and 10. The incomplete pass at least stops the clock. I know we're still in the third quarter, but, I mean, honestly, you got to start thinking about the time if you're Jake Butt, if you want to have any hope of coming back in this game.
Yeah, this needs to be throw it away when you must, go out of bounds when you can. You don't really have the luxury anymore of too many checkdowns, although a screen against pressure will work for him for a first down. He'll hurry up back to the line, expecting that clock to run again once the sticks are set, and it will. Now under 40 seconds to go in the third. Orgy's back to pass. He wants the whole thing. He's got a step, and he misses it. Oh, had a wide-open receiver getting loose along the left sideline. Orgy, we've seen him overthrow these wide-open receivers a couple of times here tonight, known for his mobility. Maybe not as much for his deep ball.
We see a quick screen play. Going to get good for about 5. He gets 6 on it into Ohio State territory. And they're quick to the line again, not wasting any time at all. It's going to be Orgy. Step back, looking to throw again. Got another wide open in the midfield. Going to be good for another 10 to 12 yards. It sets up 1st and 10 from the 32 now.
He would love to get another snap here before the third quarter. More plays he can get, the better for the Wolverines. And that's going to be picked off there again. That might be number 5 on the day, and there is nothing but green grass in front of him. He might get caught here. Donovan Edwards and number 8 give chase, and it's a big return as we wrap the third quarter there on another sudden change all the way down to the 24-yard line. Cardale Jones. I fear the boys might have had this correct in the prediction phase of this thing. Cardale Jones has been a gamer. He's up by every bit of those same 3 possessions. 24 points is the lead. He's got the rock. He's in the driver's seat. He's in the red zone, and he's looking for more. He's finding more. And G. Scott We've seen him plenty tonight, both in a face cam and on the virtual gridiron, and he's in for another Buckeyes touchdown. And this is getting real dark for Jake Butt and the Michigan Wolverines.
You can hear the fat lady singing. It's echoing through the halls. She's coming as quick as she can. Maybe he has an opportunity to get her to quiet down, but 4 minutes and a whole heck of a lot of points to try and catch up here. It's going to take not just a miracle, but multiple miracles in succession.
You said it, partner. It's going to need to start now. I can't even really articulate the series of events that would be necessary here. It's going to be one-play touchdowns, onside kicks, defensive scores, really all of the above, and a couple of them. He's going to keep the ball on the ground here, maybe indicative of just trying to get the heck up out of this thing and keep Cardale Jones and the Buckeyes under 70 if he can.
You just need 4 touchdowns and a field goal to tie. That's doable in 3.5 minutes, right? Surely.
I mean, I almost used the age-old phrase, I've seen crazier. That would have been a lie, though. So I bailed out.
Yeah, I think a 31-point deficit with 3 to go would be that would be pretty up there.
That would be the craziest thing I've ever seen. Yeah, no doubt about it.
I would love to see it. Don't get me wrong, but that'd be pretty up there.
So listen here, now you kind of adjust your expectations here. It goes from maybe we could see a good competitive ball game here to maybe we could see the greatest comeback to ever happen in football gaming. It's a slim chance, but listen, you got to be in a huge deficit if you want to make a huge comeback. Maybe Jake Butt just kind of priming us for a really exciting finish here. One can hope. But it doesn't look good here on 4th and 16. He's going to need a conversion here before any of that nonsense I was just talking about. 4th and 16, Orgy's back to pass. He can't find anybody. He steps up. He wants the whole thing.
Oh, wow.
He's going to scramble for it. Why not? Okay.
It's the first.
4th and 16, you cannot argue with the method there if you're going to pick it up. Orgy will scramble and pick up the first down. It's probably just for window dressing if he can get another score here. But if I was a betting man like Nick Mazzesko, and I am not, I'm too cheap to gamble, I would anticipate there might be another interception here. I don't know.
That's very possible. I mean, Cardale Jones is not going to be letting up on the gas if he can manage it. Gets the possession, brings it down, tackled just short of the line to gain. We'll set up 3rd and inches. First down here would be big for Jake Butt. I mean, the game, there's no winning this game at this point. You're just trying to make it as respectable as possible on the scoring line. But a sack or any tackle for loss could be huge. Gets it away in time. Caught for the first down. Sets him up at the 35-yard line.
Yeah, we are squarely in one more for the box score type of territory. So he could tell his friends and family that, it wasn't that bad. Which would seem to be a misrepresentation of the truth, but nonetheless, he's going to see what he can do here.
Pretty bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
I mean, hey, Cardale Jones has been good too. Like it's not been that Jake Butt has been playing poorly. It's been Cardale Jones has really known what he's been doing throughout this entire. Almost able to get to the quarterback in time. Big throw down the right sideline, going to be enough for a touchdown and get a couple extra points on the board.
Jake Butt goes beam into the tight end. If there's one read that he's going to want to make, it's going to be to his guy Loveland, big number 18. And a little bit of window dressing here late. He could have got a block animation there if Cardale Jones was on an end. When that snap takes a long time like that, every once in a while you'll get a chance to block it. Not sure it would have mattered either way. This is still a big old 24-point lead for Cardale Jones. On the other end of the 2-minute timeout, he'll take it out of the end zone with Henderson out to the 15-yard line. And if the games we've seen so far are any indication, I don't think there is going to be any knees taken here. Although these are some guys with some experience here. If there's ever going to be a situation for a victory formation, it could be between these two players. Never mind. Jake Butt's going to use timeouts. And I'll tell you this. If I'm on offense up by 24, under 2 minutes to go, and the defense is using timeouts, I'm suddenly throwing streaks.
And we might see that right here. He just called an audible.
Yeah, you just might look at this corner here again. He's got the corner again. It's a red pass. Oh, it almost picked off by Jake Butt. Wow, maybe trying to force him into some rage decisions. You said it earlier. He would need a series of absolutely miraculous football events to wind up even sniffing a tie here. But, I mean, it would have been a good first step.
You would need a pick six and then an onside kick, touchdown, onside kick, touchdown, onside kick, and then a field goal. And then they would go to overtime.
Yeah, so, I mean, you can do it by 2-point conversions there if you want to as well, but I don't think we're going to get there. Let's see. Will Howard back to pass, and this is – oh, and then they got two hands on it again. And Jake
he's
Butt,
going for these throws.
Oh, my God, he's disgusting. Well, listen, after that timeout, I can't blame Cardale Jones. At a couple points tonight, I've been okay, he's going to punt. I've been baffled. I'm still baffled. I'm baffled by some of the decisions here tonight, bro. I can't lie. I really can't lie.
I mean, it's actually kind of shocking to me as well because Cardale Jones actually kind of known to be a little ruthless when it comes to this. I saw someone in chat mention it earlier, but he did on a visit to a children's hospital for charity one time with the Buckeyes. He played a kid NCAA 2014, beat him 98-35. So, you know, if that's how he's going to be in that situation, you know he's not going to let up any gas in this situation here, especially against someone from the big old Michigan Blues. So a little interesting to see him go for the punt there, but probably just wants to try and ensure that Jake Butt doesn't have an opportunity to get any more points on the board. Oh, and another interception.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy, that's another one going the other way. And I remember the legend of that children's hospital game. I'm nearly certain that actually happened, but I'm also pretty sure that spawned a very funny Dave Chappelle skit a little bit later. It was along the exact same subject matter. Good nostalgia, pretty funny memory there. He's got circle wide open. Well, he had circle wide open. Not anymore, though. These boys trading interceptions here back to the Michigan Wolverines in the last 2 minutes of this game, taking about 15. You got to love it.
Yeah, it's taking its time, but hey, you got to give it to both of these players. They have not left their foot up off the gas. Jake Butt, maybe a little bit too much gas with the amount of interceptions that have been thrown up to this point. It's been quite numerous. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's been 6 so far, which has been pretty brutal for the Michigan team's ability to control the ball and try and get back. But still, in garbage time, trying to get this as respectable as possible. Drops back, looks for another throw. It's short down the middle, going to be good for the first down and a little more as he runs out of bounds at around the 17-yard line.
Steps out of bounds because why not? Conserving this last 112 he's got to your point, Sleegy. Try to make this thing just a little more respectable than it looks right now.
Needed that.
Fortunate to get that one loose. That's been a theme, you know, all day with this Ohio State line. They've been really good about getting that consistent pressure on the quarterback. Not a whole lot of sacks, but enough pressures to force throws into incomplete areas. Jake Butt now again with 1:09 left to go. Drops back, looks to throw yet again. Has one open down the middle. Somehow phases through the referee and able to get the catch to make it 1st and goal at the 1-yard line.
Yeah, they don't put hit boxes on those referees. I think probably for the best. And that is going to be incomplete in the end zone. I was curious as to why this game was so long, and my questions are being answered here.
I mean, this has been, I think, the longest game of the day. I mean, with 4-minute quarters and with how high scoring it is, so many breaks in time, especially here at the end. He's going to get another touchdown. Make it just that much, a little bit more respectable. But I mean, at this point, I mean, we're talking about a lot of points that have been scored throughout this game. I mean, pending the PAT, we're already at 80 for this one. That's more than several of our other games combined.
No doubt about it. We'll see a 2-point effort here. I mean, to keep this theoretical series of miraculous events alive, he absolutely needs this one. If he doesn't get it, it's another possession that he would need, and that's just not going to happen. He fumbles going into the end zone, and it's going to stay every bit of 3 possessions with 18 points separating our two gamers here. He's going to look for an onside kick. Low probability at bringing these home, and he would need some more help even if he did get one here. Cardale Jones not going to make it easy for his rival at Team Up North. I'm going to call a timeout so he could get out the onside recovery unit. He'll scoop that and gets baptized there after picking up the onside attempt.
Like that, bro.
First and 10, I mean, he could take knees, but obviously he's not going to, and we'll see what he's thinking offensively.
Well, I use the victory formation. It's cringe anyways. I mean, who wants to see like that? Well, he might have triangle open here on the route. Oh, reach for it, just a little overthrown. The diving attempt, not going to be enough to get him to it. 2nd and 10 now, 49 seconds left in the game. From the Michigan 42, Cardale Jones trying to break the 50 marker.
You go into the game, what are you going to be on, down the sideline?
You know what? Yes, finally. This is about to be my first game I can get to all year, so I'm excited.
49 seconds left in the contest. Ohio State back to pass again, looking for the streak again. It's caught again, and it's a touchdown again. Cardale Jones and the Ohio State Buckeyes just piling on at this point. He said, listen, Jake, you wanted one for the box score. I'm going to take one for the box score here as well. How about a 56 burger? You could take that home in a little to-go box if you want to. That's for free. You can take that with you.
It's just been all gas, no brakes for Cardale Jones the entire game. And, you know, I'm sure he would love for this to be the outcome to come out of this upcoming weekend. I think it might be a little closer than this, but a fantastically played game from Cardale Jones, from play calling to execution. He really hasn't made that many mistakes and has very much capitalized on the mistakes that Jake Butt has made. Again, I think around 6 interceptions, maybe 7. You lose count at a certain point. It's just so many. So many turnovers. The fumble near the end zone on the 2-point conversion. I mean, it's just been turnover city for Michigan this game.
Oh, no question about it. Here late in a blowout contest, we're going to take this one all the way down to the brutal end. Here we go. Orji back up top. Another streak. He's got a man down the right sideline. Incomplete on the play. 56-31 is your score here. Plenty of points, just not enough of them for the Wolverines to get in the mix here.
You know what? That is tough to say, but you know, I look at him and I say I just need a clearly.
Listen, the guy's taking advantage of the limelight here on the Progressive Rivalry Series. While they got the show match, they're not in a rush to get off stage. These guys are competitors. They're showmen in their own right. You know what I mean? Not in a huge rush to get on to our last student match of the game. They want to make sure they get their money's worth here on the tour, on the series. There you go. First down.
You've only got 25 seconds left to play here, so 2 timeouts. Try and make it something. Try and make it possible. Well, not possible, but try and get a little bit closer. You're trying to just make it respectable at this point.
Yeah, if we see any timeouts here, I might have a nervous breakdown. 2nd and 3, 2 timeouts apiece. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Gets one more snap off. Rolls left. 2, 1. Lines up to fire something. It zeroes on the clock. It's going to be picked off. That might be number 7. And Cardale Jones is looking for a return, and he finds one to the 24-yard line. And not a moment too soon. That is going to get us home. Cardale Jones taking the W over Jake Butt, 56-31. Jake Butt, a great sport about it. And, of course, thank you to both of our competitors for making the time to get in a game here tonight on the Progressive Rivalry Series. It has been all Ohio State all night, Sleegy, and I know early on we were talking about our hopes that this doesn't turn into a series night, kind of like it did for Alabama against LSU, but really Ohio State has just picked up where Alabama left off last week and continued the single-team dominance. We got another showing of it right there. It's 7-2 Ohio State.
Yeah, and I mean, just what a performance from Cardale Jones. I mean, I mean, we said leading into this, and I got to give Nick his credit where it's due. He asked if this was going to be a high-scoring game, and yeah, I think it's safe to say it was a pretty high-scoring game between these two. Over 80 combined points, and my goodness, just a barn burner to say the least. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, that's certainly one variety of a barn burner. And now I don't want to inconvenience the boys at the desk here, but I would love to check in and hear from them. They're working hard tonight. Hopefully they got some tea on standby. They said 2 of us had to get sacrificed for the night. Sleegy, I fear that they were talking about me and you. Let's get it back to the desk expeditiously. Fellas, what's going on?
Oh, what a good game that was.
Hey, that was a wonderful game.
It was a wonderful
actually
game.
The best game of the night. Best game of the night. You know what I'm saying? And you know, Sliggy and Finn, they actually started putting in a little work. I feel like they just kind of started to get the engine going.
They're finally pulling their end of the bargain.
They're really just getting started. How about this? Let's give them another game, boys. Let's go.
Well, let's take a look at some replays. This could last an entire 45 minutes of replays because there was a lot going on. If you remember back in the day, Cardell Jones did go to a children's hospital and beat a young patient there, like 98-20 or something. I thought he was trying to do it in this game, TD. Cardale was just trying to score. It was 7-7 early, but this would be the closest it ever got.
Yeah, this was wild. I mean, Cardell Jones, he's the real deal, huh? I mean, this guy's legit at college football 25, and he put a whooping on Jake Butt. I mean, putting 50 piece on him, that's no joke. We see a couple of these replays here. Jake Butt, hung around, had some nice plays here and there, nice little check down there to Donovan Edwards, getting inside the red zone.
Dono finding his way. But unfortunately, it was these red zone turnovers, especially in the end zone. User, you know as well as anybody, you throw picks in the end zone, it's a recipe to lose and lose big.
Yeah, right there before half, man. You know my saying, man. I've never seen anybody win a game before half, but you can
I've seen him lose one.
Yeah, and that's what happened with Jake Butt right there. He was only down 14. If he could have scored, it would have went in the half down 7, but he just throws a pick, and then he just starts the onslaught of just pick after pick, and things got out of hand, But I love the fighting Jake Butt. I love how he just did not run the clock. He's like, you know what? We're going to keep ourselves in this game. You know what I'm saying? Stretch the game out as much as he could, man, to try to put up as many points as he could. Unfortunately, he just could not stop Cardale Jones, and Jones was just putting up points in bunches.
I don't know about you guys, but after watching this game, I would really prefer this to be like literally exactly how it goes on Saturday. It was all Cardale, and it ends at 7-2 the score to basically wrap this one up. It was already guaranteed that Ohio State was going to win this one, but to do it in such dominating fashion, TD, across the board, it was all Buckeyes today.
Yeah, it really was. Every game, for the most part. Even the games that Michigan won, they were low scoring, kind of slugged it out. Ohio State could have won those ones. Just domination across the board. And I think it goes to show the ratings advantage Ohio State has in college football 25. Every position, they're pretty much superior. You could argue maybe tight end is probably Michigan's strong suit.
Yeah, Colston Loveland is great.
Yeah, exactly. Tight end. But, I mean, everywhere else, Ohio State pretty much dominates, and that's what we saw here tonight.
Well, we've got one more game to go. It is not going to count towards the score at the bottom of your screen, but it is a show match featuring a player from each of the schools' esports. See, this is where it's really cool, user. We've gotten to see a lot of these guys, especially with college football coming out this year. More esports organizations getting involved and them getting to show a little school pride by playing as their own team.
Absolutely, man. Big shout out to Progressive putting this on, man. To be able to have this final match. I don't know how many matches we played today. What, 12? Yeah,
30, man, 40?
Yeah. No, I like 12, you know what I'm saying?
We're at 9.
But it's like 12. But at the end of the day,
that last game counted for 3.
Yeah, the last game counted as like 5.
Be able to finish it up and watch these two, students from each university go head to head. Even though Michigan, they lost badly, you still have one chance to redeem yourself and have some pride.
I like that. I like when you say stuff like that, user. That's good stuff. We're going to step aside for a second. Des needs to go get some water, man. It's been a tough day. But when we come back, we got one final matchup here from the Progressive Rivalry Series. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, Keep your head in the game, son. The scout from football college is up in the stands.
Maybe you'd rather go to school for insurance.
I didn't raise no insurance, man.
But you did, Dad. Football's your passion, but mine's providing around-the-clock protection to progressive customers who bundle home and auto.
Jamie, we need you out here for football.
You're giving up on your dream, James.
No, Dad. I'm giving up on yours.
Oh, James, wait! Oh, that's not the exit.
Listening anyway, they just mad to see decide to drop, they look like ocean spray. You can get it too if you just work more than you talk today. This what happen when you take your pain and make it motivation. It ain't gonna be easy trying to be a legend, it's the payment. You need execution, not excuses, dog, you gotta face it. They don't want the truth, but if you quit, you don't deserve to make it. What you think they giving greatness out? Now you gotta take it. They don't know the hustle, they confused when they look at you. Till you hit your goals, they all shy, they think you Pikachu. Put your mind to it, you can do it, yeah, and I'm the proof. Unless the odds against me, back against the wall, my strength beat, yeah. I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Yeah, been through everything, it just made me better. Yeah, I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Yeah, working every day, it just made me better.
I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. I don't need you, I do it myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
I bet on myself. I bet on myself.
Yeah, I bet on myself. Okay, dream so big that they think I'm crazy. Let out the beast, no, they can't tame me. Don't play with me, better mind your business. I cannot stop now, I ain't finished. I'ma keep on going till I got that. Okay, the way that I'ma do it, they can't top that. No way. Critics trying to hate, but I don't talk back, I know that. Plotting on the kid with the bull, tell him all that. I'm the one that I'ma gamble on, I ramble on. I'm about to get my ramble on. And I'm the one they really couldn't get a handle on. Then when they see they missed the boy, they get a tantrum on. And I know they never thought we would make it. Underdogs, it wouldn't be able. Labels gon' ask what we bring. Tell them we bringing the table. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. I don't need you, I do it myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
I bet on myself.
Yeah, I bet on myself. Take off your shoes, crib brand new. Yeah, I'm about to go in like a damn fool. I'm leaving your mans, them in shambles. You know, light up the wax like a candle. I've been on fire, watch me heat up the track. I took the crown, I ain't giving it back. Unless you got L's on your wish list. Messing with me, you gon' big a statistic. Really, you think you'll get it back, that's silly. I'm about to run the game, no kidding. I'm way too cold, too chilly. Yeah, they ain't wanna hear me, yeah, now they gon' feel me. You did? Look at my team going way off. Now we running the game, they can't play y'all. We don't need an assist, now we counting up chips. I think it's time that they pay y'all. Let's go. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. I don't need you, I do it myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
I bet on myself.
Yeah, I bet on myself. Frank Bailey. Let's go. Yeah, make it look easy. Hey, stand up guy, boom, 10 toes. Big body pull up in a Range Rover. I can change the whole game when I say so. I pull up, shut it down, yeah, they know. Running this game ain't a thing for me. I never switched up, no change in me. The only thing changing this season, you go against me, then you know that you tweaking, okay? Cause baby, I'm him, I be on 10. Two-stepping in the party, I do not dance. Watch how I move, make it look easy. Counting up wins, that's part of the plan. Blackmail, taking up my haters a CC. That can't fail, all my victories will repeat. I'm knee deep, need a dub, best that you seek me. I'm too sick, yeah, I know I make it look easy. Yeah, tell them don't try to play me. Yeah, I'm drippy on the dirty. They can never count me out, I know. They can never count me out, I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. Make it look. I know. Love, shoot my shot, better play up. Make it look easy, that's a layup. Bad man. Why they wanna be like nigga sad man? Too wavy, swallow your pride. All of my guys, call them they slide. They will oblige. Called them, I told them you playing with me. Now look, all of them starting to riot. Whoa, huh. When I'm in your city, it's magic. When I'm all in my bag, it gets tragic. When I see what I want, gotta have it. I can't let up, they made me a savage. I can't slow down my foot on the gas, yeah. Going way up from where I was last year. I'ma make it look easy, that's it. I know God got me, yeah, he got my back. These blessings falling in my lap. I came up, give it all I had. Rep my city, put them on my back. Hit my shots, I don't miss those. Straight up, I'ma let them know I don't.
And we are back. Progressive Rivalry Series, sponsored by Progressive Insurance, offering a touchdown for your budget. Visit progressive.com to learn how you can save with Progressive. Nick Mazesco, one great user, Tyler Davis along with you. Gentlemen, we got one final game to go, esports battles. These are two students representing each of the schools and their esports team. And as I said before the break, TD, I think the coolest part about getting the esports students involved is it's not just about playing on stream, but these guys rep the school. They're there right now competing for them. They're with their teams competing right now, and I think there's just an added level of pride for these guys.
Yeah, no doubt about it. A lot of pride. This is one of the biggest rivalries, not just college football, in all of sports. You guys, you know, these guys want to put on for their squad, for their team. Giving some of them exposure in this moment is going to be awesome to see. And look, let's face it, Ohio State's dominated tonight, but if our man Brian in Michigan can win this game, that can kind of set everything back and change everything.
No.
So it's a huge game right now for Brian. I know you don't agree with this, though, but if he can do this for his school, it'd be huge.
Don't try to sell this off. Well, if they get a bucket at the end, they only lost by 18 instead of 20, and that's better. Like, don't try to sell me on that one. But you know, there's pride for Brian on the line. User Brian just trying to maybe put himself in rarefied company as one of the few that actually won a game for the university today.
Yeah, it's tough because you understand there's a lot of weight on his shoulders at the end of the day. You don't want to be the last one to represent for your school, your university. Then you go out there and you lay an egg. You never want to be that guy. You want to be the guy that, hey, look, I took care of business and the only thing I could do is what I could do. I can only eat what's on my plate. And that's what Brian has to do. He has to go out here and handle what's in front of him.
Well, we got predictions. I don't really have much on this one because it's Brian and Charlie, man. Brian for the University of Michigan, Charlie for the Ohio State University, and I'm not changing right now. I mean, it's got me on top of the standing. It's got the Buckeyes with the 7-2 lead, so go Chuck, go Bucks. OH. User, who you got?
I'm going with D. Ohio State Buckeyes, man. Hey, man, they're going to continue their dominance, man, and wrap it up for the night.
Yeah, look, my heart says Brian. I want him to do it for Michigan, try to get a victory under their belt.
Come on, say that.
But as you guys know, I'm a smart businessman, and I always follow my brain, what my head says. And, of course, I got to go with Charlie in Ohio State. They're going to finish it off here.
No, it's not and Ohio State. It's
the. Oh, you're all right over there? You're all right over there?
Tongue work is
you got to stretch that one out.
That was crazy.
That's bad.
If Charlie loses this game, you know it's because of the mush. Don't worry. It's but he's invited the crab now. Is there anything else we can loop him in on? He has stood on no business though since he was. He has stood on no business. He's been coattailing.
I haven't lost like the last 4 games. Like I've been staying on.
It's because you've picked Ohio State with me. I mean, yeah, that's right.
I've been staying on every business there is.
Well, you know what? This will come back on the Madden desk. Don't worry. We have video evidence now, and user will make sure to change the narrative. Okay, we're not going to let this slide anymore.
I appreciate it.
And because he's the mush, I've heard that he's actually going to split his paycheck with the 2 guys who have been pulling the most work. So congratulations, T. Thank you so much, guys. Sleegy Fendler, they got the call for this game. If you want to just send TD your Cash App, he'll get you hooked right up immediately. So cool.
No, that sounds like a great plan for me, Nick Mazesco. Sleegy, are we queuing up a couple of invoices here for these guys?
Oh yeah, I mean I can get it typed up for both of us here in a minute. You do enough, you do the carrying for me. I can get that taken care of, easy peasy. But we got one more matchup here. This time between the students. It's been Ohio State's night so far throughout. So I think for the student from Michigan, they're going to be looking to try and just get some sort of honor back for their team so they can go back to their classmates and be like, look, hey, at least I tried to bring some back. The football players may not have been able to do it, but I was able to do it. But also Ohio State's been on kind of a run. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, the boys said it at the pre-show during their predictions. I think he's got an opportunity to do something that was kind of counter to the whole night, right? So it seems like really almost a no-loss situation for our Michigan student competitor. But it remains to be seen how this will go. We got Brian versus Charlie. Just first names only, like Beyonce or Seal or something. Brian versus Charlie. A couple of gamers here representing their schools. You see Brian decked out in his Michigan Wolverine gear. Charlie and rocking a nice little North Face. I don't know if that's a bacon collar, if he's got a V-neck there. This guy's looking good, looking sharp. And I think this is going to be a competitive game here, Sleegy, because as I understand, they had to win a couple of games between, other CFB players at their own school to wind up making an appearance here on the Progressive Rivalry Series.
Not often that I actually.
Yeah, and I mean, big opportunity for both of these guys here. That's going to be a throw down to the left side. Good for a gain to the 22. Sets up third and short.
It's nice.
So Brian having the ball first. Charlie will get it at the beginning of the second half. So you got to do the most you can with this opening drive. The opening drive, especially when you're the away team, can be so pivotal in how the rest of the game goes momentum-wise, because it really determines the energy level of the crowd. Is that run not going to be quite enough? 4th and inches. And he's going to decide to just go for it early on here, deep in his own half.
A big shot off of that jet sweep motion. Looks like he might be running the exact same play, and he does. Offensive line gets pushed back into his lap, and Brian is sick about it. He knows he got a little unlucky there. Might have been able to make something work with a little better run vision, but on 4th down, he cannot get the conversion. And now, obviously, we love our show matches, right? Really entertaining to see alumni, current players get to game, bond over the love of college football and college football 25. But in a situation like this where these guys have essentially, even if they're, short play-ins, between guys that have had to beat other players to get here, you might see a little more competitive action. Oh! That could have gone either way there. I wasn't even certain that was incomplete for a couple of seconds after the play, but it will be. 3rd and 3 now from the 17-yard line looking in. So I would anticipate that these gamers might be a hair more competitive. So I'm a little surprised to see the defensive user on a D-end here. Generally, that's kind of where you start, Sleegy. That's where you start as the user, and where he's starting in the offense is in the end zone. The Buckeyes are back in. They're on top of things. Charlie gets it done after the turnover on downs for Brian's opening drive. The kick is up, and it's good. All right, man, go ahead and can all that stuff I said about competitive players. We got a D-line user against a guy that can't make an extra point. Here we go. Brian and Charlie. Brian going to get the rock back and see what he can do with it.
The Miss PAT does change the game a little bit. Gives them an opportunity to still take the lead instead of potentially just tying it up here. If he can get a good drive going down the field. 4th and inches on that last one. He was close to making it, but that defensive lineman getting pushed into him slowed him down just enough. So we'll see if he can run into a little bit of better luck this time. He'll opt for the keep on the option play, but only good for about 1 yard.
Brian had a little something going, keeping the offense mostly on schedule there until went for it on 4th down and couldn't pick it up. Looks for the jet sweep going back the other way, and that's bagged up there. Brings up a 3rd and a long way to go.
Yeah, I think
if Charlie is going to prove to be a good player, and we've already gone over the fact that Ohio State is going to have ratings advantages over the Wolverines really all over the field. So if the user has a skill advantage as well, this could look for another long game, but some nice moves in the open field there for Brian. Orgy will scramble for a 1st down.
Yeah, good quarterback run there. Saw the open space, was able to wiggle around through the field enough to get that 1st down, avoids the 4th down situation, and now another handoff off to the right side. Juke move going to be enough to get him up to the 10 and another 1st down.
I
Got to like the move there by Donovan Edwards in the open field. And I think this is the recipe for success that most of our Michigan gamers have been missing so far tonight. Really a relentless commit to the tote, because this is the type of result that you can get. You want to talk about staying on schedule. Usually when we talk about that in football, we're talking about 3 or 4 yards. You know, what can keep you on the literal schedule to just, if you just kept running that same thing, get you a first down. So, but if you can be gaining, 8, 9 yards on first down through a tote, and it's a fumble on the play after the big hit defensively. Ball is on the ground. Brian is sick about it, and Charlie will recover for the Ohio State Buckeyes. They're back on offense, already enjoying a 6-point lead.
And the luck just not on Brian's side. On the first drive, a 4th and inches where his defender gets pushed into him. That drive ends with an unfortunate strip fumble recovered by Ohio State. And now Charlie on his own 47-yard line, 2nd and 10. A lot of room to work with to try and increase this lead. Another option play. That one's not going to go anywhere, though. It's going to back him up about 3 yards. Set up 3rd and long.
3rd and long here for the offense. Brian looking for the defensive stop that can kind of shift the momentum back in his favor. 3rd and 13, a big play here for the offense. Steps up. Will Howard looks to fire, and he finds nothing but some defensive pressure up the middle. And Sleegy, I think, knowing you, I think you're going to like this call on 4th and 13 to go ahead and punt. We know how infrequent we see special teams in virtual football gaming, but buried down in your deep end there, I mean, Brian has turned over the rock a couple of times. That last one coming off of a big hit stick fumble, I don't necessarily know if you can feel great about that defensively. You got a little bit lucky. I mean, it was a great hit stick. But the recovery, obviously, a little lucky, and that's going to be picked off going the other way. I don't even get to finish my sentence about how this is going to go for Brian. That's going to be picked off Charlie back in the driver's seat.
I do wonder, nope, they're not going to take a look at it. Initially, it looked like both of his feet might have been in when he caught it, and one of them potentially out of bounds, but able to get at least 1 foot inbounds before going out. So good interception. Going to be able to dodge and get another couple yards inside of the red zone as the first quarter comes to an end. The Ohio State Buckeyes up by 6.
Other teams
6-0, and it's almost a surprise that the Buckeyes are not enjoying even a little cushier of a lead based on 3 turnovers that came in the first quarter for Brian and the Wolverines. Going to be a handoff inside to Henderson, makes a nice move, gain of 8. Second and 2. We'll hand off inside now to Judkins. Nick Mazesco was looking for it a little bit earlier, but we have not really seen anybody too masterfully on the Ohio State side use both backs in conjunction. More often, it's been one out of those 2 superstars back there between Henderson and Judkins, and that's going to be an RPO bubble. He throws it, and that's going to be another touchdown for the Buckeyes. A nice RPO look there offensively. Didn't like another inside handoff, so he chucks the bubble, and that gets around the corner there. Extra point is up, and this one is good. Didn't go for 2 there. Not sure that it will matter. We'll find out here as the game wears on. But now up by 13, Brian has got to get on the board, and he's got to keep possession of this football.
Yeah, that he does. And big, decent return here out of the end zone. Not quite able to get to the 25, but at least gets to the 21. And now Brian, after 2 failed drives, looking for 3rd time to be the charm. Another option move, and that option goes nowhere but backwards. It's a loss of 3. That's not how he would have liked this drive to get its start going.
So Ohio State defense has been tough. Gets baited into the streak throw there. That's just not even close to open. Great play by Caleb Downs. And really a nice way to bait the offense into throwing that. Defensively, it looked like the streak might have been open, but that safety coming over in what I assume was probably a purple. A curl flat just without any of the zone drops adjusted. makes it a bad decision and another turnover. Brian just not able to maintain possession of the ball long enough to get his offense moving, find any type of rhythm. And on that same RPO look, we saw the touchdown thrown on the last drive for the Buckeyes. He'll give inside this time, and he's not going anywhere. He's going to lose a few. As the home team, you got to anticipate that he is probably within field goal range here, although everyone stinks at kicking field goals, so I don't even know.
I mean, yeah, the field goals, it's almost like everybody is just channeling their inner 2010s Alabama because they didn't have to kick a whole lot. But when they did, oh, boy, they were not all that great at it. That's going to be an interception, and he's going to have room to run potentially if he can get past the defender, and he does. 2 more to beat. They're going to catch up to him, but able to get a return out to the 29, and that's the kind of momentum shift Brian needed after 3 possessions and 3 turnovers.
Yeah, the 4-minute
He needs one back, and he gets one back. Interestingly enough, it was literally the exact same read against the exact same coverage for the exact same pick that both of these guys just traded.
Yeah, it's just game goes by.
Back and forth, that safety making plays for everybody. We'll get to the 2-minute timeout here in the second quarter. Brian's got the football back. There's been a ton of turnovers here early in the game. Charlie's got a 2-possession lead for the Buckeyes for now. He throws directly at the user's face. That's an insane decision to make with the football. He's 15-10, 5, and that's a touchdown, a 39-yard pick six, yet another interception for the Buckeyes. And this is going to get ugly if Brian can't figure out how to complete a pass to the people in the white jerseys rather than the red ones and the black ones.
Yeah, it's just, when you have four drives and you've thrown 3 interceptions and had 1 fumble, it's not great. Now, fortunately, it's still doable. Charlie hasn't quite run away with it yet, though it is starting to get a little difficult. It's putting Brian in a position that when he gets on offense, he's pretty much not able to really run a whole lot anymore. We're going to have to start getting some movement down the field. He is going to get movement on this quarterback run, able to find a lane enough for a first down inside the 2-minute timeout here, though, and all 3 of his timeouts. He's going to have to start thinking about the clock.
Yeah, great play.
1st and 10. And you're right. He's going to start needing to think about the clock, but if he can get yards in big chunks like that, you can afford to be a little faster and looser there with time as we wind around 90 seconds left before half. Smartly, man, I think the Brian of the first quarter is throwing that corner to the tight end, and it's going to get picked off. Seems it's taken him a couple of interceptions, a few interceptions indeed, but opting to not make that contested read. Instead, just get what you can with Orji. Out of the backfield goes Donovan Edwards. Defense misses twice, and he gets himself a first down and goal to go. 1-yard line looking in. And for as bad as Brian has looked offensively, I'm just going to call it what it is. He's not out of the game here by any means.
No, not at all. I mean, gets a good touchdown there. Great run up the middle, able to find that space and push it through. So, no, definitely not out of it, but it is still going to continue to be difficult. It's still going to be an upward battle, as we'll see whether or not he opts to go for 2 here. I think he should just take the PAT, and it looks like that's what he'll do. So, good decision there, and get him back within 13 if he can make it, which it looks like he will. Yeah, that's good.
Up, and it's good. That one is true. That's a great-looking extra point there, brother. 20-7 is your score here now. We saw Charlie miss an extra point early. He's scored since then. He has not opted to try to chase that point that he missed. So we've not seen any 2-point conversions, which honestly I think is smart, especially if you're on top of things by multiple possessions. If you get caught chasing that and you miss a couple times in a row, suddenly, you're not in as good a situation as you thought you should have been. Judkins off left tackle, gets just a yard there. Now, if you're Brian, I think there needs to be some type of consideration as to stopping. You might need to be a little aggressive here. Obviously, taking timeouts, it's going to be a double-edged sword. You don't want to make this offensive drive nice and easy and they can take their time. Let me stop talking about this offensive drive because this is going to be a touchdown drive here. 15, 10, 5. He's good for the end zone. Was going to need to be a little aggressive maybe if he could stay on defense, but he can't. That's going to be another big play there for the Buckeyes, middle of the field, wide open. And sometimes you'll see that seam open up like that against cover 2, but that looked even more open, really.
And I got to give Brian some credit here. He's down by 20, down by a lot, deep into near the end of the first half, but he's still smiling. He's still laughing over there. He's having a good time, which ultimately that's what this is all about at the end of the day. It's a rivalry, but it's still out here having fun. Brought to you by Progressive, making all of this possible.
Oh, he's got the whole thing to square if he sees it, but he just missed it.
Not quite able to get out in time. We will see him use his first timeout. And there is an opportunity here for him again. If he can find another receiver open and actually get the ball out to him to get a score, it's not impossible for him to come back just yet.
No, certainly not impossible. 7 points here before half would make things a little bit easier for him. And hold on a sec. We cannot stand for the accusations of not being Brian fans. I mean, I know commentating on his gameplay here early, it's not been great. That's going to be picked off there again. And it's tough to have to report on all of these turnovers. But, I mean, listen, he's still not out of the game. He has the entire second half yet to play. We mentioned it a little earlier in the show that you got to remember when you're in a situation like Brian's in here that Charlie was able to get all these points on the board in a half. So theoretically, you got to have that same belief in your team and your offense. You can't get too far down on yourself here. If it happened in one half going one way, why not have it happen in a second half going the other way? And it was going to need to start with the defensive stop here that he gets. Charlie not going to be too aggressive there as far as calling any timeouts. Might add another opportunity to go deep with the thing if he wanted, but he's going to feel pretty comfortable on top of things. 27-7 is your score here for now. Charlie and Ohio State in the driver's seat. Brian's looking for answers. He's keeping this thing as close as he can, but it's really going to be tough if you can't maintain possession of the ball offensively, and that has been what has been biting him so far in the contest.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he's not going to get the ball first here at the half, so he's going to have to look to get yet another stop defensively. Going to be another handoff, slip through the inside, trying to judge around, and he is able to get past the first down marker, plus about 5 more to set up a new set of downs at around the 39-yard line.
Big Ten football, pound the rock, baby.
Ohio State fan. I know Nick at the desk has really been loving the outcome of most of these games. Oh, buddy, a good defensive user there. Charlie knows it. That was making one guy miss away he would still be running.
There was a joke like when this game first
But we started talking about it a little bit earlier. I think it might have been cut off by a big play. And let me not start the point until I know that this isn't a big play. It's a pretty good one there. A sweep off left tackle all the way down to the 39-yard line. But kind of your defensive user progression in a lot of these football games, you're going to start on the defensive line just looking to get a pass rush and some pressure. Once you get a little more comfortable with that, often you see guys bounce back to the linebacker level. That middle linebacker spot, sub linebacker, whoever you have playing there, will be generally where you'll see, I think, most defensive users, at least in the competitive scene. And then, obviously, the higher level, there's kind of a rule of thumb. The higher level virtual football is being played, the further back the defensive user is. It's really only great players that feel comfortable using safeties and doing it well. We haven't seen too much of the feature. That's going to be a big play down the middle to G. Scott Jr. We saw him in real life, and we've seen so much of him on the virtual gridiron here tonight as well. G. Scott is in the end zone for Charlie and the Buckeyes, making this thing just a little further out of reach. But we haven't seen too much of the switch stick feature. And to be fair, as a guy who streams the game, I win plenty. It's also a feature I don't feel comfortable with just yet myself. But It's just so brand new to football gaming that, a lot of these guys, even they might have a couple games under their belt, but, a situation like Denard Robinson or something, maybe he hasn't played since NCAA 2014. It's going to be a brand new feature that these guys just don't really see and they don't really know how to use yet. So I say all that monologue to point out that as we see these guys using defensive line, they might have a better opportunity to put themselves in a position to make a play a little bit further into the defensive backfield.
Yeah, and I mean, look, the skill level really is nothing to be scoffed at either, because even me, I mean, I've put maybe 300 or 400 hours into College Football 25 so far, and who knows how many hours into all the different Maddens throughout the year. And even I am not one to want to go back and manual control my safeties. It just freaks me out too much. I don't trust myself.
I'm the very same way.
About as far away as I'm willing to get. And then I'm there. I'm like, hey, if the AI can't do it, I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Edwards.
But a great run through the middle, swerving in and out, and my boy Brian getting some more points on the board to cut that deficit down.
In the words of the great philosopher Nick Mazesco, he's got the defibrillator out, and he's showing some signs of life. It's a 20-point ball game here, but with that fuller 4-minute quarters, there is still plenty of time yet to play here. He's going to need a defensive stop in pretty short order that he just hasn't gotten yet today. But if there was ever a moment for your defense to show up, maybe pull back a turnover your way, start to balance out that turnover differential if you can.
I think if we took that same
Offense does not want to see that happen. They'll keep the ball on the ground inside their gain of 7. And if you could pick up a handful every time you keep the ball on the ground, this is going to be a tough game for Michigan to find their way back into.
Another handoff. This on the outside does get the block picked up. And a little bit of space to run. Gets right to midfield with that one, and a new set of downs for Charlie as he continues to be just so efficient with his utilization of this offense.
Hey, he might have had even a little more opportunity there if he really went hash number sideline, kind of held the ball carrier a little further toward the middle of the field, and a defensive player around to make the play on the ball there. But I mean, let me not second guess really anything Charlie is doing, because he's up by 20 points and it's been dominant on both sides of the ball.
It really has. Quick throw out to the right side, outside. Gonna dodge one defender, gets taken down. Good gain of around 5. Will set up 3rd and short from the 42.
Always so scary to kind of trust that RPO bubble read, because unless you're playing from super boomer cam, just the all the way zoomed out skybox view, by and large, you're not going to get to see the interaction that's happening between the defensive back and that bubble screen receiver. A lot of times you're going to need to take it on faith or on a read that you've made about the coverage elsewhere on the field. Because if your camera is on a default setting, you literally are throwing that blind in the way that you cannot see the players out there, which can make things a little bit difficult on that read. Makes it difficult for the defense, though, as well. And we saw that earlier. Now, 1st and 10, he is in no type of a rush to get his offense back out. He knows that he is in the driver's seat here. I am not going to make any more comments on time management. Okay, case in point. He probably could have taken that to the 4th quarter. Instead, he tries to throw an interception and is not able to do that.
We'll take that.
It's going to be 3rd and 9.
I mean, time management.
That's
right?
exactly what these guys have been saying
doesn't
tonight.
Matter. It's all about just getting the plays off and scoring the points, right? Surely it's not a critically important tactical element of the game that is massively important to study and be aware of at all times.
I think ultimately it's overrated, man. At the end of the day, just put out some beams and lasers, let your playmakers make plays, and don't worry about so much of that nerd stuff talking about the clock. Oh, this guy Fend in the booth, really worried about time, bro. Yeah, but hold these touchdowns for me. Okay.
Oh, no.
The kick is up, and that is just a bit outside. Somebody somehow in the sideline rows is going to go home with a souvenir there. Heads up, that's going to be in a bucket of popcorn, I fear. But offense back on for Brian and the Michigan Wolverines. Orji will escape the pocket right, looks to scramble, takes a big shot.
But good enough for the first down plus some more. I think with the game position it's in right now, Orgy's going to have to be kind of willing to take those sort of hits if he can get open. You need every yard you can get here.
No doubt about it. He's holding on to those 3 timeouts. Some big pressure by the defense, does not get home in time, and smartly makes the read up the seam to the tight end, 18. We've seen plenty of him so far here today as well. Back into the shotgun goes Orgy. He's got tight end and his running back to his right, trips to the left. Rolls out right. Looks to find. Nobody open. Breaks a tackle after a nice move, and Orgy getting a highlight for the replay reel. Remains to be seen whether it's too little too late, but Brian is going to go out fighting. No matter how this happens, you can tell that this young man is a gamer, and he's going to play all the way until zero's on the clock.
And I mean, look, regardless of what happens, doing a phenomenal job of representing Michigan, and same for Charlie as well.
Absolutely.
I mean, look, we'd love to see the comeback story with Brian here, especially with Michigan being down overall on the day, but Charlie has done a phenomenal job of representing the Buckeyes. He's come out, he's used Will Howard extremely well. I mean, we've seen him switch it up between Quinshon Judkins and Henderson. I mean, just all aspects of the game he's been really good on, and so now an opportunity to potentially seal things if he can get some more points on the board. Toss pass to the right side, going to be good for a gain of about 2.
This would be the chance to do it. Any combination of points and or just possessing the ball is going to be able to put this thing away for these guys. But I think you had it right, Sleegy. Really, we're seeing kind of the spirit of the progressive rivalry series develop here. And I'm not going to go full participation trophy and, everyone's just here for a good time. No. Of course you want to win games for your school.
Win.
That's exactly right. You play to win the game. But having said that, there is something to be said for showing up, for fighting for your school. I mean, we look at Brian. He had 3 or 4 turnovers in the first quarter. The fact that he's still fighting, he's still lining up, he's not dropped his sticks, he's locked in, leaned forward, that goes a real long way. I think we can all appreciate a competitor with that mindset that, even getting behind things early, he's going to stay locked in and just see what he can do. He's put up 21 points about it, really against an overmatched Ohio State Buckeyes team. And I think Brian already has a lot of reason to feel proud about his showing here today. Good click on defensively. He's going to make it difficult for the offense, but not difficult enough. Henderson off of the route bounce there. You wait long enough, and somebody is going to get open. That might actually have been a playmaker up the field. I couldn't tell if the route just broke back up. They'll camp out when the route is done, and then eventually they'll move on their own. You could playmaker them yourself, too, to encourage which direction they go. Henderson, quick enough to get that corner there. You said it, Sleegy. Speed around the edge. Brings up a 2nd and 2. Brian not spending any timeouts here. You would love to see Charlie. I would really love to see Charlie hop into a chew clock. Not anymore. Not anymore. There goes the timeout.
He's got to make
I
a
have
stand
not,
here now.
Brother, I have been over on any clock time management thing I was going to say. I could have not said any of them and shot a much higher percentage of being correct here tonight.
And we're still not seeing the victory formation. No one really cares to pull it out of the back pocket so far today. Quick run to the left side. Going to be good for maybe a yard there, a couple feet.
So theoretically, we could get a chew clock, and if nobody calls timeouts, this could be firm handshakes, GGs, and we'll see you next time. But he's going to get that toss out of that split back formation. Really cool offensive set that the Ohio State Buckeyes have, reminiscent of, wing T and kind of some more old school football, and we love that. I hate wing T personally, but, I like watching it. I didn't like coaching against it. I coached youth football, and wing T was that's
an illegal forward
just
pass.
A dumb, frustrating offense to try to defend.
Man, I don't even know if we want to kick this field goal. Let's give Fielding one more chance here.
34-21, 4th and goal from the 13.
He's going to kick a field goal.
He's going to opt for the field goal. Wow. Hey, you got to respect it. You got to try and put as many points as you can. That's going to be up, and that's going to be good for the Buckeyes. Another 3 on the board as Charlie knocks it through. Brian, not really enough time to come back in this game, but an opportunity to still keep it close.
Yeah, why not you, Brian? If it's got to be somebody, why wouldn't it be you? Nice move on the kick return there. And you see these guys laughing and kind of sharing that camaraderie over a game that we all love so much here. We waited for it for over a decade, and EA Sports College Football 25 has really just been everything that we've hoped it would be and more.
Ooh, another good quarterback run.
Okay,
able
ahead,
to
then,
dodge the
Orgy.
defender. Might be able to pick
Blatant.
up a block, and he does. Able to dodge the last defender. That's absolutely insane. Orgy, a massive run down the field, and don't back things up just yet. An onside kick could be massive here.
Another huge play by Orgy there on the scramble. Makes some
Gotta go
nice
for 2.
moves in the open field. And if you're a Brian/Michigan fan, you got to just be wondering where that's been, man. These 2 big Orgy touchdown plays have come a little too late. Does he have the onside kick? He does. Hold on.
Oh, if you had gotten the 2-point conversion, it would have been so doable. But with 29 seconds and only 2 timeouts, I mean, he'd have to score on this play or the next to have any hope. Great catch down the middle. Going to be good to get down to the 40-yard line. He's going to use one of his timeouts.
And he does use the timeout there. So, let me not speak for them. Ty and User, well, they're not competitive guys anymore. They used to play competitively. But I think they would probably both tell you that the play here would have been to get out of bounds. You should call his last time out here. The play here, I think prevailing knowledge from comp guys would be to kick a field goal right now. You're going to need it at some point.
You know what? I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. You got to take it while you can because you're going to have to get the onside kick one way or the other anyways. That's game. That's game right there, unfortunately. Brian going to be able to get maybe one more off, but he's just not going to have enough time to do anything after that. Valiant effort, though, at the end. Let's see if he can get one more touchdown to make it respectable. Instead, going to throw an interception. Doesn't have the speed to get away from the defense. And Charlie with the Ohio State Buckeyes going to do what Ohio State's pretty much been doing all day, and that's win the football game 37-27, the final score after 4. Brian, though, put up a valiant effort at the end. He had a chance to bring the comeback. He had the chance there.
A couple of dominant performances week after week here on the Progressive Rivalry Series. Up first, it was Alabama just beating up on these LSU guys. And tonight, Ohio State picked up right where they left off and put the pause on our Michigan players here tonight. It was all Ohio State here all night. And congratulations to our champions of Week 2 on the Progressive Rivalry Series, your Ohio State Buckeyes. There as we finish up the day and look back at that last student match. I know we were talking about it during the game there as well, but you really do need to tip your cap to Brian, one of our student competitors there representing Michigan. I think he can go home with his head held high. Yeah, he would love to have that first quarter back. All of those turnovers are going to be really a tough hill to climb back up on 4-minute quarters, on 6-minute quarters. It's really not going to matter if you're talking about 3 or 4 possessions.
On 15-minute quarters,
it really
you
wouldn't
give
have
the ball
mattered.
away that much.
That's exactly right, because then that first quarter might have been looking more like 6 turnovers than 3 or 4. But we have to give him credit for staying locked in, making such a valiant push at the end there. That wound up being a little closer than I thought it would be. The onside kick making things a bit exciting there as well, and had a chance to look for a miracle comeback there. Couldn't quite pull it out, but he stuck in all the way to the end there, and you got to appreciate a competitor like that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And you got to give credit to Charlie as well, over there repping the Buckeyes strong. Really not really too much to complain about his gameplay there. Made the plays when he needed to make them. Didn't have too many mistakes. I think there was only 1 turnover, if I'm not mistaken. And outside of that, just really, good with the progressions, good with the ball, and was able to keep enough of a lead to withstand Brian's last-second push at the end. So both of them really well done. Again, congratulations to the Buckeyes for winning on the day. Michigan was able to get 2. That's twice as many wins as LSU was able to get, so they can at least go home with that.
And now I don't want to get the desk working all too hard here, but we're going to get it set up to throw it over to those guys. Just in case this is the last time you're hearing from me and Sleegy here tonight, I have been Fendler, my man, that handsome guy to my right, left, depends on which way we're looking here, has been Sleegy. It's been an honor to join you here tonight. Let's throw it back to the desk. Nick, Ty, User to wrap this thing up for us here today. Fellas, what's going on?
This one's left. This one's right. Okay, it makes an L and then whatever. Sorry, man. Carry on. I was all the L's that Michigan was holding today. Nick Mazesko, one great user. Tyler Davis back along with you, gentlemen. A jam-packed day. It was all Buckeyes. And this last game featuring our two students. Take a look at some highlights from that game. User was more of the same. Bucks going crazy.
Yeah, early, man, Charlie was he was on the money. Went down and got 6, and we're thinking Brian is going to be able to compete with him, but then he just has an onslaught of turnovers, and then there you go. Charlie's just in full control, throws right at the user, pick 6 right here, and this is where we knew things was going to get out of hand. But Brian, he kept fighting. Had a lot of dog in him. Had a lot of dog in him. As you see, Charlie goes up that 21 right there. I mean, that 3 possessions. Then right here, another dot over the middle. Charlie was just too high power for him. Brian could not slow his offense down really until the 4th quarter. And as you see right here, Charlie just making a guy miss highlight after highlight. But this is when Brian starts to cook it up. He starts to make a play with his stick. Orgy, here he is shaking and baking, going to the crib. And you heard Finley hit it right on the head. Where has this been? He comes out here, kicks the extra point. Charlie maybe should have tried to use that clock, but here we go. Orgy once again shaking and baking, going to the house. And then Brian also gets the onside after this. So you're like, hold on, a little bit of life. But unfortunately, Charlie holds on to win that game.
It was a great game, though, between our two students, one at each school, and that's where we ended the day. Let's take a look one final time at our schedule. Ty, I'm curious to ask you, who were you most impressed by across the entire day? We had a busy day of action. Who were you most impressed by?
It's got to be Cardell Jones. I mean, he came out and absolutely lit it up on the scoreboard. You can tell this is a guy that plays some college football 25. We saw what he did at the Children's Hospital, so we know he's a veteran of the game. He's been doing this for years, and he showed out here in that alumni match against Jake Butt, putting up a 56-piece, a 50-piece on Jake Butt. He was so impressive.
User, we love seeing a 50 burger, but I personally, how about
I'm going Teddy G.
Teddy G. I mean, yeah. I assume that that was your most impressive, not just because the comeback, but because that's your guy.
Yeah. I mean, Ted again, he's down 14-0, 20 unanswered points, goes into overtime, and somehow just plays a masterful game, a classic comeback. And then, Carolina Panthers, man, we keep pounding.
You'll love to see it. It was a full day of action, but it was all Buckeyes today. 7-2, and as a Buckeye fan, personally, I hope that's exactly how it goes this weekend. I need it to be just as dominant. It's been 4 years. I need it. TD, I need it. You're going to have to carry me out of New Orleans. I'm just saying. You're going to have to carry me out of New Orleans if that goes that way. Speaking of Ted Ginn, it's time to take a look at our progressive series snapshot. This features some of the best plays of the day. User, we mentioned Ted Ginn Jr. Well, this is our progressive snapshot. It's our this comeback, 14-0. It all started with this kickoff return as Ballard takes it to the house. Then down 14-7, Will Howard rolls left, throws left, sneaks it inside the pylon. It looked like Chase Winovich had a chance to win, but shanks the kick left. We go to overtime. And guess what? Davison Igbinosin with the interception almost houses it for 6 to end it there, but is tackled. So a little bit of life for Michigan, but User, there was no life for Michigan. When in doubt, corner route, find Emeka Egbuka and put a win on the board for the Bucks.
Yeah, you see right there, Ted Gwynn, just a lot of heart. And I love how the kickoff return got him started. If you know anything about him in his career, that's all he needs is a little bit of chance and open space, and you got a chance for magic right there with Ted Gwynn. And that right there started the whole momentum for his comeback.
Gentlemen, it's been a fun day. As always, whenever we get rivalries in college football, I think it it amplifies everything, and then being able to see so many, not just current players, but those alumni get together. It's really fun. User, a pleasure as always. Are you okay? Do I need to send some Gatorade to your house, some hot tea? I know you're in a new place. I want to make sure you're set for all that work.
Yeah, I'm good to go, man. You know what I'm saying? Finn, you know what I'm saying? Finn and Sliggy, man, they did a great job tonight, man. Ty was the only guy I was just disappointed in, man. We got to talk to Daddy Davis. You know what I'm saying? Got to talk to Debbie Davis.
Shade thrown at me just nonstop.
Get him to stand on business.
2-on-1 the whole show. Like, it's crazy.
Well, I'm curious, Ty, like, are you going to go talk to your dad first because he got slandered?
Yeah,
are you going to, like, look in the mirror and reflect?
I got this coworker. His name's One Great User. I don't know. He's been throwing shade at you, Dad. Like, he's talking trash about you. It's crazy.
And you know what your dad going to say when you come to him? He's going to say, I understand why you're talking trash, because once again, you don't stand on business. Why didn't you handle him, son? Why you coming to me? You too grown for me to be still handling business for you.
That's wild. That's so wild.
It's okay, man. It's just going to be fun. We're going to get some Photoshops done of you as the Mush, because you are the new Mush. Wear it proud. Wear it proud, like that 5'9" body of you shirt. I love it for you, buddy.
Mr. 5'4" over there.
Well, that's all something. I'm way taller than all. Look at this. I'm like way taller than all of you. Like, let's not be crazy. Gentlemen, I hope you all have a happy Thanksgiving. Best to your families. Can't wait to hang out with y'all and enjoy the holiday.
You as well.
Too, man. Be safe.
We got a lot coming up tomorrow, by the way. You thought we were done here? No. Because we've got a full day of action tomorrow. That's right. The Progressive Rivalry Series continues onward. Texas versus Texas A&M. Oh, boy. Is that going to be a battle? Texas looking for some validation. They need a marquee win to take on and they're going to take on the Aggies this weekend. And I know that not just our alumni, but our student athletes and our students who are all a part of this are going to want to show out for either the Longhorns or the Aggies. So tune in tomorrow. That starts at 4 p.m. Eastern time. We appreciate you all. For Andy Fendler, for Sliggy, for One Great User, and for Tyler Davis, I am Nick Mazzesko. We appreciate you guys tuning in. We'll leave you with the Progressive Protection Bundle. We'll see you next time.
Oh, my God.
I didn't, but my 8-year-old son did.
Oh,
Get in there!
God.
Oh, good try, son.
Get him, Jack.
Come on, Ayo. Come on, Ayo. Come on, Ayo. Come on, Ayo. Big move. Come on. Touchdown. I called it.
Go, Trey. Go, Trey. Go, Trey. Go, Trey. Go, Trey. Come on.
Back to pass, it's Howard.
I'm trying them. Come on.
It's a run. Man, come.
Oh, my God.
No, folks. No.
Trey. Look, all glory to God, Trey.
Let's go. Like I said, I'm just gonna take it from you. You feel me?
I said, I'm just gonna take it from you. You don't gotta give me nothing. I'm gonna take it from you. What are we doing?
Yep, that's a familiar sight. Yes, sir, Don. Yes, sir, Don. You gotta be absolutely kidding me. I adjusted the route. What?
There he is. Let's go. Let's go, Jeremiah. Uh-oh. Keep the quarterback.
We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get it, no call it quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. My heart on my sleeve, stress, shield my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no giving. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. They don't wanna when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. What's a family? You do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them nauseous cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house and woo. Watch how I get ahead. Watch how I get ahead. Watch how I get ahead. Woo. Watch how I set it up. Bet you I shut it down. Watch how I get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner. Got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare to my line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins. Yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get it, no call it quits. Yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets. Yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. I don't feel right unless the odds against me. Back against the wall with my strength. Yeah, I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Yeah, been through everything, it just made me better. Yeah, I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Yeah, working every day, it just made me better. 1, 2, check, a 1, 2. I'm going in, is that an L? W is still a win. Got it off the muscle. All I know is hustle. All I know is making something out of nothing. What you think they see it? I had to hop in the kitchen. I'm really on fire. You know, ignited. Yeah. I know some people don't like it. I'm moving with flavor. They probably a bite it. Yeah. Trendsetter, being better. I can't take the credit. Yeah, wait. Yeah. Been on fire, boy. That's flambe. Only time you see my head down is when I'm praying. When my back is turned on, only time they wanna see it. Water on me, floor is cold as ice. I'm finna trade, yeah, and serve it to the people. They need hope, it's no delay. Yeah. The odds against me. Back against the wall, my strength be. Yeah, I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Yeah, been through everything, it just made me better. Yeah, I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Yeah, working every day, it just made me better. Hold up, what they finna say? Tell it to your mammy, it don't matter, I ain't listening anyway. They just mad to see decide to drop, they look like ocean spray. You can get it too if you just work more than you talk today. This what happen when you take your pain and make it motivation. It ain't gonna be easy trying to be a legend, it's the payment. You need execution, not excuses, dog, you gotta face it. They don't want the truth, but if you quit, you don't deserve to make it. What you think they giving greatness out? Now you gotta take it. They don't know the hustle, they confused when they look at you. Till you hit your goals, they all shy, they think you Pikachu. Put your mind to it, you can do it, yeah, and I'm the proof. Unless the odds against me. Back against the wall, my strength be. Yeah, I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a